My
Oh,
heart.
Lord.
I loved her.
After.
Whoa!
Dude, that's a good Mario impression.
Dude,
Holy
thank you.
shit.
Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
I'm Donovan, and let's have a chit chat.
Yeah. All right. See, I don't even.
Dude, I was watching the compilation that you put up of every single time we said, let's have a chit chat
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
in like throughout the whole series.
Mm-hmm.
And like half of the time in those earlier episodes, I don't even say let's have a chit chat. I'm like, we're having a chit chat
Yeah.
or like some dumb shit
You
like that.
say
I'm like so off script.
well, and in that compilation, it's noticeable because it'll go from someone saying "Let's have a chit chat" to you saying "Let's do a
Yeah.
chit chat." So it's like that video
Yeah.
highlights every time that you said it or anyone said it
Yeah.
wrong. But
Every time I fucked up so many times that it almost became the norm. And then I think you had to remind me, you're like, it's let's
mhm.
have a chit chat
Yeah, I
actually.
was probably at the
I'm
time
the creator of this show.
I was probably really obnoxious about it. I was like, actually, it's actually let's have a chit chat, and you're actually saying it wrong. So I'd appreciate it if you said it right. That's probably how I said it. Probably something like that. But
You sat me down, you're like,
I was,
we gotta be on brand.
yeah, I was like, all right, Donovan, listen. There's been some problems with you lately. You've been a little
Your
problematic lately.
your annual report is on
N-
the lower
Not
end.
looking good. Yeah, yeah,
Not
yeah.
looking good.
Well, Donovan, um, thank you for being here for another wonderful episode of Chit Chats, where you did in fact say the intro right. So thank you for that. Um,
Hmm.
today is going to be an interesting one because Donovan, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a big talking point about Nintendo. You've heard of Nintendo, I'm assuming, right? Like big gaming company, Mario, Kirby. No, you haven't. I don't. It's fine. We can just
Oh,
talk about it anyway.
like this thing? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I know that.
That's like the mascot of Nintendo. I'm pretty sure. Um,
Yeah.
well, a big point of contention with Nintendo games is how pricey they are, and a lot of people, will look at a game that Nintendo puts out, and it's like, wow, this is a full $60 release. Like that's insane. That's outrageous. And
Crazy.
a lot of times, people will say that, and I think they do have a legitimate point sometimes. But I think it would be
Yeah, real.
interesting. Basically, what I want to do today is I want to go through pretty much most of the first party Nintendo releases and just kind of like get to the bottom of this. Like, just kind of like look at each game and say, are they worth the price? Right?
Hold on. Are we doing like the first party releases on the Switch
On the
specifically?
Switch specifically, yes, because we're
Okay.
currently in the Switch generation. We're not going to go through every Nintendo game from every console. No.
That's what I thought
Um,
you meant.
no, 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 no. Well, and specifically because I feel like that's come up the most with the Switch generation. Like, I don't feel like we heard
Mm.
that in previous generations as much, maybe sometimes, but I feel like with the Switch generation, it's been like a really hot topic of debate is like, are all of these games worth the asking price? So,
Yeah, right.
you know,
Well, I mean, I feel like, yeah, in general, I think this is like another example of just Nintendo not being with the times. Because, like,
yeah,
if you look at any other video game publisher like PlayStation, Capcom, Xbox, even
mm-hmm,
on Steam, like they constantly have discounts on their games. But you
it's
look
true.
at a Switch game that was like $60 7 years ago when
Mm-hmm.
the Switch
It's
first came out,
probably
and it's
still
still
$60.
$60.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and we're gonna see that. And I mean, I so basically what I did, Donovan, is I went through all those first party releases and I put like the going for like MSRP, average price of the game, and I
Mm,
wrote those
hmm.
down. And what I want to do is I want to go through. We're gonna look at that, and then both of us individually are going to say what we think the game is worth. But
Okay.
then, and we're gonna discuss why
Okay.
and everything. We're gonna have a little
Yeah.
little debate. But
A
then
little chit chat.
a little bit of a chit chat. But
Okay.
but I want us to also agree on a flat price between the both of us. So we can have our own, but I want us to come to some
Okay.
conclusion on them as well. So maybe that
Okay.
means
Well,
I agree with you. I'm like, okay, actually, you're right. I think we should make it your price, or you say I think we should make it your price, or we meet somewhere in the middle. So that's what we're gonna do.
okay. Well,
So
I'm not gonna hold any punches here, dude.
no, I want you to be
So
ruthless. Okay, I want you to tell
I'm
me
gonna be
if I want you to tell me if you think one of my takes is absolutely absurd. All right, don't hold back.
if I think one of your takes is crazy, I'm gonna do this.
That's devastating. Okay, well, I better make sure that I'm cooking right now. I guess. Uh, well,
Okay. Oh my
yeah.
god. The fucking Word document.
Yeah, dude, I had to bust out the Word document for this. This is an important matter.
Mhm.
This is not word. This is no child's play right now. Okay, this is important
No.
business. Uh,
And this is both a very important topic for us because we are
mhm.
both very personally interested in owning a wide library of Nintendo games.
That's
We
true.
both are collectors. I think you more so than I.
I've
I if
really,
I if I decided to spend less money on food, then maybe I would buy more
you
games.
really don't need that much food. Like no, no, but yeah, no, I've definitely gotten pretty into collecting in the past couple of years. I'll admit that. And so yeah, but this is but I try my hardest not to spend full price on every single game because it is a little
Mhm.
absurd. Sometimes the asking price, at least in my opinion. But again, this is an opinionated
Yeah.
subject. Some people would disagree. Some people would say no, whatever they price it at, that's completely fair. They're completely justified in doing that, and it is their game. So at the end of the day, they can price them however they want. But that doesn't mean that we have to agree. So
Right. Well, why do they do it is the question.
well,
I guess maybe we'll
we'll find that out.
we'll figure that out.
We'll figure that out. So we're gonna start off with the big boy title, the one that basically everybody that is in the know about the Switch has played, The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. This was the big launch title,
Mm.
and it retailed at full price. $59.99.
Yeah,
Um,
makes sense.
I have not played a lot of this game, but you have played through the whole game,
Oh yeah.
so I think you're probably gonna know more than me, but I'm just gonna go out and say I think this game is probably worth the asking price.
Like current day. Current
Yes.
day it's still worth $60.
Well, I think we should go off of when the game first released. Like
Oh.
not basing off of like any sales that might happen, Like when the game first
Mm.
released, was it worth what they priced it at, or should they have priced it
Okay.
lower? I don't think we're gonna
Okay.
say that they should have priced any of these higher. I don't think
No.
that's gonna be our conclusion. Um,
I think 1-2 Switch should have been like $100
yeah, I
actually.
think it actually should have been a little bit more money. Yeah.
That game is like gold.
Oh yeah, it's a hot commodity nowadays. No, but in all honesty, I do think that if any game was worth the asking price early on in the Switch's life, I think Breath of the Wild was. But what do you think?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I understand what we're doing now.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna do like current day price. Cause current day price and I'm just saying this based off my understanding of originally what I thought we were doing.
Hmm.
Um I feel like Nintendo should have like a Nintendo Select line like they used to with like
Right.
the Wii games
Well, they
where they
still
like
could though. You know,
yeah,
like
yeah,
at the point that we're recording this, they haven't announced anything like that for the Switch, but they could still, right? Um,
it could
but yeah, no, I do think what we
still
should do
happen.
is go off of when the game first released rather than current day, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay. Well, then, yeah. In that case, it was worth $60.
So you think so
Like
you think they were
it's a
justified in their
$60
asking price
game.
for this one?
Yeah, it was
Oops, not
uh
400.
four hundred
Maybe
fifty
not that.
nine.
Yeah, there we go. That's what
Yeah,
I meant to
no, that
convey.
game is like revolutionary. That was
Mhm.
it was a turning point for
for not just
Nintendo coming out of the Wii U generation to where they were like, all right, we're actually like revolutionizing again.
well,
We're doing something crazy.
it did come out on the Wii U though, you know.
That's true, but
Yeah. You can't.
come
I'm
on,
not.
I
I
mean,
would
like
never let you forget that.
who played that game on the Wii U?
I know at least one
No,
person that did.
don't try to name the person that we're both thinking of.
Okay, I won't. But regardless, okay, so we agree. Breath of the Wild, $60, definitely worth it at the time. Nowadays, maybe not, but at the time, I think it was definitely a justified price.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
all right. Well, off to a good start then. Moving on
yeah.
to everybody's favorite Switch game, 1-2 Switch. It has Switch in the name,
Mm,
so that's pretty cool already.
yeah.
Um,
No,
Now let me ask you: Have you
I've
played
only
this
ever
game?
played this game like okay. I thought that's where you're at,
Yeah.
and the answer is yes, but I think like literally only once with you.
Oh, really? See, I don't even
Yeah.
remember that. I remember playing it with a different person that owned
Hmm.
it, but I don't remember playing it in a group with you or anything. But maybe that's just because it was such a nothing experience, you know?
Such a forgettable.
Yeah.
I remember it. I'm pretty sure we did, and we played the game where you have the
Oh.
um Joy-Con and the ball, you know?
Was that
Like
when
we didn't
we
play.
in the cafeteria or something?
Mhm.
That okay?
Yeah,
I think I do
it was
remember
in
that.
the cafeteria in high
Yeah.
school.
Okay, I remember that now.
And it was cool at the time because the Switch was new and it was exciting.
But even then, was like when this came out, was do you think it was worth $50? I know that the
The-
Switch was new. It was a cool thing, but come on, you know?
So yeah, no, but I used to think that this game should have been the pack-in game for the Switch.
Right. That's
So
what a lot of people thought.
in theory, it should have been $0.
Right. Yeah, which we
But
could say. We
I
could say zero
actually
dollars.
yeah, I've actually recently done some thinking about that and
Okay.
reevaluated my thoughts on
As you
that.
should. As you should.
And I do think that if that game released with the Switch as a pack-in, it actually would have made the Switch look really freaking lame and gimmicky. Yeah, no, I think that this game should have been like $20 when it released or something like that. Because like what
Yeah.
I mean, I don't own it. You own it. So
No, I don't
why
own
don't
it.
you give your two
I
cents?
actually
You
don't own.
don't?
This is one that I don't own. No.
What the
I
fuck?
never bit the
Who
bullet
owned
and
it?
bought it. Um
Who owned it?
Parker owned it and Ellis owned it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And
It
that's how I
must have been
played it.
on one of theirs then.
I went to play it. I went with Parker. We had it off campus. I went to McDonald's with him, and we sat at a table at McDonald's, and we ate our cheeseburgers or whatever, and we were playing 1-2 Switch on the table.
No way.
Yeah.
I think when Parker and I played it, I think we had like a study hall or something together. Or maybe it
Mm-hmm.
was just during lunch then.
Okay.
I don't even remember anymore.
But
Maybe
I remember
I don't know.
watching you guys play it, or maybe I played it with you guys briefly at lunch,
Hmm.
at the lunch table as well. Um,
Okay.
but no, I don't recall. Or like I would sorry, I meant to say I never bought it for myself because I
Yeah.
frankly
Because why would you
look
spend $50 on
look.
it?
I'm not claiming that every purchase I've made is like the best idea, but I at least have
No.
a certain standard, you know. Either way,
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna say I think that I'm gonna say $30 for my price
Okay.
because when it came out, I think that it was a novel concept, and I think that would have been a little bit more reasonable. I think even $30 would have been a little bit more reasonable.
I
But
think that that would have been more reasonable,
mhm,
but let me just say this.
okay,
The Jackbox games, I'm pretty sure are only $20.
yeah,
And that's like that's what I would
That's
compare 1-2 Switch with,
yeah.
like as in terms of its genre, I guess.
Yeah.
And so
Mm,
I want to say that like it should be less than those games because those games are worth way more to me because they're infinitely replayable, most of them at least. Some of the Jackbot games are not that great, but I
that's
mean
fair.
most of them are
Actually, you
worth
know
the
what?
price.
I actually kind of agree with you. You know what? I'm gonna say $20. You
Yes.
convinced me. You convinced me.
Yes.
So you're saying you would say $20?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would say $20.
In that case, all right. So that we'll just make our standard price. That's gonna be $20. All right.
Because
Fair
Scott the
enough.
Woz is right. Scott the Woz is right
Yeah.
in saying that that game is only fun like the first time you play it and
Yeah.
then never again.
Yeah. Exactly. It's pretty much right on the nose. Yeah. Like, um, it's a tech demo at the end of the day. That's all it is.
Yeah,
All right. Moving
yeah,
on. Moving on to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So this might quite possibly be my most played Switch game. Actually, probably not. But
really.
this is the one that I think I pop in the most often if I'm around people.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
uh, and I just wanted to say that. But
Well, for good
regardless,
reason. It's a fantastic. It's a
yeah,
great multiplayer experience.
it is. Yeah. Now here's the thing. It's a double edged sword or not double. It's a weird thing this game because this game is technically an old game. You know,
Hmm.
it was on the Wii U.
Hmm.
Everything that's in the base game, well, except for like the couple things that they added that were new, but like most of it was on the Wii U.
Hmm.
And you know, I mean, technically, if you bought all the DLC and the base Wii U game, it would have been more than $60. So
Yeah,
you know, I don't
that's
know,
true.
but either way, like, what do you think when this game came out? Do you think $60 was a worthy price?
So you had this. We both had this game on the Wii U,
Mm-hmm.
and what at what point in the Switch's life cycle did you get this game? Did you get it when it came out, or did you get it more recently?
Well, I didn't have a Switch of my own until 2020.
Oh,
Um,
that's right. Yeah, that's true.
so I skipped out on it for years, and then even when I actually did get a Switch, but then I got it as a gift in 2022. I don't know if I would
Oh,
have bought it
wow. Okay.
myself though. You know,
Hmm.
I think I was
Yeah.
lucky that I had someone that bought it for me because I think until that happened, I don't think I really felt like it was worth getting it again.
Yeah.
But
And
I don't
I
know.
felt the same way
Hmm.
because
When did you buy
I
it?
think this game is different if you're a Wii U owner
It is, yeah.
because
And we
this
were both
game
Wii U
was
owners, so
yeah,
yeah,
and this game really carried the Wii U.
it
So,
really did.
um I here's what I think, and
Hmm.
this is like kind of separate from what we're talking about the price. I think what they should have done is offered the people who bought it on Wii U like either a discounted price or like a code to like redeem. This is
Okay,
something Nintendo would never do,
they would
but
never do.
like I feel like I feel like other companies would do it
Well, I'm just
maybe in
imagining
theory.
bringing your copy of the Wii U game to the store and like, look, I have it. Like, give me a discount. I don't know, but I know that's not probably not what you
Yeah.
meant. But yeah, um,
Yeah, I don't know if
yeah,
there's some able to like prove it through your Nintendo account or something like that.
yeah. Well,
But
yeah. Go ahead.
um, I think for people who are buying it for the first time, it's definitely worth $60. You get a lot of content in there.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, majority of people did not buy the original Mario Kart 8. Like,
Yeah,
like a lot of people just skipped out on it because it was on the Wii U. So,
I'm
re-releasing
quite
it,
certain
yeah.
that the Switch version has outsold the Wii U version like tenfold.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, like pretty much, yeah. I think it's probably up in like at the point where we're recording probably like 60 million units, something like that. something crazy. So
Something crazy like
yeah.
that.
But you know what? I agree though. It is well worth it. Like I'm glad that I got it as a gift because then I was able to see like, oh, this is like a very like valuable game to have both for like single player and multiplayer, but mostly multiplayer to
Mhm.
be honest. But
Yeah. So like I didn't even get this game until the DLC started coming out because
mhm.
I felt the same way. I was like, why would I buy
That
this
was a
game
big part
again?
of why I
Like,
wanted it. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
And so I didn't buy it until actually funnily enough, I was in New York City with my sister and she was
Right.
like, "Oh, what? You have to get this game so then we can play it on Switch." And I was like, this was even around the time when the DLC started rolling out.
Mhm.
I was like, I'm not gonna buy it. And
Right.
then she was like, "But Donovan, we are at the Nintendo
We're
store
at the
in
Nintendo store.
Manhattan, and I will pay half of it." And I was like, "You got yourself a deal."
That's a good deal right there, I
And
think. Yeah.
so I only paid $30 for it actually.
Right. Yeah. So in your
But
mind,
then I bought the DLC, so
which kind of
I
brings
guess
you
I
up to
basically bought it
$60
at full price.
essentially, yeah. But the
Yeah.
DLC, I think the DLC is worth it too. And we're not necessarily talking
How
about DLC,
much?
but
Yeah.
the
Was the DLC $20 or 30?
the DLC was 24.99. So it
Oh,
was
okay.
I think for the amount of
That's a
content you're
good
getting,
price.
I and considering how much like playtime I've gotten out of that game with you guys,
Hmm.
like I think it was worth it, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah.
it is worth double dipping for that game
Yeah,
because there's a lot of content and a lot of fun times to be had with it.
I
And
agree.
like, I'm not pulling out my Wii U to be like, guys, let's play
No.
Mario Kart 8.
No, that's the thing is like I can't bring myself to do that, man. I just don't have the gall.
Hurt your pride.
No, yeah, exactly. Um but something that would never hurt anyone's pride is the game Arms, am I right? Yeah? Yeah,
Buying
the
arms
best
in
game.
2024.
So, I never this is another game that I don't have for the record. But
Okay.
I know someone that does. And I may or may not be staring at them right now.
Dude, you're staring at me?
Yeah, is that weird? Is that making you uncomfortable?
I'm
I'm looking at you.
That's kind of romantic, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh, I
Anyways,
could turn the
I
camera off now.
I did buy ARMS at full price when it
You
launched.
did.
Yeah, because I was so like blown away by the demo. Dean and I
Hmm.
played the demo of ARMS. Like they had like the global
Oh.
test fire
Oh,
or
okay.
test punch. Test
The
punch.
test punch, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we were I think again it was the launch year of the Switch.
Mhm.
We were in high school and we were very excitable when it
Yeah.
came to Switch games,
Yeah.
especially because it was the first major like non Mario Kart multiplayer experience on the Switch.
Mhm.
And we were like, fuck yeah, like we gotta buy this game.
As a lot of people were,
Um,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
They released a good time, I will say. Like,
They
I'm
did.
pretty sure the reason why it sold is because it launched at the time that it did.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to look up really quick. I'm just curious to read how many units Arms sold cuz I know it's a pretty good amount.
I'm pretty sure it hasn't sold a single copy since like
Oh no.
2018.
No, 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 no. Well, I don't even think I never even see it in stores anymore. So, oh wow,
Really?
maybe it didn't sell as
That's
much as I
crazy.
thought. Oh, it only sold like 2.7 million according to this
Really?
to the so I mean for like a new IP, I guess that's not bad, you know.
Okay, but like, I'm pretty sure that the original Splatoon sold more than that on the frickin'
That's
Wii
true. That's true. Well, yeah. I guess it really
U.
didn't sell that as well as we thought, but
But then again, there was nothing else to play on the Wii U. So if you're one of the 10 million Wii U owners, I guess you kind of had to buy Splatoon. So
that's
I guess
true.
that's an unfair comparison.
Well, but and also like, you know, like pretty much like you said, like, you know, I think a bunch of people bought it at launch or within the
Hmm.
first like couple months or year and then never again. Like Just
Yeah.
people just didn't care as much because there was other stuff. Like literally, Splatoon came out. The Splatoon 2 came out like a month after that. So like it was pretty much a no brainer at that point. Which out of those two,
Yeah.
what you would get. But either way, I I don't have as much experience with this game, but I think I would. I think I'm gonna say either $40 or $50. That's what
Um,
I'm gonna
it's
say.
always
I'm
weird.
gonna say
Like,
$50. That might
I
seem a
think
little
that's
weird, but
fair.
I don't know.
I think that's fair considering the amount of content that the game released with, because it was one of those games, and Nintendo likes to do this a lot with their multiplayer games,
Mm-hmm.
where they just wait, they like release it unfinished
Yeah.
and then just roll out content for
Mm-hmm.
like a year or two, or whenever the game dies, like its
Yeah.
player base leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And so it didn't release with a lot of content. And I
Yeah.
remember being kind of disappointed about that. And so I think the $50 is
Well,
fair,
that
but
kind of makes me want
I
to say
honestly,
lower than that, actually. But yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it makes me want to say $40.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
I
I feel
think with
like
the
that's
amount of
even.
content that it has now, I think it's a little closer to $50, but I'm gonna say $40 at
You know what?
launch.
I honestly agree with $40. And keep in mind, we are still talking about the launch year, but or the launch day. But like, they did promise updates before launch, right? They must have.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so then
Yeah,
in
they
that sense,
always
it's
do.
like you're kind of making an investment for the future, but in a way, that's like kind of shitty. But
Some
I'm,
people like it, I think,
yeah,
because it means that you get more content as the game gets older, but
mm-hmm.
it's also like they're holding back like a lot of content that like could have easily just they could have just waited a couple months and just put it all into one game instead of like drip feeding you for
Yeah,
an entire year.
and that's a point of contention with a lot of Switch games. Where that's not going to be the end that we talk about that, but
Hmm.
yeah, but this was pretty much like the first one that they did that with.
Yeah.
Honestly, given how like I do think that this game is like it's not bad, but I do think like it probably gets pretty stale fast. So
Hmm.
I think I think I would lean more towards $40. I think
Yeah.
$50 is almost like maybe too generous, but yeah, that's one man's opinion
If
though.
they ever, yeah, there's not a lot of gameplay variety, unfortunately, and
Mm-hmm.
I uh I think if they ever made an Arms 2, which I don't see happening, but if they
Mm-hmm.
did, I would hope that there'd be like more to it than just the PvP,
Yeah.
because that's pretty much all that there was
Yeah.
when the game they have like a super simple like story mode, but it's basically nothing.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing is like they have all these games where that's just they just ride off of the multiplayer. Like it's
Yeah.
I mean you could argue that Mario Kart's kind of like that, but I feel like Mario Kart like going through all the cups
Hmm.
gives you a substantial amount. I wish they had the mission mode from DS, but
True.
we may never get that again.
But
No.
um and let me just say this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um I do think that it came out at a good time
It did.
because the reason that I said earlier, it was the first multiplayer game, and uh, it was a good complement to Breath of the Wild at the time because a lot of people were still playing
Mm.
that game,
Yeah.
and you had like this like online multiplayer game and then this like single player, more slow focused experience. So
Right.
uh,
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
it was pretty enjoyable when it came out. I remember having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I will say the launch year in general of the Switch was pretty solid, I think. Like like overall looking at it. Um
Yeah.
when we do our inevitable video where we rank every year of the Switch, I think the launch year will be fairly high. But
Oh yeah.
I don't know, we'll see. All right, we're going to move on to Splatoon 2 now. So, I never played the original Splatoon, but I did play this one. Um
Hmm.
and it's a little hard because this one came out pretty soon after the first one,
Hmm.
and I don't necessarily know how much it really added between the first one and the second one, but maybe I don't know. But what do you like? What are your thoughts?
I mean, Splatoon as a franchise, like, did not evolve that much between its three releases, and that's the biggest problem that I have with the series. But
Uh huh.
it was also the first Splatoon game on the Switch, which to me makes it justified to be $60.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, I guess
Um,
I can't go off of Wii U games like too much, you know.
yeah, yeah, I don't think you can because Nintendo basically had like abandoned uh their Wii U player base at that point. Like they did not care about the audience that they had fostered during that era,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
That's very true. Yeah. Um.
They were more focused on moving on and trying to get a new audience.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And they definitely did. So I guess I can't blame them too much. But I don't know. It is just kind of
oh
weird.
yeah.
Like we're gonna talk about certain games that they re-released from the Wii U to the Switch, and some of them it's like, man, I guess this is probably worth $60, but it's just like it is old content. Um,
Yeah.
but
So Splatoon 2, I remember when that came out, people were saying that. They were saying like, "Oh, this is just Splatoon 1 but with like
mm-hmm,
new maps and a slightly different story mode," which
right.
like it is kind of but I don't really agree with that because like I think that there was enough new stuff in it to justify a sequel at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I would be complacent with it. I think it was probably worth 60. Like, you
Yeah,
know.
plus I thought it was like I think it was probably pretty powerful for them to release a recognizable Nintendo developed multiplayer game
Mm-hmm.
uh that early on in the Switch's life because it showed that they were trying to have games like that as well instead of just the usual single player games or like local multiplayer games. It showed that they were more focused on like having online multiplayer this generation, and so I think it
Yeah.
was I think that makes it worth the $60.
Yeah, and I mean, it did get a lot of updates over time. So,
Hmm.
like if you got it at launch, you could have been like coasting off of it for a while. So,
Yeah.
that yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, and the only reason why I would say that Splatoon 2 is worth $60 while ARMS wasn't
Mhm.
was is simply just because I don't think that ARMS had enough content.
No, and it was too like it just was too repetitive. I just think
Hmm.
I that's what I kind of thought about it. I was just like this is just like there's not enough to like mix it up. Like with Splatoon, I felt like there was it's just more possibilities for like it's not gonna get stale as fast, you know. Um,
Hmm.
but I just didn't feel that way about Arms. But and evidently, I don't think a lot of people did.
Yeah,
Um,
no, I think you're right about that.
but yeah, but okay, moving on to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. So this isn't a
Oh,
first party game, but it did have Mario in it. So,
yeah,
and I thought it was interesting because I thought this game was $60, but I came to find out that it actually was retailed
yeah.
initially at 40. So,
It's always on sale now
and now
because
it's
it's a
like always on
Ubisoft
sale.
game.
Yeah,
It's like always like $5.
right. And without taking that into consideration, I actually do think that $40 is a worthwhile price for it, personally.
Yeah, that's really reasonable. I'm surprised that they didn't go full
It
60 on
it's
it.
kind of
I
shocking,
I
yeah.
think it I still think it would have been probably worth it as a $60 game, even though I've never played it really. I own it, but
I
never really played it.
I played it I played through a significant amount of it. I think I got to like at least the third or fourth like zone or world or whatever.
Hmm.
And even then like I felt like I got a good amount of time out of it. I also got the Donkey Kong DLC, which was not bad. But that's
Okay.
besides the point. But yeah, no, I think $40 was perfectly reasonable. I mean, like, I think if it was 60, I think that'd be pushing it a little personally. Um, but I think 40 was pretty good. I mean, and also I feel like it's fairly replayable.
Hmm.
Like I feel like you can come back to it and play through it again, and it's still gonna like you can try out different strategies. But that maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think that they did that? Why do you think that they made it 40? Do you think it's simply because it was a Ubisoft game and or like because they didn't think that it would have as big of an audience if it was full 60 or
I mean, pretty much. Yeah. I feel like they were kind of trying to be a little cautious because it was a new console at the time, and they, like they were like, okay, we're confident about this, but we don't want to ask too much of people. Nintendo just doesn't care. Nintendo will
hmm
ask you to cut off your fucking leg for them. But Ubisoft, yeah, I gotta commend Ubisoft for their decision with that. Um,
hmm
and evidently it worked because I think Kingdom Battle sold a lot, so it obviously paid off.
Yeah.
Um, and we'll talk about the second Mario plus Rabbids game eventually. That one, maybe we'll have more to say about that. But anyway, moving on to Pokken Tournament DX. So I don't own this game. This is another
Hmm.
one I don't own. Um,
Yeah.
Now this was another Wii U port
hmm
with bonus content. Um,
Okay.
and I think it was 60 on the Wii U with with less content. So,
Okay.
you know, and I have no doubt in my mind that it sold better on Switch than it ever did on Wii U.
Yeah. I don't know enough about Pokken to like say definitively what my price would be,
Mhm.
but to me it seems like there's not really it seems kind of like another ARMS situation to me where like I don't know how much like gameplay variety there is to justify a $60 price tag because I think it's just a fighting game that you can either play locally or single player or online and like there's doesn't at least from what I know about the game there doesn't seem to be like a story mode or anything
I
to
think
like
there is
spice it
actually.
up.
I'm pretty sure there is a campaign in it.
Okay.
That being said, that
But it
doesn't,
just consists of
yeah.
like the same fighting and
I
everything.
mean,
Like I'm
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure that they didn't like put that much into like a story or
No,
anything for it.
I doubt it. No, I like I said, I don't know for sure because I haven't played it or I don't own it. But from what I've heard, I don't think it's anything crazy.
Yeah, this game kind of seems to me like it it really like appeals to like a specific audience that is not me.
It is pretty niche. I feel like in some ways. I mean, a lot of people love Pokemon, but like I feel like
hmm
this type of game, it's not like you can't just pick it up and play it. Um,
No.
but yeah, I think I'm gonna say $50.
Uh,
Mainly because, and
okay.
you don't have to agree with me, but I'm mainly gonna say that because I do think that there is, like, if you're really into fighting games, I think those are the people that are gonna be buying this, and
Yeah.
I think that they would get like a lot out of it, and I think even if you weren't into fighting games, you could find a lot of value in it because there is a variety of characters to play as, there is a campaign, you can work to try to
hmm
like refine how good you are at it. And I don't know. I know that there's a lot of characters, and I think they all play fairly differently. So I do think like there would be enough variety to justify 50, but I think 60 might be a little too much.
hmm
But
Yeah,
again,
I would
not
agree with
crazy.
all that. Um, my question is, was Pokken just an arcade game before it came out on the Wii U?
I think it launched. I could be wrong about this. I think it launched on the Wii U and in the arcades on the same day or like around the same time. Um,
hmm
and then but they were like putting out content on the arcade versions that wasn't coming to the Wii U. But then when this version came out, they put that content on the Switch version.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
I,
that's
I
what happened.
the only experience that I have playing this game is when we played it at the Portland Wasabi Con, which I
Yeah,
don't know, like,
unfortunately,
I don't know how, if we want it to be public information that we attended that event.
well,
But
it's out there. That's okay, you know.
there you
I'll
go.
bleep you out
We were
saying that.
there.
I'll bleep you out. Like no one will ever know. No, I don't care if people know whatever. It was a funny
We
experience.
should we should have a chit chats where we invite everybody who
We,
went to that
we
on
dude,
and just talk about it.
it could be Andrew's first chit chat.
It could. And I
Yeah.
know he has thoughts about that
Yeah. Oh
experience.
yeah.
I think it'd be
That's
really
actually a really good
funny.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
We should do that.
good lord.
Um
Anyways,
anyway, okay. So
but
what so like even not going off of what I said, like what do you think what's your ideal price for a game like this?
um I think I'm gonna agree with you and go 50
Okay.
because like you said, it was 60 on the Wii U as well. And so I think it's fair to just make it the same price. So, but uh,
Well,
but
no,
a
but
little
that's not
bit
what we would be
less.
doing. We would be making it
I
more. Well,
know.
frankly, I don't necessarily know if it was worth 60 on the Wii U either, you know.
That's true
Um
too. Yeah.
yeah. In fact,
I think it could be worth 50 though.
I think 50 is a fair price. And you know what? A lot of Switch or Wii U games were priced at 50. Um so
Okay.
I think 50 is reasonable. Okay, I'm gonna be
I'm
honest. I
I'm
don't give a
down.
shit about this next game. I don't give a shit about Fire Emblem Warriors. I like it. I just don't care. I don't care. I,
I don't really
z-
know anything about this game, and I don't care either.
$0. No, actually, I think this should be negative 59. I think people should pay you to play this. Bless you.
Negative.
I think you should get paid to play this. Yeah. So that's my price.
Yeah,
So, uh,
they're begging. They're on their hands and knees begging you to
please
play
buy
this
Fire Emblem
game.
Warriors. Yeah. I didn't even know. I
I
forgot that this came out until I was looking up the Switch like releases. You know.
yeah,
So
yeah.
whatever. It, but
Um
I mean you
yeah.
can give an honest answer if you want, but I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna give my bullshit answer.
I'm gonna say I don't know enough about the game,
Hmm.
so I'm gonna go with $10.
Okay. I'm gonna go to. I have to write it 9.99 because that's how they
Yeah,
would price it in the store.
yeah,
And then
right.
I'm just gonna
Because
say
it's so much different than
one
six
thousand
than ten
dollars
than
for final
$10.
price. I think it's.
Okay.
I actually think it's. I actually no. I think it's priceless. I don't think you can give it. It's so good that I don't think you can give it a fair price. Anyway, okay.
Sorry, Fire Emblem fans, if you wanted us to give an honest opinion about that,
No,
we do not have one.
I don't give a shit. And there's so many of these. We gotta. So now I feel like we can't give as much time to all of them. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, moving on to Super Mario Odyssey. I love this game.
That's
I'll
that's
say
worth
that.
$50.
You think this is worth fifty
Or worth
dollars?
$60.
You think this is
Sorry.
worth
That's
sixty
I meant
dollars?
I
Okay,
I saw I was looking at the 5 and
right.
59.99. I
That's
was
how
like
they get you.
50.
That's how they get you because
Yeah.
you see the five and you're like,
Dude,
oh,
oh,
this is only
no.
50. Oh, you
Oh,
know,
shit.
yeah.
I am a victim.
You're
I'm
a
a
victim.
victim of awful corporate practice.
Hmm. No, I honestly do think this is worth 60. You know, some
Hmm.
people might disagree because they feel like it's a little bit too easy of a game. I don't know. That's like one of the only things I can think of,
Bro,
but I don't know.
there's 1,000 moons.
I know that's what I'm
There's
saying.
1,000.
That's what I'm saying. So that no, I think 50. I think 60 is. I think you will get your uh your money's worth out of
Hmm.
this game for sure. I haven't
Yeah,
even gotten all 9,000 moons.
I didn't either. I stopped when I realized that the rest of the moons were going to require me to get a bunch of coins and stuff, and I
Hmm.
was like,
I was just like,
I don't want to do
I'm
that.
not committed enough for that. So yeah, no,
Yeah,
thank you.
to be fair, there are a lot of moons in that game that are kind of just bullshit,
Yeah,
but
that's true. Like there's like,
but
oh,
it's still
yeah,
the point is that you get a lot of gameplay,
you
a
do.
lot of
Yeah,
really solid, fun, good gameplay.
a lot of yeah, and you get a lot of variety. You know, in
Yep.
gameplay styles. It's great. It's a great game.
Yeah.
All right, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. What do you know about Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Donovan?
I've talked to you and
Oh, that's
I've
right.
talked to Dean about this game,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and Dean Dean permanently like my opinion about this game is entirely based on Dean's opinion of this game. And
Okay.
that is that it is just a Pokemon ripoff where instead of catching Pokemon, you do human trafficking
Oh god.
with women with big boobs.
And you don't think that's worth $60? You're telling me you don't think that's worth $60?
I'm not saying it's not worth $60,
You get a
but I'm
lot.
not saying it is.
These games, one thing I have to say about these games is that they are long games. Like,
I just think that okay, uh, I I like the Xenoblade series. I think it's cool,
mhm.
but this game specifically, I just have a bias against for that reason because I think that's weird and disgusting,
Okay.
and I think that everybody who made that game should be put in a fucking jail cell.
You know
I
what?
am so disgusted by it that like I just think that everybody who played that game slash made that game is like a basement dwelling mouth breather.
That's crazy. That is
And that's my unprofessional opinion about Xenoblade Chronicles
that's
2.
that's some crazy takes right there, man. But you know what? I'm not gonna deny that you might have a point.
All of that
Um,
being said, I know that the game is has a lot of content,
mhm,
and I know that the people that are into it
mhm.
would say that it is worth $60, so I'll say $60.
Okay, we're gonna go sixty
Despite
dollars.
despite what my consciousness is telling me right now.
I'm pretty confident that any basement dweller would be more than happy to pay $60 for a game like that. I'm pretty confident about
Hmm.
that. Well,
Bro, we just made it to 2018. We
we just
just
made
made
it
it to
to
2018.
2018. Yeah, we're
That's
this is a
hilarious.
process, but we don't have to like again. We can breeze through. I mean, Kirby Star Allies. Okay,
But we can do a rapid fire. Let's do a little
let's
rapid
do a little
fire.
rapid fire. We can take our time on certain ones, but like I think Kirby Star. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think $40.
I was gonna say the same.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. Yeah. I almost said 30, but then I was like, the Kirby games on 3DS were 40. So
Yeah,
I feel like this
and
one's
I think
fairly
it's
clean.
worth the same as the 3DS ones.
Yeah.
I
I don't
agree.
think it's as fun as well, I don't know. I had
I just think that
yeah.
it's too short of a game and not that innovative.
No. Yeah, exactly. And they did roll out free updates, but like the free updates really did not amount to anything, you know?
Just new characters to play as, but like it doesn't change the game or anything.
No, and I think when I played through the game, because I borrowed it from you the first time, I played at least one level with every character, and it really didn't leave that much of an impression on me. So
No,
yeah,
no.
okay, this is an interesting one because we have Nintendo Labo. This was this was a big point of contention
Oh,
specifically at the time, because a lot of people were like $70 for cardboard. What the fuck? So what do you think? Do you think that that's valid? Do
yeah,
you think that
like
that's fair?
obviously that's what they were saying,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like high quality cardboard. Come on, man.
It is
Like
pretty high quality cardboard.
call me a Nintendo apologist, but like I think that shit was probably worth $70 because you get like
I don't
well,
know, man. Like, is it though? Like,
I I think that other companies besides Nintendo would have charged $70 for that easy.
probably. You're probably right. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's fair, you know?
No.
I'm gonna throw out maybe a little bit of a hot take.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say this was a solid $50 to $60 game. $60
Mm.
package rather.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it probably should have just been the same price as a standard Switch game.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as we're talking about this one, we might as well talk about the second one. Like that one was also worth $60.
This one was worth 80.
I know I'm saying, but it should have been worth
Oh
60.
yeah, no, I agree.
Maybe even
Because
less because wasn't it like
I think
you at least with the
yeah,
variety kit you get a bunch of different
actually
experiences. With the
that's true.
robot
Yeah,
kit,
yeah,
you just
yeah.
get one.
I think this should actually be 50. Yeah.
I'm gonna say 40 on it.
Oh, you're gonna
Fuck
say
it.
40. Oh shit. Okay, well we don't have to. Okay, well then let's meet in the middle and say 35 or
44.
44
44.
44. My bad. Yeah.
Bro, do math.
Bro,
Math
I
major.
can't do math right now.
Use your fucking degree,
I'm gonna
bro.
use my degree right now. Okay. Um, I agree though. I think the variety kit was probably more of a substantial purchase, whereas the robot kit, because
Mm,
like, how much time are you actually getting out of the games? You know what I mean? Not a lot, I don't
I
think.
don't know. I
So,
never bought them.
well, I
Don't
don't
yell at
think.
me.
Well, fuck you. Actually, go buy it right now.
Stop
Go
yelling at
buy it
me.
right now, and then play with it, and then report back to me.
Okay.
No,
I
okay.
won't.
I'm kidding, Donovan. You can stay. I forgive you.
Aw,
I
thanks,
know.
buddy.
But what do you think about Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Donovan?
Oh man, dude, the discourse about this one was pretty crazy when it
Pretty
came out.
crazy,
People
yeah.
were mad
Because,
about that.
well,
People were upset.
On the Wii U, this game was $50, and then
Yeah,
and then they did Nintendo Selects for the Wii U, and this game was priced at $20, and
yeah.
now it's 60. So what the fuck?
Well,
Is that
they
okay?
had to add $40 for Funky Kong,
Yeah,
obviously.
that alone. I mean, hell, at that point, just price it at like just make it $60 for just Funky Kong, and if you want the rest of the game, pay $50 more. Like
You buy the rest of the game as DLC.
yeah, the rest of the game. Yeah, exactly. Oh fuck, what the hell? Oh okay, sorry, I think my computer froze for a second. Oh, froze again. No, we're good. Hello. What the hell is happening?
What, you good? You good?
Yeah, I think
Uh-oh.
so. It keeps on freezing. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Okay.
Uh-oh. You there? You there?
Yeah, hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, this is really we have to decide, is it worth $60 Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze?
No.
I'm going to say no. I think but I do think that $50 is still fair for it.
Um, yeah.
That might be a hot take, but
I'm gonna say 40.
okay. That's fair. Then we'll meet in the middle and say 45.
I mean, if Nintendo was being really fair, then
Mhm.
they would have just priced it at 20 like the Nintendo Selects version.
Mhm.
But I think considering that they're a business and they
Mhm.
wanted to get their their
They wanted to make
money's
a good amount
worth
of
for the
profit.
amount of development time that went into the game,
Well,
I guess it can go for
and
$40.
I don't know how much it costs to manufacture Switch games. It might cost a lot of money. Probably does. But
Well, they got to get that taste in there, right?
yeah,
So like the cartridges, they gotta
that's true.
they
Yeah.
sprayed a little foam on
That's
it,
that's that's where
makes
half
it
of the
taste good.
price goes, is just that aspect alone. Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. Um fun fact, to this day I still have never tasted a Switch cartridge. And I don't know if I ever
You are
will.
not you're not missing out.
That's from what I've been told. Yeah. All right, moving on to Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. So,
Mhm.
I care about this a little bit more than Fire Emblem Warriors. I will admit that.
They should
Um,
make a Hot Pocket flavor that's based off of Nintendo Switch cartridges. And they should also like I
yeah.
don't know. Never sorry, my brain is still on that as you can tell. Why don't you talk about Hyrule Warriors and I'll just listen for a second.
Okay. Well, I did have this game on the Wii U, and I did actually play a fair amount of it. I actually kind of liked it. Um, it was nothing like I had ever played before, and I did get that one as a gift, so I didn't have to worry about buying it myself. I think it was priced at $60 on the Wii U, and honestly, I feel like this game is probably even more worth $60 because it has literally all the content from the Wii U version and the 3DS version.
Hmm.
The one that everyone loves, the 3DS version that everyone loves. And I think it had some like brand
Oh
new
God.
Breath of the Wild content. So I don't know. I'm gonna say I think it was worth 60. But
Yeah.
yeah, what are you
That
thinking?
that makes all of that you just said makes total sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Are you gonna disagree? All of that makes sense. However, I actually think you're completely
I
wrong.
just
No.
I'm trying not to let my status as a Wii U owner
Mm-hmm.
skew my skew my better judgment on what
That's
these
that's
should
fair.
be
That's fair.
priced at.
Yeah.
Um, if I was gonna be a toxic fucking Wii U owner,
Yeah.
like how fucking toxic all the Wii U owners are. They're
Oh
like
yeah.
they're just the worst people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it should be $20
Holy
because
shit.
they can't charge us the full price twice.
Yeah. And that's
But
I'm not gonna say you're
the
unfair.
the reasonable adult
Mm-hmm.
that understands economics and has taken a college level
Oh shit.
economics class.
Yeah.
I'm business pilled now, baby.
All right. So what is your conclusion then?
I agree. It should be
Okay.
$60.
Okay.
All of that just to
Great
say,
talk.
yeah,
Yeah.
$60.
Oh yeah. That's that's solid. I think they
Okay,
needed to be said.
this next one is insane.
I know it is. Yeah. I think even at the time people thought that this was absolutely absurd.
This
And
is your game, though.
well, hey, do you know how much I got this game for in
No.
present day? $14. That's how
Wow.
much in present day this game is valued at. Now,
Hmm.
that being said, I did say we're not going off of present day. I said we're going off of when it released. But that
Mm.
being said, I think it was worth pretty close to $14 when it came out. I think that this is like a $20 game. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's no way that the amount of content in this game,
Yeah.
no matter how good of a puzzle game it is,
Mhm.
a good puzzle game is still only worth like $20.
I'm going to be honest. Well, and hey, Puyo Puyo Tetris, I don't know how much that was retailed for, but that game I've played way more and it was like $20 when I got it. And
Yeah,
it's I think
and
I
let's be
yeah.
real, for the amount of energy and time and money that they put into developing Sushi Striker
Yeah.
The Way of Sushido,
Yeah.
like that shit is probably like just a little bit better than Apple iPhone arcade quality.
That's probably true. Yeah. If you look at gameplay, it kind of looks like a mobile game. So
Yeah,
yeah. No, I would
honestly, they
agree.
should have just released it for free and then have in-game purchases.
So are you saying you think it was free should have been free?
I say it should have been free with in-app purchases like Fortnite.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we're in agreement about that. I'm just going to say
you could say
$14.
$20. Say,
Okay, I'll say
yeah,
$20.
$14 is that, but you got to do 13.99.
Yeah, I got to do 13.99. Okay. Yeah. So that's I
Yeah.
okay, cool. I'm glad that we
I
came to that
actually think
consensus.
that for that game, from what I know about it, I think that probably like a $20 price tag is pretty
Would
reasonable, if I'm
be
being
pretty
real.
fair. Yeah. Well, in that case, the price that I got it at was a steal. So,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, pretty, bowed, I'm waiting for my trophy. No,
Hmm.
okay, let's go to Mario Tennis Aces now. This is another game I don't own. Um,
Another game I don't know.
honestly, I don't give a shit about any of the
You know
Mario
what I'm
sports games on the Switch.
realizing is
Mhm.
that I bought a lot of Switch games in 2017 and then
Yeah.
bought no Switch games in 2018,
Yeah. Not a yeah, except for probably Smash was probably the only one, right?
except for Smash.
And Kirby
Yeah,
Star Allies.
I did buy that and then I sold it to you.
You did, yeah. And I cherish it forever. It's my favorite. I kiss it goodnight
Hmm.
every night before I go to bed.
Thank you.
Um,
When I gave it to you, I whispered in its ear and I said, "Daddy Antonio will take good care of
in
you."
Kirby Star Allies' ear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I opened
that's
the
good.
case a little bit.
I see. Okay, gotcha. Um,
Yeah.
well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Mario Tennis Aces. I don't. I feel like these are like probably like $30 games if I'm being honest. I mean, like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just gonna say that. I think they're $30 games.
All right, I'm going back to serious mode on this one because like I feel
Okay,
like
I am
uh
being serious for the record.
yeah, no, but
Yeah,
like me personally, I've been kind of goofy these past couple minutes.
that's fair. And
So
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
need you to get a
say,
little bit more serious, actually. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, we still have 6 years to go
We
after
do.
this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think Nintendo kind of plays us like a fiddle with these Mario sports games
Yeah.
on the Switch.
Oh yeah. They
I
do.
think that they do not put the amount of effort
Hmm.
and energy into them that is needed to make a quality title.
I agree.
And I think they're kind of lame, if I'm being honest.
I do, and I don't own a single one, and frankly, I don't even think I've played a single one. But I don't have to. I feel like I've seen enough of them to realize everything that you're saying.
Well, yeah, same here. I don't own any of them,
Yeah,
and I don't want to.
I think I
When-
have.
Once
Yeah.
once I hear a review on one of these Mario sports games that's like they turned it around, this one's actually really good, guys.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna buy one.
And the funny thing is, yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, I think Mario Tennis Aces is considered the best out of all of the ones that they've released on Switch,
Yeah,
and that's saying a lot because
that's
like
true.
this one was the first one that came out. You'd think they would get better, but they didn't. Um,
No.
Yeah, no, I think this is $30, like especially considering they really didn't innovate with it at
I
all. Like I don't know.
I do think that the people who buy these games actually do have a decent time with them.
Probably
Um,
if yeah,
and I think that they actually do release with a decent amount of content.
probably this one did. Yeah.
This one,
I,
this one, maybe not the golf one,
yeah.
maybe not Battle League.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but so for Mario Tennis,
Mhm.
um, I'm pretty comfortable going with 40 on this one
Okay.
personally.
Then we'll meet in the middle and do 35.
Okay,
All right.
that's fair.
Sounds good. All right, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is next. So this is another one that was
Oh,
at launch retailed for $39.99.
was it also priced that on the Wii U?
I want to say that it was. It might have
Hmm.
been 50 on the Wii U. I did own this one on the Wii U, but I didn't
What the fuck
buy
is
it.
Nintendo's logic there, where they're like, okay, well, Donkey Kong is an extra $10 than it was when it originally released on the Wii U,
Yeah.
but Captain Toad is the same price.
Yeah, I don't know. But I will say like I feel like this game is good, but I do feel like it is inherently a little less valuable than Donkey Kong is.
Hmm.
But that being
Yeah,
said, I think $40 is a fair price for it.
it's a it's a slower paced game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that exciting. It's like you could consider it a puzzle game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I actually think that $40 is pretty good for
Well, and it's
that.
yeah, exactly. Like it's a puzzle game, but like I feel like there's enough layers to it that
Hmm.
it does kind of bump up the price to around there, you know. And there
Yeah.
is a fair
And
amount of
they did
content in it.
they added content to it as well, I believe, didn't they?
They did. They I think they added DLC for like an extra $6, but that was
I thought that
honestly
they I thought that they just like added Super Mario Odyssey levels
oh
for free.
oh no they did. They added some Super Mario
Okay.
Odyssey. Well, the funny thing is that they took out levels from the Wii U version and then they replaced them with Mario Odyssey levels, and then later they released DLC that was never in the Wii U version. So it was kind of weird. I don't know. But
Wait, what the fuck? They took out content?
they took, because in the Wii U game you could play levels that like you could play as Captain Toad in like Super Bell Hill and shit.
That's really stupid.
And then in the Switch version they took that out and you could play in New Donk City or something like that. It's a little weird, but
Why not just include both of them, bro?
because
Come on, Nintendo.
because at this
Get
point
with it.
Nintendo did not want to acknowledge Super Mario 3D World. They're like, we are doing everything in our power to not release that game yet.
Then 2 years later, they're like, all right.
They're like, okay, fine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, I think $40 is worth it for this one.
Actually, yeah, I guess I've never really thought about that, but I guess there was like a period of time where like I guess Nintendo just realized that there was a lot of backlash from 3D World, and they were like, we're gonna make up for it with Mario Odyssey, and then we're gonna release a game based off the side game from 3D World that
yeah.
everybody liked.
Uh-huh.
And then we're gonna re-release 3D World, but so we can make people like it, we're gonna add an extra campaign.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. But here's the I don't think people hated 3D World. It was just like not what people wanted at the time, but
people were a little unreasonable during the Wii U era. They were clamoring for more.
Yeah,
as they say.
Well, and we
so
didn't get that much, so
I think the ravenous appetite for a traditional 3D Mario experience kind of made people underappreciate 3D World, but 3D World is actually fantastic. I love that game.
Oh yeah, I loved 3D World when it came out, and I still love it, you know? Like,
yeah.
But I remember at the time, like, even though the Wii U wasn't doing well, I wanted one so bad. Yeah. And same with 3D World. But we'll talk about 3D
I forget,
World.
did you get your Wii U first, or did I get my Wii U first?
Well, I think we both got ours around the same time, but I think for whatever reason, I got mine a little before Christmas, and I think you got yours at Christmas.
I got mine Christmas 2013, the year that 3D World came out originally. So.
Yeah, that's the same time that I got it, but I remember getting it a little before Christmas, and then I got a couple games, and then at Christmas I got a couple more games. I was a little spoiled in that way.
Dude, I don't remember that, but I was probably so jealous of you.
Oh yeah, I probably and I mean, at the time I probably didn't try to. I probably was going off about it. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
you're like, look what my mom got me.
Yeah, well, but I did save up a bunch of money, and I think I ended up like helping pay for some of it because I wanted a Wii U that bad, you know.
Yeah.
But regardless, we'll talk about 3D World in a little bit. Hopefully, not too long from now.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the third Nintendo Labo. I forgot that this even came out. I feel like this is like $40.
Dude, this one is kind of an LOL moment.
Like who the hell cares? Who cares? I don't care. And I love Nintendo, but I don't care. It's kind of cool, I guess, but I don't know. Actually, sorry, I don't want to decide. But what do you think?
No. Keep. I agree.
Oh, okay.
But like. Nobody cared about this shit when it came out, did they?
No, I don't think so. I think people cared about the initial Labo kits, and then I think no one cared about the ones that came out later, and that's why Labo eventually stopped. You know,
it kind of picked up steam a little bit more with the VR kit because
did it though? Like we'll talk about that one, but.
Well, okay, so I remember when the vehicle kit. So when the first two came out, I was like, "Oh, actually, I could see myself buying one of those and putting it together. I think that'd be fun." Then the vehicle kit came out like 3 months later or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and I did not give a fucking shit.
No.
And then the VR one came out, and I was like, oh, well, that kind of renews my interest in Labo because it's like VR too. But
But
I
it was
never got
shitty
it.
VR
So
though, you know?
yeah.
So I don't know. I maybe am I being too much of a
You
hater?
know you know why I wanted the VR headset?
Why?
Because you could play the entirety of Breath of the Wild in VR. And granted, it would have been super low pixels and probably looked like garbage,
Yeah.
but it still would have been VR Breath of the Wild,
You got me there, you know. Hey, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you
I
okay? Fuck you.
what? Yeah, that you know what I'm saying. All right.
I know what you're saying.
Let's just move on. Let's move on to Super Mario Party. Fuck this game. I do own this one, unfortunately. Um,
Yeah.
I did get it I got it for like $30, and I was
hmm
like, maybe that's worth it. And I played a little bit of it. I was like, I'm not into this.
It was not until recently, actually, that I realized that people actually don't like this game.
Oh, really?
I thought I thought that this was like a generally pretty beloved game.
Well, to be fair, this has sold a lot. Like this specific one.
Oh yeah.
I think it sold
Well,
like 13 million copies.
I guess that's probably why I thought people liked it because it sold a lot. But it was also the first Mario Party on Switch, and so that's why it sold
Yeah,
that much.
exactly. I think, and I do think I'm a little jaded because I played Superstars first, and then I played this one.
Mm.
Maybe if I had played this one first, I would have appreciated it more, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think when it came out, like the attitude was more like, "Oh, well, finally a Mario Party that kind of returns to form."
Yeah.
But also, doesn't it only have like 4 boards in it?
Yeah, it only has 4 boards, and they're kind of shitty boards, and
Yeah.
it's really like it's like the original kind of like formula of Mario Party, but like watered down is how I see it. And so it just kind of makes for
Mm.
an underwhelming game. I think
I enjoy being a non-owner of this game,
yeah, that,
which
as
is
you
a
should,
weird
you
way to
should.
put it. But I every single time that I've played this game on somebody else's Switch, I have thoroughly enjoyed it.
Okay, well
I will say that.
I do remember playing this on other people's Switches in high school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And let me just say this.
Mhm.
I had a good time.
I did have a good time too. I'll admit that. I don't think I retained much from those experiences. I remember them happening, but
hmm
you know, like I don't know.
I think I think 4 boards deserves $40.
Okay, you know what? $10 per board. That's the
Yeah.
mentality. Yeah, I think I'll agree
Yeah.
with you. I'll put mine at 50 because I think there's enough. If you do enjoy the game, there's enough replay value that you could probably get $50 worth of content out of it. However,
Yeah.
I think
You could also say that about like Pokken.
that's true. But you know what
If
you
the keyword being if you enjoy it enough.
if you enjoy it exactly, yeah. All right. But can you say the same about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee? You don't have to answer
Uh,
that question.
no. Well, okay. Um, I don't own these games, but I have them because my brother owns them.
Right.
Um, so I've played. Yeah, we played through a decent amount of it. I think we got to like Saffron City or
Okay.
something. Um, and we both just kind of agreed. Well, I guess we're not specifically um basing our idea of what these should be priced at the quality or like our well, I guess we could the quality of the game.
That's
It's just
I don't
kind of
know.
boring.
I'm
What
kind of going off of
I
like I don't know, just kind of my sort of whatever reasoning I can make for it, you know.
yeah, you're the vibe of
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And my vibe, I wrote it down here. I think this game is worth 40 personally.
Um yeah, I just I hated that there was no like traditional Pokemon battling. I mean, there is
Yeah.
with like the trainers, isn't there? I can't
Well,
even
yeah, there
remember anymore.
is, but you know, that's only like I don't know. I just feel I didn't like the catching mechanic.
I've always described it as like baby's first Pokemon game.
Well, I actually that's very true. And I have a lot of like gripes about it that aren't even related to that. Like I don't like that you have to play the game with one controller. Like that was always
Yeah.
really annoying to me unless you're playing in handheld.
hmm
Um I didn't like that there was like basically no post-game content at all.
hmm
Um like there's just a lot of stuff that they just kind of dropped the ball on and I'm just like I just don't think $60 is a worthy asking price for it, you know?
hmm
Um especially
Yeah.
considering I feel like Fire Red on the Game Boy Advance was way better and it was I think it was only $40 when that came out, so
Um, well, Fire Red, like with inflation, that game was probably only like $30 when it came out. If I had
that
to wager a guess.
you're probably right. Yeah, I feel actually yeah, and I feel like nowadays that would probably be around like 60 in today's money, so maybe you're right. Um
And that guy, that guys,
got
audience,
that guy.
that game has the Sevi Islands
It does.
as post game
It
content,
has the Sevi Islands and you can
which is
catch
based as hell.
yes, and you can catch one of the legendary beasts in the post game, which is
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
So
And you get to see a Hypno traumatize a child in that post game.
that's
So
awesome.
that's
You can't do
cool, I
that in Let's
guess.
Go. You can't do that in Let's Go, and that alone is worth twenty
Can't do
dollars. I
that.
think that's why I went down to 40. But what do you think? What is your price?
Um, I like $40 because it um kind of removes a barrier of entry for the Pokemon because I know exactly what they're trying to do with this game.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to make it so that like people who were into Pokemon Go
Mm-hmm.
would have an easy introduction into the mainline games,
Exactly. Like
which I think makes sense. And I think that actually, when you look at it from that point of view, I think that the way that they designed the game
was
makes
kind of
a lot of
smart.
sense.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty smart.
I think they should have made it optional for you to have the traditional catching system though.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like they should have had like a toggle
Yeah,
for it in
cause
the
cause
menu or
why
something.
not? You know what I mean? Like what
Yeah,
you're not losing anything with
it
that.
would. I feel like it would have been so low effort for them to do it.
Yeah, I think they just wanted people to look at the game that liked Pokemon Go and just so go. Oh my God, go
Yeah.
Pokemon Go. you know? Yeah. So
Big font.
that's what they wanted people to do, and frankly, I
Yeah.
just think it was a little. I just don't think it was worth it. But yeah, sorry, I got a little passionate on that one. But we're gonna move on. Oh, we're losing connection.
Oh,
Hello, hello, Donovan,
bro, you
bro.
there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hello,
Hello?
hello.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, we're so back. We're so
We
back.
are so back. All right, and we are back with quite possibly one of the best games on the Switch, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yeah, that's right. I went there.
We don't even have to talk about this one. It's
No, I
sixty
think this one
dollars.
is yes. Like I don't think there's any debate. I don't. We don't even need to elaborate. You don't need to elaborate. Same with
Actually, they didn't include Geno, and so actually, I think
that's
it's worth
true.
$5.
And they didn't have Geno in New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe either, but I think that one is actually worth $1,000. No. Okay. So what do you think about this one? What do you think about New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe? You don't own this game, do you?
No, and I never owned it on the Wii U
Yeah, you never.
either.
That's
I
right.
o-
Yeah.
I only had New Super Luigi U.
Mm-hmm. Which is included
But
in this, by the way.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still gonna say it's worth $40.
Okay, I think that's. I'm leaning towards 50. I'm gonna be honest
Why?
because you get two campaigns. Two campaigns.
They're
Two.
like basically the same thing.
No, Luigi U has different physics and the timer is 100 seconds. So that makes it
And
worth 50. No, you can no. I don't. I see your point. Why it should be worth 40. It's
and
just
when you wipe your ass with the game cartridge, it doesn't clean your asshole.
yeah.
I- yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's late. uh, no, I don't know. This is just an underwhelming game. Like that's just like that's
Mhm.
the only way I can think to put it, and so I can see why people would not value it that much. Um,
Yeah,
it did sell a lot though, like a lot.
of course it did. Okay, here's a question that I have for you to look up right now.
Okay,
Did it sell more than Mario Wonder has at this point? Or has Mario
let's
Wonder now
see.
outsold um New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe
Well,
Switch, whatever the fuck?
so New Super Mario Bros. US sold 17.61 million as of June of this year, and
Mm,
Mario Wonder has sold 13.44 million as of March of
that's
this
some
year,
bullshit.
which is
Mario Wonder is so much better.
yeah, but keep in mind Mario Wonder came out at this point almost like oh wait, it's literally a year ago today. um
Really?
of the day that we're
Oh
recording this.
fuck.
Yeah, it came out exactly a year
You're
ago. That's funny,
right.
see. But that's really good for a whole year. This is like within like 4 or 5 years. So 6 years
Yeah.
almost.
And
Yeah.
also Wonder came out like late in the Switch's life,
Yeah.
so
So taking that in consideration, I feel like it might end up outselling New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, maybe, or at least getting closer to it. Too.
it should. It should
I
because it's the
agree.
superior game.
I completely agree, but New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe has Toadette or
It
Peachette.
just pisses me off because why are consumers so fucking dumb? Why can't these simpletons see what I see?
You should do a TED talk about that. I think that would be
Y'all are
really interesting, actually.
just go up on stage and be like, y'all are fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Why are you supporting these half-assed games?
yeah. But would you really say that about Yoshi's Crafted World, though? Would you really?
Yeah.
Don't answer that, actually. um. Okay, I actually. So you are very strongly opinionated when it comes to the Yoshi games. Um, I'm not as strongly opinionated, but I can still recognize which games are better than others. Um, that being said, I did like Yoshi's Crafted World.
When did you buy that game?
I got this game as a gift about a year ago,
About a year ago.
and I played through the entirety of it in like a couple weeks, and I thought it was very pleasant.
What do you say it's worth?
I think it's probably worth like 40.
Okay.
So, yeah.
My under Donovan's price, just write he says go play the original on SNES Online
Okay.
and then get back to me.
Oh my god, the way that I have to type is so bad. Okay.
What are you typing on?
Well, I'm typing on this keyboard, but I like my setup is just not.
Oh, you have your mic
I have my mic
right
in
in front of
front,
your
like right
face.
here. It's just the table that I'm using is like not optimal. Okay.
That is like not ideal, bro.
NSU. NSU.
NSU.
Okay.
NSO.
Okay, cool. And we're gonna make the final price.
Just say 40. Just say
Okay,
40.
I'll say 40. Okay. That's fair. Okay. Now here's the big VR kit, the big Nintendo Labo VR kit. Holy shit, $80. Go ahead, pay $80 for it. Pay $80 to
I
play
won't.
Zelda in shitty VR low resolution. Um, I
Mm-mm.
don't know, man. This
Not it.
what do you, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not. I just don't care.
Okay, but so my again, I don't
Yeah.
know enough about this thing.
Okay.
But are there a lot of games that are included in this,
Okay,
or
like included with it, or like that are compatible with it.
included with it.
I don't I don't think there's any that are included with it. Well, maybe at least one, but I think the
I'm pretty sure it's like another variety pack of just VR centric games.
oh, I didn't know that. That's I guess well, I don't know if they're good though. I don't
I
know.
definitely didn't hear a lot of buzz about them when
Cuz
they
you
came out.
cuz you have to cuz like you have to go like this the whole time, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just
No,
like
I
who
think
wants to do that?
strap. There's a strap.
What? There was a strap?
Yeah, there's a strap.
I I did not know that. I thought you had to hold it up to your face like this.
No.
Well,
Well,
okay. That makes it me bump it up
I'm
to
pretty sure I'm
$30.
pretty sure that there's a strap and you just hold the Joy-Cons in your hand.
Okay,
But
well
I
that's
could
kind
be
of
wrong
cool.
about that. I could be wrong about that.
No, you might be right cuz I'm thinking the reason why I think you might be right is cuz I'm thinking about the oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking
No,
about the
no.
me costume in Smash Brothers that has it. No? Is that not or no,
Um,
I might be thinking wrong. It might be that might be the Labo robot. There's like a me costume with a Labo robot.
yeah.
I think that's what I'm thinking of. Don't listen to
Um,
me. Don't listen to me.
no, I know what me costume you're talking about. Um, and it does have a strap over the head. But how did they get the motion control of the VR headset when you're moving your face around like this? How did they get that without the Joy-Cons? Because the Joy-Cons are able to sense how you're pointing them, but the
So
Switch console itself, the screen, does not do that.
that makes
So
me think,
actually, now that
yeah,
I think about it, I think you probably did have to hold it up to your face.
yeah, which is like
Yeah,
really lame.
yeah. Uh,
I'm saying twenty
we
dollars.
can keep talking about this,
Uh huh.
but I'm really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
SRS in chat? Okay.
Yep. Okay. What are you
Um,
saying?
I am gonna say I'm just getting water.
Okay.
I'm taking you guys on a journey with
Oh
me.
shit, dude. This I'm excited. I like. There's like just a perpetual cricket at the bottom of your screen right now.
Is there really?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
From when I
From when you did that
from
epic emote or whatever, or
from when I
reaction
did
or whatever.
this?
Yeah, when you did that, that's pretty
Did it
awesome.
go away?
No, it's still there. I don't know why. I don't know how
Still
to get
there.
rid of it, but I
Is it like over my face?
mm, it's just kind of like on the very bottom of your screen. It's not really covering anything. Yeah,
That's kind of
it's
hilarious.
pretty
Not gonna
awesome.
lie.
Yeah, but what would you price
Um,
Labo VR at?
oh right, the question of the hour.
Yeah.
I would personally, I would buy that for like $40.
Okay. So then let's meet in the middle and say $30. I think that's fair. Oops, not 229.
Water.
Okay. Water. Okay. Moving on.
Uh,
Oh wait,
I'm
I'll wait
still
to
here.
okay.
No, I'm still here. I'm just off camera.
Next we have Super Mario Maker 2.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a pretty hype release when it came out. I
Mm-hmm.
remember. Me and
Yeah.
you drove to the store with some peeps to go get it. Well, I didn't have a Switch, but I watched you guys get it. Holy shit.
Beagle.
Beagle. I think that's worth $60. That
I
pig.
bought that for a single dollar. But yeah.
Yeah. I would buy 60.
Um, Mario Maker 2,
Mhm.
yes, I was very hyped for that game
Mhm.
because obviously we both love the original Mario Maker on
Oh
Wii
yeah.
U.
That was one of my top Wii U games.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I agree.
So,
Um,
yeah.
and I also think that Mario Maker 2 is not that great of an upgrade.
You know, in a lot of ways you're right. However,
Uh-huh.
I think that with how much just like unlimited content you have in this game, I feel like
Hmm.
if you're I feel like anyone could get $60 worth of entertainment out of it, you know?
Yeah.
And
Um,
that's not even considering the fact that you can make levels, you know?
right. Yeah, I think that this game is definitely worth the $60.
Mm-hmm.
There are multiple online modes.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much variety in the level possibilities that you can make.
And there's a whole campaign of Nintendo levels on top of that. You don't even have
Hmm.
to play any user submitted levels.
And the Nintendo levels are like almost the best part of that game. They're really good.
I agree. I did not play that many user levels in my time playing it, but I did play through the whole campaign and I
Hmm.
enjoyed it.
Yeah,
So overall, and you know what? Talking about it right now kind of making me kind of want to play it. I'm gonna be honest.
it's
Um,
not making me want to play it.
that's fair.
That
But
being said, like, and this is a me problem. This
yeah.
is not a every Switch owner who also owns Mario Maker 2 problem.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I do uphold the sentiment that I had a lot more fun with the first Mario Maker just because of how novel of a concept it was at the time.
And it worked so perfectly
And
on the Wii U too. So
that that I was gonna say the two things that everybody always says when they're talking about Mario Maker 2 is that one, they took away the amiibo costumes and that's bullshit,
yeah.
and I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And two, yeah, the touchscreen just is not, the level making is just not as fun
Yeah.
without the touchscreen.
Exactly. And I do agree.
Which you can still use the touchscreen if you use your
Yeah,
finger,
but it's shitty.
but it's not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I can forgive the controls because it's not really Nintendo's fault. But the Mii costumes being gone is just
Yeah.
absolutely like why? Why not? Why not put them in
Yeah,
the
that
game? You know?
that pissed me
You
off.
could have put
I
more. Because by the time this game came out, there was more amiibo. So it was just like, yeah.
I think
But yeah.
if they would have if they ever make a Mario Maker 3,
Which they
which
will.
I'm sure
They
they
will.
will,
Yeah.
um I just want them to add more games, you know? I want them to have like a Super Mario Land, a Super Mario Land 2.
Mm-hmm.
They could do Super Mario Wonder style at this point.
Dude, that would be awesome. I don't know
That'd be great.
how if they could implement the Wonder Flower. I think that would be too complex for them to do that,
Yeah.
but maybe they could
Even
figure it
without it
out.
though, there's so much cool
Even
stuff in that
without it.
game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was replaying Mario Wonder the other day and I was having a blast. So,
Hmm.
no, I think this is definitely worth asking price. But what about Fire
Yeah.
Emblem Three Houses? The question that always comes down to, what about Fire Emblem Three Houses? Um I do
Just
own
say
this game.
$60, bro.
And I did play it. I did play it a little bit. Um,
Just say it's $60, man.
I, I I'm gonna say it's
What?
I'm gonna say it's
Do
50.
you actually have an opinion on
I'm
this?
gonna say it's 50. I don't know. I just don't feel like it's like that much more of a substantial game when compared to like the 3DS ones. I don't know.
Hmm.
And even then, 50
Okay.
is more than the 3DS ones would have been. But maybe I really don't have an opinion though. Like that's that worth it. So.
Oh man. Um,
Whatever. We could just say 60.
the reason I want to say 60 is because like
It is an HD game. I don't know.
it's yeah, it and like you can get so many hours out of that game. You could play that game for like 100 hours.
That's true. That's true.
And
Someone out there could.
that
I don't know if I would, but someone out there could.
well, that I mean, games like that are not made for you, dude.
No. I wanted
No
to give it a
offense.
shot though. I wanted to give it a shot because I always ride them off and I didn't get the other Fire Emblem game on Switch, but
I
I did get this
believe
one.
you when you say that,
Mhm.
but at the same time, I know you went into the game thinking like, I'm gonna give this a shot, but in the back of your mind, you were like, I don't think I'm gonna be into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not worth $60. Which
I think it's worth $60 for the audience that it's for.
all right.
I think that
Fair enough.
like Xenoblade 2, I think that like there's an audience and they get their grubby little hands on those games and they
Yeah.
go crazy
They're
for
like, yes. Give me wait. Anyway,
it.
that was an odd
Don't ever
gesture.
do that again. Don't
No.
ever fucking do that again.
What, this? That? Don't do this?
Don't ever fucking do that again.
Link's Awakening. You got this game at launch.
Mm,
What do you think
no,
about
I
it?
didn't.
You didn't or you did?
I did not. Keaton got it
Oh.
for Christmas that year.
Oh. Okay.
I don't even own this game. My brother does.
That I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were a real Zelda fan, but I guess not.
I want to own this game, and once I move out, I will probably buy it just so I have
Fair.
it.
Yeah. That's fair.
Um, but oh my God, I fucking love this game. This game is like, honestly, it's like such a fucking classic. And like, I never even played as a kid, but I'm pretty confident in saying that it's my favorite 2D Zelda.
Oh wow.
Um,
You're talking about the
and
Switch version specifically, right?
yeah, I own the original on my 3DS, like Virtual Console as
Mm-hmm.
well. But I didn't actually play it until I played the Switch version.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, like I was weirdly hesitant to play it at first
Mm-hmm.
because even though I love Zelda, um, I actually don't really have a good reasoning for it. I think I was just being stupid. I was like, this won't be very good because this game is old.
Right.
But then I played it and like this game is so fucking good. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I know you've played it recently,
Yeah,
right?
I beat the Switch version pretty recently, yeah.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
Um, yeah, I fucking love this game. And God, I have I'm really passionate about my
Just
love for this game, as you can tell, but it's just so good.
mm-hmm.
And like the ending always makes me cry. It's fantastic.
It's a pretty
The
powerful yeah.
the narrative is like it hits you surprisingly hard, where
Mm-hmm.
it just kind of comes out of nowhere
It's
too.
just
It's
such
like
a feel good game. Like you play it and you're just feeling good, you know? Like
yeah, yeah, that's
the
true.
vibes are immaculate, you know, and
The
considering
gameplay
and the
is
gameplay is
yeah,
good.
it's
And
so good.
and the music is like, you know, just like fun to listen to. The Animal Village. Do
Yeah.
do 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 do
Oh
do
my
do.
God.
Yeah.
Dude, the Mabe village is amazing
Oh yeah.
too. Dude.
It's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that game
That being
with
said,
all of my heart.
I is it worth $60 though? Because that is the question we're going to answer right, or trying to answer right now.
Yeah, and I I respect anybody who would say that like this is worth $50 or $40.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm gonna.
if you say that, I think that's fair. I think $50 is fair.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm leaning
I think
towards. I'm leaning towards 40 if I'm being honest.
I think it probably could have sold more if it was 40 or 50
Probably, yeah.
and reached a wider audience,
Uh huh.
but I don't know, man. I just think the game is so like I just think it's so good that it's worth $60 in my mind.
It is. I mean, like, and I'm not denying that it's good because it is. But I'm just thinking about
Hmm.
like the. It is a remake, first of all, which it's a
Yeah.
beautiful remake, but it is technically an old game. Like, you know, the
Hmm.
actual like base of the game was already done. They just had to polish it up. And which probably
Yeah.
took a while because they did a lot to it, you know, from going from Game
I
Boy to
mean,
this
yeah.
version.
They built it from the ground up, but
They did.
like you said, it's still it's still the same game.
Exactly, yeah. And that's partially why I would want to price it lower. Like,
Yeah.
and that being said, like, we're gonna talk about a different 2D Zelda game that's not a remake
Yeah.
in like 2 hours now. um, hopefully
Good
not.
lord.
But anyway, okay. I'll just try to wrap up my thoughts. Basically, like I'm just gonna say 40 because I feel like based on the type of game it is, I feel like
Hmm.
that is a more fair expectation for the amount of content you're getting out of it. But I don't know, man. I'm tempted to go 50 because I feel like it is so good that it does deserve to at least be a little bit more, you know?
Hmm. Okay.
Do you want to just meet in the
I think
middle
that
and say 50?
yeah, let's
Okay.
meet in the middle.
Okay. I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
All right. Next up we got Ring Fit Adventure. So, this is kind of an odd game, but, you know, it's it's uh it's pretty it's pretty cool. I think I like it. I played it.
I've been I've been tempted to return to this game
Yeah,
recently.
me too. I did
Not
fall
for
off of
any
it.
specific reason, but
Mhm.
just because I feel like I only did like the first few worlds,
Yeah, same here.
so that was probably about a month of playtime.
Yeah.
And I actually was like uh pretty into it. Like
Mhm.
I was motivated to I was like I want to see what happens at the end. I want to see how it goes
Yeah.
and how if the levels keep inventing new ideas and stuff.
Yeah. And it was legitimately like fun to play. Like, it was a workout, but it was like, it was
Yeah.
engaging, which I liked. They found ways
And
to
it's a
like
good workout too. Like
it
I was
is. Yeah.
sweating.
It's a substantial workout. Yeah. Especially like,
Hmm.
just like the more that you play it, the more you realize like, oh yeah, you know, they make you do a lot, but it's cool. It's cool. It's
They
good.
cooked they cooked with Ring Fit
They
Adventure.
cooked with
And
Ring Fit Adventure. Yeah.
I would be happy if they made Ring Fit Adventure too. I would buy it.
Or yeah, or some game like it. Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
That being said, like it's kind of weird to think that it's $80. Like I feel like I know it
Yeah.
comes with that ring peripheral and like the leg strap and stuff, but like even then, is it really gonna be priced that much more for that? Like I feel like $60 is still a
Hmm.
decent asking price for it.
That yeah, this one is interesting because it's one of the only games that you actually need that peripheral to play it.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
like that's really like dependent on like the cost of manufacturing in my mind. It's like how much did
Yeah.
that fucking thing
And
cost to
it
make?
might, and maybe it did cost a decent amount because it's fairly sturdy. I mean, it has to be because you're going like this
Hmm.
on it over and over. Um, but I
Yeah.
don't know, man. I'm just going off of my gut. My gut is saying 60, maybe
Um
70, but 60. I'm going 60 for now. Holy shit, the lights came on.
the lights came on. Hold on. Wait. Fucking uh Dean lights, the red.
The red Dean lights, yeah, awesome.
Um Yeah, if I'm not gonna consider the cost of manufacturing in my decision. I'm gonna say 60 as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and like
Yeah.
because the reason why I'm not considering manufacturing costs is because I don't I don't have a good way to base my opinion about that. Like I don't know how much it would cost to
Yeah.
make that kind of thing. For all I know, it costs $500 to make one Switch game. I don't know. No, I'm kidding.
Oh
Um,
God.
but anyway, okay. Also, just so you know, if you want, we could stop and then continue it like another night if you really want to.
I was gonna suggest because I don't want to stay up till 3,
Yeah,
and I also don't want to like rush through the rest of it.
right.
I'd rather us keep taking our time. So
Yeah.
honestly, I was gonna suggest that we stop after 2019 and then pick it up another night.
Okay. I think that's fair. Because I don't have a
The
Yeah.
The first ever 2-part. Well, you
Yeah.
would release it in one part,
Yeah,
right?
I would just put it out as one video, but like it'll be like it'll just cut and then we'll be like we'll look like slightly different. But yeah. But I
Yeah,
don't care. Like I don't have a day that I'm going to post this yet, so um
yeah.
but yeah, sure. Let's just let's go to the end of 2019 and then we can call
Why
it
why why does this always happen when we talk about Nintendo shit?
cuz
It's
we have a
like
lot to say.
whenever we film videos about Nintendo shit,
We
it
cuz
always turns into like a fucking 4-hour video.
because we both have so much to say about each and every game that we, like
Yeah,
a couple passionate bros.
we're
That's a
so pilled, dude.
we are Nintendo pilled. But I think it's fun to, you know what? Regardless of what you say about Nintendo's games, I think they're fun to discuss at least, But
Hmm.
not everyone
Yeah.
might think that, but um
I think that's just an us thing, bro.
yeah, it might just be an us thing. But I I oh my god, why can't I think right now?
Because you're tired,
Oh,
because it's
I'm
1 o'clock.
realizing that it might be very, if we do a video where we talk about where we rank each year of the Switch, it might be pretty similar. but
Hmm.
but we're going to be approaching it from a different angle because we're not going to be worrying about price in that video,
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that justifies us doing it that way. But and that video I want to do in person if we do that one.
yeah. Don't we have
Yeah.
to? We have to do a Wii U one as well, right?
Yeah, I want to do a Wii U one and I want to do a regular DS one too. Cuz we did the 3DS one.
Okay,
But I think we
but
should
we do a
do
Wii one.
we could do a Wii one as well, yeah.
I think that'd be we should um we should do the Switch one last, and so
Well, yeah.
it's like far enough away from this conversation
Yeah, that's true.
where it feels fresh.
Well, and the Switch is still getting games, so it's like I don't
Yeah,
feel like it's justified to do it yet, right?
not for much
Not
longer.
probably not for much longer
Hopefully.
though. Um, we should also talk about Alarmo in just one single video. No.
Okay.
No. Let's just continue with this. I'm getting tired too. Um,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's finish 2019.
Let's finish 2019. Okay. So next up, we got Luigi's Mansion 3. So this is another game that I actually have finished this one entirely. I can't say that about all of these
Hmm.
games, but I have finished this one and I quite enjoyed it. And
Yeah.
that's what I think. I think, but that's what I think. I think that I enjoyed it. Um,
My hypothesis is that I did
is that
enjoy
I
this
did in
game.
fact enjoy my time playing. That being said, I don't know if it's worth 60. Like I feel like that's kind of a lot
Hmm.
for a game like this. I don't know. I don't know. It is really
I
good.
don't think so.
You don't think?
I I I think there's enough content in this game, and there's enough like this is one of those games where like there's a lot of collectibles in it too.
That's true. And I did not get all the collectibles when I played.
Wow, this game really came out on Halloween.
Yeah. Which is funny because they
Huh.
like Nintendo
I don't
was
remember that.
releasing all of their games on Fridays and then for Luigi's Mansion 3 they were like Thursday because I know I would be
Yeah,
the only one that wouldn't care about that, but I just think it's a little interesting. But
that's interesting.
it is, yeah, it was on Halloween. Um but it was a very appropriate release day because it was spooky. And the
Yeah.
most scary game of all time is Luigi's Mansion. So
It would have been really funny if the game just came out on November 1st.
yeah, yeah, or yeah, exactly. Just like yeah,
It's
because
like we know you were having fun last night, and now you can focus on our game.
yeah, exactly. Um, but what do you think about this game? And how valuable do
Um,
you think it is?
it's a great game,
Mm-hmm.
and weirdly enough, and I think this is just a nostalgia thing.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like Dark Moon more. However, if I went back and played both of them
That's a
one after
take
the
for
other,
sure.
I think I would like I think I probably like 3 more, but
Hmm.
like my nostalgia brain wants me to say that I like Dark Moon more.
Well, that makes. I
Um,
mean, they do play differently in a lot of ways.
yeah,
Like as
that's also true.
in terms of like yeah structure and yeah. Um.
Yeah, and that's honestly that's it's kind of cool as an architecture major because they base the structure of the game around the type of building.
Yeah, that's right. Because in the other one, you're going between right. Yeah,
Oh my
you're
God.
going
Yeah.
between
No,
rooms.
I'm such a nerd for saying that, but it's
And
true.
this one, you're climbing the tower. Wow, Donovan,
Yeah.
I've never wanted to take your lunch money more than I do right now. Um.
Holy shit.
No, I don't know. I think that this game is really good. I want to kind of say it's worth 60, but I'm leaning more towards 50. But I don't know real I don't really know
Um,
why. I just feel like I,
I
you know.
feel like this game and Link's Awakening were kind of their big games for 2019, weren't they?
And Mario
Oh,
Maker.
Sword and Shield.
And Mario Maker though. I would argue Mario Maker was
Yeah.
probably the biggest, but well, yeah.
Sword and Shield was the
Well,
biggest.
Sword and Shield probably was the biggest, but it was like if you count Pokemon kind of like as its own entity, you know. Um which I kind of
Mm,
do, but you're right. Pokemon was
I do, but not in this context.
okay. Well, that's
Not when
fair.
we're talking about prices.
Yeah. Sword and Shield was absolutely their biggest game of this year. I think, yeah. But we're not talking about that yet. We're talking about Luigi's Mansion 3. So what do you think? Do you think it's $60?
Um, no, actually, I'm gonna stick with you. I'm gonna go 50.
Okay. I don't really know why though. I don't know why I'm leaning more towards 50.
Yeah, I don't really know why either.
I can't make sense of it, but that's you know what? Sometimes that's
Other
okay.
than just other than just to be a
To
a
just
crowd following little numbskull
yeah, but
and
some
follow
people would be
you.
like, this game sucks ass. It's actually worth $1. Yeah, I don't know, but
I think what? No, nobody dislikes Luigi's
no, I'm
Mansion
kidding.
3,
Well,
right?
no,
Fuck them.
I think even people that aren't into
Screw
Nintendo
those people.
would be able to see Luigi's Mansion and be like, okay, that's a cool, that's a neat little game, right? I don't know.
Bro, if they have Luigi's Mansion 4 next year,
I don't know about
it's
next
over.
year, but maybe pretty soon.
I could
Yeah,
see it. I could, well, actually, no, they just released the Dark Moon
they just did
uh
Luigi's
remake.
Mansion 2 HD, which is such a
Yeah.
great. I'm so glad that that's worth $60. I'm so excited to talk about that one. Um, but yeah, let's talk about Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 because this game is everyone's favorite. Everyone talks about it all the time because it's so good. Because it's
Hmm.
such a good game. I've never played it before,
So
but
good.
I don't have to play it. Frankly, I just know in my heart
Yeah.
that it's just the best game in the world. Um, I
That
don't know,
being
man.
said,
$40. I'm gonna say $40 for this one.
I was also gonna say $40. And I've only ever played the one on the Wii.
I
But
was about to ask you if you've played any of them, but yeah.
based off the content, I didn't own it, but based off the content in that game, it's uh it's mostly just like a mini game collection, but like the mini games aren't even the types of mini games that you would have fun playing with your friends in person.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of it's honestly like in terms of like the form of the game,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of reminds me of like 1-2 Switch. Where
You know what?
they're just like these stupid little mini games where you use the motion controls and you're like, ha 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 ha, this is
you know
fun,
it's
and then you never want to play it ever
I
again.
feel like I feel like you might be have been the first person to ever make that comparison, but I feel like you're kind of
But I'm
right.
on to
I
something.
feel
I'm
like you
on to
are onto
something.
something though, because like I feel like that's pretty accurate. Like, because I've seen like gameplay of the mini games, and they really don't look that complex. Like you play them, and you're like,
No.
oh, okay, that was kind of fun, but it's like you can go the rest of your life without playing them again. You know?
Hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know anyone that's like out there that's like dying to play the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games
Yeah.
series. You know?
It's
Um.
kind of like if you had it's also like if you had Mario Party, but only like the shitty mini games, but
Yeah,
no board game.
yeah. Because I don't even think these games have like campaigns, do they? I don't know. I legitimately don't know.
I think I weirdly enough, I think that they do.
I bet they're stupid campaigns.
Yeah, I don't think they're well made, but
Probably not. But it's funny
actually,
because
you know what?
mm,
This game actually, I do remember a substantial amount about it because I remember they have like an 8-bit mode.
mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And that was part of the story mode, was that
Mm.
like
Oh.
you would like go back and forth between like the 8-bit slash 16-bit world of
Mm-hmm.
Mario and Sonic,
Yeah.
and then you could play the mini games in either the modern style or the classic style,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of cool, honestly.
That is I'll give you that. That's pretty cool. And I that's what I remember hearing is like I remember people saying that like these games were like kind of shitty, but then this one came out and was like a little better than the previous ones, you know.
Hmm.
And I think that was like part of the reason why was that mode. But
Yeah.
I don't know. That being
That being said,
said,
I still would never buy it for anything besides like collection purposes.
I have not had any reason to buy it because it has not been at a price that I think is reasonable to get at. Um,
Hmm.
but I don't know, man. I feel like $40 is pretty worth it. Maybe 50, but I'm leaning towards 40.
Yeah, I think 40 is good.
All right.
Especially considering like I keep thinking about like what games could have been considered like 3DS games,
Mm-hmm.
and 3DS games were $40, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah, exactly. That's
I feel like
mm-hmm.
Mario and Sonic is like the same value to me as like a 3DS game would have been.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, and I mean and you know what? Riding off of that sort of opinion, let's talk about Pokemon Sword and Shield. Um so cuz there was a lot of people at the time when these games were coming out or when they were like getting trailers that were like this just looks like an up-resed 3DS game, you know?
Yeah,
And
I was one of them.
I honestly I was too. I didn't have a Switch. I wasn't gonna get these games on release, but I was like watching the trailers and I was like, this is not that like crazy looking. Um, it did look.
These games piss
Wait, hold on. Wait, say that again. Hello,
me off because like
hello,
uh,
hello. Oh, I see you now. Okay, we're good. We're
I'm doing like the Jiro McQuai, like the
is that an anime
yeah.
thing?
No, it's like I know you know what I'm talking about. It's like the
Jerome Okwai?
fucking yeah, it's like those early 2000s music videos where the guy he has a top hat. It's like a music video. You would know what I it's a meme. You would know what I was talking about
Okay. Well, right now
if
you
I
just
showed
said.
it.
Right now you just kind of
It's
sound
like
like.
it's like a guy and he's doing like this,
Yeah.
but there's like a frame around him, and he's not moving. He's like completely still, but he's like getting closer to the camera. It's funny.
I swear I'll look it up later and I'll laugh. I swear.
I'll
Um.
send it to you after this.
Okay. Um. So Pokemon Sword and Shield. You
Hmm.
said these get. Last thing I heard from you was that you said these games pissed you off.
Yeah, I like hardcore boycotted these games, dude.
Oh
Like
shit.
I was with you. You remember? I know you remember when this game came out. Like people were mad about this game.
Yeah. This was like one of the first games or Pokemon games that had come out in a while that I actually saw like polarizing reception towards. You know.
Yeah, because here's the thing: all the 3DS Pokemon games were pretty good. They're really
Mm-hmm.
good, and I don't know. I feel like I need to watch some video essays on this game to like to
To form my
understand
opinion.
to exactly understand what my problem is with this game because it's hard for me to articulate. But like
Mm,
we've talked about before, it really just comes down to the amount of effort and the lack of like innovation in the
mm-hmm.
Pokemon franchise. And I think this game specifically was just the turning point for me where I was like, okay, we're on Switch and all of these series, Mario and Zelda especially, are like they're innovating, they're trying
Mm-hmm.
new things. And meanwhile, Pokemon is over here with a fucking Nintendo 64 looking ass tree
Mm-hmm.
and
And they're the
like the
biggest they're the biggest media company in the world,
exactly,
you know? Yeah.
exactly.
I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head with that. I feel like that's like pretty much wrap or sums up what my problem with it was. It just didn't feel like it didn't feel like we were entering a new generation of like Pokemon games. It was like just, oh, it's just the same routine shit. It just looks a little better now, you know.
Yeah.
The wild area was like a cool
Dude,
concept.
the fucking wild area,
The
and then like
the
all the
wild
all
area.
the defenders of the game, like they like pushes up glasses and they're like, yeah, but the wild area is kind of impressive, isn't it? It's like, no, it fucking isn't.
Okay, look. Given what we had before in Pokemon games, the wild area was kind of a big deal. I'll say
You're
that.
just like the rest of them.
Okay,
You're
well,
just
maybe I
like the
am.
rest of
Maybe
them.
I am, but I'm going to keep going about it
Hey,
because
I'll say this,
yeah.
but let me just say this.
Okay.
The wild area is better than the open world of Scarlet and Violet, I think.
Oh, wow, that's a really bold stance.
And I say that as somebody who hasn't even played Sword and Shield.
I
But
think
I
I'm
did play Scarlet and Violet,
I
and I hated the open world in that game.
I think I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, but we can talk about Scarlet and Violet another day, and we'll
Oh yeah.
we'll come back to that conversation. But in regards to the okay, but like looking at it in regards to what we got before Sword and Shield, and only what we got before, I think Sword and Shield, like the wild area was a nice concept. It was like showing like, okay, at least they're implementing something that's trying to encapsulate more of a scope, more of a
Okay.
larger
But bro,
scope,
look at what
you
look
know?
at what you're saying. The concept of
Yeah.
it.
Well,
Yeah, the
but that's the
concept of
thing.
it was nice.
Yes. I'm
But
trying
look at
to
the execution of it.
well, I'm trying to give them credit where it's due, but that doesn't mean I can't have problems with it. I'm gonna agree. Like, I'll just let you know, I'm not gonna say this is worth $60. I'm absolutely
Okay.
not. But I will say this: like, they did do a lot. They did do things with the wild area that I thought were cool, like having overworld Pokemon, having rare encounters, like that kind of stuff was
Mm-hmm.
cool. We didn't get that in previous. We didn't get that on the 3DS. We didn't get anything like that on
Yeah.
3DS. It was only random encounters, and everyone would complain about random encounters, but that's all that we got. Um, so I liked that aspect of it, and and you know what, the graphics did look decent. The not in the wild area, in every other area other than the wild area, I think they look decent. In the wild
Yeah.
area, there was some things to be desired. And I thought that look, I guess this is kind of comparing it to what came after. It ran pretty well. The game ran well, you know.
Yeah.
So other than that, those are pretty much my only like defense about it. Other than that, I do agree like this was a pretty underwhelming effort, you know.
It's just like so ho hum business as usual
Yeah.
that I can't get behind pricing it more than the 3DS Pokemon games. And
I
so
was
I'm gonna say
I was
$40.
going to say $40, yeah. I do kind of think that's what it was worth. And then it was like it was bizarre to me because they then came out with DLC that was $25. And I did play the DLC, I did buy it, I did play it, and I liked
Hmm.
it. But when you think about it as a full package, that's a $85 amount of content that really, I mean, like it's not, I don't think it's worth that much, you know.
And I'm gonna insult you a little bit here. It
Okay.
is exactly because of chumps like you that they keep getting away with it.
Mm-hmm. I know. I'm aware. Yeah.
Uh,
I'm a part of the problem.
but we'll
Um,
get to the other Pokemon games earlier or
we
later
oh
in the
we
list,
will.
and
We
I'm excited to do so.
Me too, because honestly, I have a lot more. I think there's a lot more interesting things to say about the other Pokemon games that we'll talk about than there is about this one. I think this one is probably like
Hmm.
the least interesting to talk about, right? Um, and,
Agreed.
and that's saying a lot because we still talked a decent amount about it.
I'm
Um,
also surprised that they were able to get all the way, like basically like almost 3 years into the Switch's life before they released like a brand new Pokemon generation of it.
well, they did just come out with a new one with Sun and Moon the year before the Switch came out, so it would have been a little weird if they
Right.
like, if anything, I would have thought they would have done like an upresed Sun and Moon on the Switch, But that's what a lot of people thought they were gonna do. Um,
Wasn't there a thing where like uh people thought they were gonna make Pokemon Stars?
yeah, I remember
And
seeing
then
like fake leaks about that.
I wanna say so like around the time that we're recording this,
Mm-hmm.
there's like a bunch of Pokemon leaks
Oh
going
yeah,
around.
right.
And I'm pretty sure I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure like a week ago I saw on Twitter that like they had uncovered that the Pokemon Company did originally have like a I don't know if it was like a demo or like a they just got Sun and Moon running on the Switch or something like that. But I think it was
Mm.
something to prove that like they were at some point developing like a Gen 7 uh threequel
Mm.
on the Switch,
That I you
which is
know
interesting.
that is interesting. I feel like that's a possibility they could have been, but maybe they just thought it's better in their better interest to just release an entire new generation, which it probably was,
Hmm.
you know. Um,
Yeah,
because Sword and Shield sold crazy well,
yeah.
regardless of their quality. And but you're right though. It's people like me that are perpetuating Pokemon to release these half-assed games. But maybe Legend
Well,
ZA.
when it comes to down, sorry, when it comes
Oh,
down
good.
to it, it's a loud but uh vocal minority. It's a loud and vocal minority that is expressing the concern over the Pokemon franchise, I think.
That's
You know,
true.
I think your average consumer who is just playing the games
Mm-hmm.
really does not care
I'm willing
about
to
the
bet that
quality of
like
the games.
I'm willing to bet that like a solid 75% of people that bought the game were either like a child who didn't care about the quality or whatever, they just liked Pokemon, or they were like kind of a newbie to Pokemon, and so they didn't really know better or otherwise. They're just like, oh, I just want to play a Pokemon game. And I think even the other 25% that had problems with the game probably still bought it, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, because
Yep.
that's just how Pokemon has that power, so to be able to do that. Um,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, probably was more worth like $40. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, all right. Let's continue on here for
And
anyone
we're back.
that's been watching. It Nothing changed, but this is we're getting back
Well, this is,
to repricing. Well, other than our clothes, maybe.
yeah, it's like 3 days later. I think the lighting in my room changed. Maybe.
Yeah. Fuck. They're gonna the continuity. No,
They're gonna know.
I don't care. I don't care anymore. I used to
Damn it.
care about that shit. I don't care. Um, but we're getting back to repricing some Nintendo Switch games. So let's talk about everyone's favorite game, Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore,
Share your screen.
released
I
on.
can
Oh, I
still
didn't share my screen. Fuck.
share your screen.
Okay, let
Did you
me.
like my JO crystal?
Holy shit, dude, that's awesome. I have mine somewhere. I need to put it up. That's based. Um, So just to repeat myself, we're gonna talk about everyone's favorite game, Tokyo Mirage Sessions
Okay.
Sharp FE Encore, released on the Nintendo Switch on January 17th, 2020. Everybody knows this game. Everybody loves this game. Isn't that right,
Yeah,
Donovan? Mm-hmm.
essential
Yeah.
Switch game. If you own the Switch, is actually the
Mm-hmm.
top selling game
Yeah. This is the best
on the
selling game of all
Switch.
time. Um, no, I don't. I actually do not give a fuck about this game. I have absolutely nothing to say about it.
I don't really know a lot about it, to be
I know
honest.
it's a port of a Wii U game that came out like I think the last year that the Wii it literally this came out on the Wii U I think the last year that it was even on the market.
Was it 2016 game?
Yeah, it was a 2016
2016
game.
was a rough year to be a Wii U owner.
I was like I
Bad.
was not I didn't even really care about Nintendo that year. I was just like completely off
Needed
in my own world.
I do I was still in it. I played Paper Mario Color Splash.
Dude, the
That's all I can remember that I played that year.
the one game that I wish I got that came out that year was Twilight Princess HD.
Yeah.
That's the only
You
game
know
that
what's
I
funny is I
wish I
actually
missed out
that
on.
was the year that I played Twilight Princess for the first time, like all the way through. Because
Oh,
I had
okay.
played like part of it before, but that was the
Mhm.
first. That was the year that I decided to play all the way through, and then they announced the remake.
That's awesome. That's just perfect timing.
How did we get from Tokyo Mirage Sessions
Because
to
I
Twilight
that's
Princess?
the thing is I don't know what to say. Like I mean,
Yeah.
but that's the thing is for all I know this could be worth $60. In fact, I'm just going to say it probably is cuz it's an RPG. I'm pretty sure it's an RPG, so it's probably worth the asking price.
Given given the amount of gameplay and the amount of
Mhm.
time that these types of games usually are,
Mhm.
I would say it's probably worth $60.
Okay. The
Probably.
the only thing that would make me say it's worth less is
Sure.
cuz it is a port, but at the same time it's like no one bought it on Wii U
Nobody.
probably, so
I really don't think many people bought on Switch either.
no, probably
If
not.
you're really like hardcore RPG or like Fire Emblem slash it's is it Persona or is it Shin
It's
Megami Tensei?
it's Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem.
Okay.
So if you're into that, there you go. But that's all. That's all. We'll talk about this game again in like 2 years when we do the Switch ranking every year of the Switch. Maybe we'll have more to say about it.
Yeah.
But what about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX? Did you even remember that this came out?
Um, only because I'm pretty sure. Did we talk about this game recently? I can't remember.
I,
I feel like I would. This
like
game
while we're
was
hanging
mentioned
out,
to me.
like like we're just all of a sudden
This
one of us is
game.
like, you ever like, dude, what do you think of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX? Yeah, I think
Dude,
that sounds like us. That sounds like
sometimes
us.
we have dumbass conversations like that. Don't pretend like they don't happen.
Yeah, but I
Uh,
honestly do not recall really ever talking to anybody about this game except maybe Quentin because I think he had this game.
okay, that makes sense.
But I really don't have much to say about it. I'm gonna be honest.
I
Like,
I just am not. I'm not a huge Mystery Dungeon fan. I've
yeah.
never been able to get
Well,
into them.
okay, I lied. I do have a little bit to say about it. I have to say I don't think it's worth $60. That's what I have to say about
Yeah.
it.
Well, okay, so it's a remake of the GBA games, right?
Yes, it's like a a combination of the because they had red rescue team and blue rescue team, so they basically just combined them. But
Okay, but like, are those games basically the same thing?
yeah, I think so. I don't even really I couldn't tell you what the differences of the originals are.
Okay.
Um, and and that's the thing is they're Game Boy Advance games at their core, which I don't think are worth $60 in modern day. You know?
No, even with the updated graphics and stuff, no.
No, yeah, exactly. Some people didn't like the updated graphics. I remember seeing, but
Honestly,
I
I
think they're
can't
fine.
even think in my head of what this game looks like.
Or
I
what they look
just know
like.
what the box art looks like. So I'm gonna look it
Mm,
up.
right. I know I know Chugga Conroy did a let's play on this game. That's partially why I know it.
Of the Switch version?
Yeah, of the Switch version. So that's like what put this game on my radar a little bit, but I didn't watch that the whole let's play of that, but cuz I don't know, man. Mystery Dungeon games, like they're like I
Um,
have nostalgia for the DS ones, but I feel like
yeah.
they're really hard to go back to if you didn't. They're kind of hard to go back to, and they're also like if you didn't play them back then, you will probably not get much out of them now. You know?
I I appreciate the art style what they're going for. It looks a little
Hmm.
lazy, maybe, but I
Yeah,
don't know. I just feel like these games in general are lazy.
I'm tempted to say
Um,
I want to say 20. I want to say $30 to $40. I'm not exactly sure which side of the spectrum I land
I'll
on.
just go with whatever you say on this one.
Okay. Because Game Boy Advance games were probably like $30 back then. I'll say $30. I feel
Yeah.
like that sounds about right.
Okay. We'll go with that.
I know Pokemon would never price a game that low, but we're talking about theoreticals here. So
I feel like that game could be the death of the Mystery Dungeon franchise because I don't think it sold very
yeah,
well either.
yeah.
And like in general, I don't see a lot of people caring about that franchise anymore.
No,
So
I think they kind of just came and went. Unfortunately, I mean, is it that unfortunate though? I don't know. We
I
still
don't
have the
know.
old
You told me
ones.
you're the one who's played them.
Yeah, that's fair. I think certain
And you're
ones are.
telling me it's worth $30. So
I think certain ones are worth like having a way to play them on future consoles, but I don't think they need to be like. I don't think we need to make more. Let's put it that way.
no,
Moving
they
on.
should not. That's a wild take if somebody was just like, no, these games are so bad that they shouldn't even be preserved. You
Yeah,
shouldn't even be able to emulate
you
them.
should not even. Yeah, yeah. They're this that bad.
Yeah.
Someone out there, I'm sure, feels that strongly about them. Um. All right, let's talk about Animal Crossing: New Horizons. Uh,
Okay.
this game sold a lot. This is the second best-selling Switch game, I believe. Um,
Wow. Yeah. That's
so
crazy.
that means like a lot of people said that it is worth $60. Um,
Yeah, for real.
so here's the thing: I feel like if any game on the Switch is worth the asking price, other than like RPGs, and Breath of the Wild, I feel like it's this one, right? Like,
Uh, yeah.
I mean, like think about how much playtime even just us two got out of it, let
Mm-hmm.
alone millions of people. You know,
Yeah.
like
Well, so I mean, the Parker side of me wants to say otherwise.
oh really? Oh, the Parker
You know what I
side.
mean? Yeah,
Uh,
because our
okay.
good friend Parker,
Hmm.
he uh he doesn't like this game very much.
He doesn't like it,
And,
just
and I,
flat out.
well, I think he does like it. I think he's kind of when it comes to the Animal Crossing franchise, he's a little
Hmm.
bit of like a curmudgeon, a little bit, I think.
Right.
And I kind of feel the same way as him. And whenever I talk to him
Hmm.
about it, he always like sways me with his opinion. Where I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're right about this game. This game does suck
This game's
ass.
a piece of shit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it doesn't really suck. It just has some like I think it appeals to a different player base than the older games,
Hmm.
and so there's there are some fans of the older games who are not for New Horizons, and for good reason. I think when it comes to the price, if we're just talking about like in terms of the price of the
Hmm.
game, I think they left out some stuff that they like. There was so much content in New Leaf, but I feel like
Yeah.
especially when the game came out, they just didn't have a lot of it. And to be
The.
fair, they
Hmm.
replaced a lot of that content with like more customization options and like
Yeah.
more
But that's
more
the thing
stuff
is
like
like I didn't want them to replace content. I wanted them to add it to the already existing
yeah.
stuff, which I do agree is probably like my main problem with the game. Um,
Hmm.
but that being
They've
said,
updated it since, and
yeah,
they've added stuff to it that was missing, but like still a lot of it still just isn't there. So
yeah, which I do, yeah, I agree that that's an issue.
looking
Um,
back, I just feel like it's one of the more bare bones Animal Crossing experiences. If you're not into the customization, which I was to an extent, but it got to a point where like I don't even really feel like the customization is very fun. It becomes tedious at a point, I
Yeah,
think.
I did get. I mean, and like that's the thing. I did definitely get burnt out on this game. Uh-oh.
But that's just me. That might just be
Hello.
me.
Oh, I did get burnt out on this game, but like I feel like that's just mainly because like we had nothing to do but play this game for like 3 months, and it was fun, but like I feel like it kind of got milked for me, and then I fell off of it after that. And I would try to go back to it every now and then, but I would just always like kind of give up at some point.
Yeah.
Um,
Me too.
however, I did sink like a good 100+ hours, and I pretty much enjoyed
Cool.
every moment of it. Like I can't say that like it ever was like a bad experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I still think it's worth $60.
I'm willing to. I think if anything, I'm willing to say 50, but I'm not gonna go any lower than 50. You know,
Okay. I'm still gonna say 60 because I know that it's still a good game.
it is
And
still.
I think it has enough content to
Hmm.
justify $60.
And I think yeah, and I mean we are going off of how it was at launch, so we can't really take future updates into account, unfortunately.
That's true.
Um,
Yeah.
but even then, I do think you get enough to do that would keep you busy for a while.
Yeah.
Um, next we have Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Um, another RPG, and it is a release or remaster. I would call this a remaster.
Yeah.
Um,
For sure remastered.
I did really like the original Xenoblade Chronicles. I don't think that they added anything to this version. Maybe a couple things, or they like tightened a few things up. But
I think it's really just the graphics look fantastic.
did they make the graphics look better? Because I thought that I mean they
Oh yeah.
did, but I thought that they just kind of like smoothed out the Wii graphics. You know what I mean?
No. No,
Oh,
it
okay,
looks it to me it basically looks like from the ground up remake.
okay. Well, that's
I think if
something
you go back and
something
look at
to be
it,
said about that.
you'll be pleasantly surprised at how good it looks.
Let me look up Xenoblade Chronicles versus Definitive Edition graphics. See what I think about that.
It's pretty impressive, I think, and I've never played this game.
Mm-hmm.
I've only played X. But again, it's another RPG that has like
Oh wow.
hours and hours of gameplay and content.
Okay, I didn't realize how much better they actually made
Yeah,
the definitive version. Okay. I feel like if
yeah,
you played X, you just said that, right? Um,
yeah.
I feel like you would like this one. This doesn't have the weird Xenoblade Chronicles 2 bullshit. Like
That I
this
was
one,
complaining about earlier in the video.
yeah.
Yeah,
This one just has like a cool story, good characters, a really cool world. Like it's like it's such a huge game. The fact, I mean, like, and this isn't commenting on the Switch version, but like the fact that they put it on the 3DS was insane to
yeah.
me. New 3DS, but
That's
still.
kind of crazy
But yeah,
that
no.
they
And
were able to do that.
I feel like this is probably worth $60, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. I
yeah.
would agree.
Even though it's an old game, I still think if you're like I think you could get a lot out of this, and that
Yeah,
might be an
I,
understatement.
I am gonna play that game eventually.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get around to it.
I don't think it's like it's not that easy to find at retail anymore. So it's like you kind of have to track down
Oh really?
you might have to track down like a used copy, but
Shit.
you never know. Next up, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics.
Dude,
This
that's a deal. Okay, so like I don't
$40,
own
yeah.
this game.
Hmm.
You recently got this game, right?
I did. I recently in the last couple months, yes.
So what are your impressions of it?
I think that for what it is, it's really good. It does come with just like the name implies 51 classic games, you know?
Yeah.
And
For $40.
that's the thing is like it's really hard to like critique this game because like it gives you what you buy it for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
for $40. So it's kind of like, you know, you kind of average out the price of each game in the package based on the normal asking price. That's like that's like, you know, less than $1 per game.
Yeah. And so here's the thing about this game is like, even if you don't like some of the games, like they're
Mhm.
still like less than $1 each if that's how you quantify it.
Mhm.
And it will probably teach you how to play a bunch of new games that you never knew how to play,
Oh yeah.
which is just like a good, like, I don't know, it just like adds to like your real life skills, I
It
guess.
it adds to the value. It
Yeah.
does. Yeah. And
And its presentation is really nice.
yes, it has a very sleek presentation. The sound effects, the music, it's all very just pleasant to like, you know, it's like it's a chill game, you know, which is a very it's pretty nice. I would recommend it if you're into that kind of thing. Um
Dude,
and
we gotta get together and play Dots and Boxes sometime.
yeah, dude,
That's what
we
I've
gotta
been
play
saying that.
some dots and boxes. We gotta play some Yahtzee, some you know, what else is
They
there?
call it Yahtzee. There's no way they
No,
just
they
call
don't
it
call it
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee. They changed it to something else. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, I think it's called Yacht Dice
Okay.
in the game. Um, play some Moncala, you know,
Call it. Yeah.
anything. There's a bunch of, and you know, and that's the thing is, like, you can a lot of these games you can play in real life, but like in this, you don't have to set up anything. It's just all there for you.
Yeah.
It's pretty
It's just all
sweet.
on the screen. It's
Hmm.
literally like what my grandparents would complain about. Like, oh, they're just all the games are on that fucking TV screen now.
Yeah, exactly. But
You
I
know?
think it's wonderful. I
Yeah.
think it's great.
Yeah.
Um, I'm
Same
gonna
thing with like Monopoly now. Like I would rather play like Monopoly a lot of like classic board games. Like play it on a TV screen with a controller. It's so much easier.
hmm. Yeah, but maybe that just speaks to how our youth sees things more than, or how
Yeah.
our generation sees things. I don't know, but
I
either
mean,
way,
there is something about like sitting around and you know, I guess
mhm.
looking at each other around the table and
Yeah, I
like the
agree.
physical aspect of it.
There is.
But I think if you were going to go around and buy all the stuff you need to play these 51 games,
Hmm.
I think it would cost a lot more than 40 bucks.
Oh yeah, oh my god, way more than $40, and you'd have all of these fucking shit that you have to now figure out where to put and
Yeah.
store and shit. Yeah, it's a nightmare, frankly.
And this is just on the
Um,
little cartridge.
exactly.
With
So
that magic.
I would have to say worth the price.
This is one that honestly I could make. I'm not gonna say it's worth above $40, but I could make the case that this is a $60 game easily.
Man, yeah, and I don't think we've said that about any other game that was
No.
less than 60 before. So if that speaks
Yeah.
to it before, you know what, I'm gonna
Yeah.
set yours as 60.
Okay, fine. No, fine.
Yeah,
But do 40.
I'll do
Yeah,
40.
that's
Yeah,
40.
yeah. If Donovan was the head of Nintendo, he would price it at 60. So,
I probably would,
hmm.
because I
But
would make the same argument that I'm making right now.
would you price Paper Mario the Origami King at 60 though?
Mm.
That's the question now.
Did you play this game?
I did.
Okay.
I did not beat it, but I did play.
How far did you make it?
Well, I feel like I didn't make it as far as I wish I did. I made it to the desert area,
Okay.
and I remember getting stuck somewhere and then thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to try to look up a guide the next time I play it, and then that time never came.
Honestly, kind of a good spot in the game to stop. That's kind of the low point of the game for me.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
yeah, it's kind of like it starts pretty good and then it gets
Hmm.
kind of in the middle and
Yeah,
then it goes up at the end. But
but
you didn't get there.
I will say, like, pretty much up until that point, I did enjoy myself, so I'll give the game that.
Mhm.
Like I still see flaws in it, like a lot of other people, but overall, like it was a pleasant experience. You know.
Yeah. And I think here's my thing with like the modern Paper Mario games is
Mm-hmm.
that unfortunately like I really like I like Color Splash and I like Origami King. They're
Mm-hmm.
not as good as like the original three, I would argue.
Right.
Um but unfortunately I just feel like even though I like them, I still feel like they're kind of forgettable a little bit. Um, like especially like a lot of the story beats and stuff. Like I just don't really remember what happens in the game, which is
In the
unfortunate.
modern ones.
Yeah, in the modern
I
ones.
see.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say modern, do you mean like Sticker Star to Origami King? Because that's kind of what I
Yes.
imagine. Okay. Yeah.
But
Um,
I never played Sticker Star, so fuck that.
I almost just want you to play Sticker Star just so you can understand the hate,
Okay,
like
okay.
all of us.
I played through World 2 of that game because you let me borrow it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Even though we were still in like I don't know, freshman year of college or whatever, or
Mm-hmm.
freshman year of high school, I
Mm-hmm.
still thought it was bullshit. I was like, this is stupid. I
It's
hate
like it's
this.
not even that it's like not fun. It's just like it's so aggravatingly just unfair. Like in
Yeah.
so many parts. It's such a
And
dumb
I didn't
game.
even get there. I didn't even get to that point where it was unfair
Right.
because I know that at some point in that game they like start making you like pull shit out of your ass to figure out their
Yeah.
backwards logic about
Yeah.
what item to
And
use.
that's why I never beat it because I was like a dumb like fucking 11-year-old when I first played it and I didn't know what the fuck to do. But I thought I was just the
Yeah.
dumb 11-year-old, but honestly, I think
Well,
even smart 11-year-olds couldn't do it.
you were a dumb 11-year-old. Let's just
Oh, well,
make that
thanks.
clear.
No, we'll make that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just to clarify. Um, but anyway, back to Origami King. This game, I think I do kind of wish I stuck with it, even though I was getting a little burnt out of it because I do kind of wish I just saw it through to the end. But I
Yeah.
can't because I can't really comment on if it's like a $60 experience. My instinct is to say no.
I
Maybe
think it's
fifty
more of like a
dollars.
50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go with 50.
Because it's still like a pretty. I would still think it would be referred to as like a fairly rich single player experience, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like I don't know. It's not like anything extraordinary or anything. It's not
Mm-hmm.
really like trying anything new, except
Yeah.
for the battle system, which is like pretty mid. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it's just kind of like one of those average gaming experiences.
Mm-hmm. I know
And I,
for
like if you ask me what my experience playing that game was, I would say it was average.
yeah. For I know one thing about this game. I think this game like almost single handedly ruined Dean's impression of Nintendo because I remember
Well, I don't know why.
he was so
Sorry, go ahead.
excited for this game and I think it let him down so hard and ever since then I think his impression of Nintendo has just been at an all-time low. And
That is so
I feel a
funny.
little bad for that, but you know.
You know what's funny though
Hmm,
about that?
hmm.
I played this game through him.
Same. Well, that's how I tried it out was through him. And then I eventually got my
Yeah.
own copy, but yeah.
I
So,
played the entire game through his account because we share Nintendo account information, and
yeah,
so
yeah.
he gets all my games and I get all his. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't actually own the game. I just
I
played it through his account.
I remember asking him like, "Dude, can I play Origami King through your account?" And he's just like, "Yeah, sure. It's a dog shit game, but you can play it." I was just like, "Eh,
Dean doesn't like average gaming experiences.
no."
He likes top
He
tier
wants the
gaming.
high highs, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I can't blame him in some in a lot of ways, you know.
yeah.
Um,
You and I, we can
we can
have
tolerate
fun with
the mid
less.
experiences, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but speaking of mid experiences, well, actually, that might not be fair to say. What do you think of Super Mario 3D All Stars?
Um, I think I'm just gonna say out of the gate, I think that this is worth $60 because I think just a re-release of 3D World by itself is probably worth for like maybe
3D World?
$50.
No, we're not talking about 3D. We're not talking about 3D
What?
World. We're talking about 3D All Stars.
Oh, 3D also. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought we were doing
No, you're a
3D
little ahead,
World.
man. You're a little
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am. My bad. My bad.
No, remember,
Um,
let's go back to September of 2020 when this game was freshly new,
mm,
and there was some contention with this game because it
mm.
was cool, but one, people didn't like that it was a limited release. Two, they didn't like that it was a full 60 when it was just 3 re-releases, essentially.
Is that how you feel?
Mm, maybe.
Because here's the
Maybe.
okay. You want my opinion first.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I I agree with that. Even though I love, well, I can't say I love Sunshine because I actually still haven't beaten it all the way through.
That's the only one
But
of the oh, well, never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
even though I love all three of those games and I think that they're good games, I think that they're like in like classic territory right now where
I would say so, yeah.
I don't think that like re-releasing them. I don't think re-releasing classic games, I don't think that you should price them as much. That's just my personal opinion, but
Yeah.
I don't think that those three games in a package is worth $60. Maybe if you've never played them, I
Well,
don't know. I don't
they,
know.
this I'll just for some context, like this was the first time that they had ever re-released Sunshine, which
Mm.
was a big deal, and that's kind of why that's like in one way why I justified buying it. Like, well, also
Yeah.
because I just wanted it, but like a big reason why I felt like I was like, oh, $60, that's fine because they had never re-released Sunshine. And I think Sunshine was kind of going for a lot at the time,
Hmm.
on GameCube. So that was one cool aspect of it. But other than that, like, I feel like 64 is like so easy to play on so many different platforms. You
Yeah.
know, even at the time, like, you people played it on Wii, people played it on Wii U. There was the DS remake. Um,
Hmm.
and Galaxy, I just feel like Galaxy is just a better experience on the Wii. So that's
Uh,
personally.
yeah, I mean, I actually did play through the entirety of Galaxy on the Switch.
Oh, I did too. That was the actually I played it on the Switch. That was the first time I beat the original Galaxy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fascinating.
Hmm.
But I actually had a really good time playing it. I played it mostly handheld because I wanted to use the touchscreen for it, and I
Okay.
actually really I got a lot out of that experience because I've played the original Galaxy like I don't know, probably like 5 or 6 times in my life,
Mm.
and I think it was just like interesting to me getting to play it on like on a handheld console. That's like one of the one of the only experiences that I've ever had playing a game on a handheld where I originally played it on a console where I was like, "Oh, this is actually really cool to be playing this on a handheld."
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Galaxy
Um,
is a revolutionary game, and to
yeah,
have that portable is a pretty big deal. Um,
yeah,
did you like
it's
the
my
touch?
favorite game.
Did you like the touch screen aspects of the version in All Stars?
I did. I actually thought it worked
Oh,
really
okay,
well for me. I
interesting.
enjoyed
Okay,
it.
I think
I don't know what the general opinion is on that. I don't know if other people didn't like it, but I enjoyed it.
well, I can speak to my experience. I actively avoided playing it in handheld because I didn't like the touchscreen.
Wow. Okay.
But I did
So
play
wait,
it.
how does it work if you're not using the touchscreen? What do you do?
Well, so I played it with a pro controller actually. And basically they map the gyro of the pro controller to the cursor on screen, so you just kind of have to move it,
Oh,
and sometimes
yeah.
you have to recalibrate it, but it's pretty easy to recalibrate it.
Oh, that's
Um
interesting too.
so and I did enjoy it, but like I think I eventually got a copy of the Wii version for myself, and I tried playing it on that, and I kind of liked it. I just felt it felt more
Mhm.
natural playing it that way.
It definitely does. It was built for the Wii for sure, and
Yeah.
like the Wii pointer is just so easy to use for
Mm-hmm.
collecting star bits and stuff in that game.
Yeah.
Um, but I think that the way that they integrated it for the Switch, I think makes a lot of sense. I think they did the best that they could.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I think I'm gonna say
Not,
$50 for this game. But oh, go ahead.
I'll go 52. I was gonna say 50. I think everybody's major problem with this collection
Mm-hmm.
is that they didn't really do a lot of work on it.
That's
Like
true.
you don't really have to do that much for these games to like make them better or anything. Like a lot of people just want them in their classic form. But
Yeah.
if you're charging $60 for this collection, like you kind of gotta put a little more effort into it than they did. And basically all that they had was like the games and then their soundtracks, and that was it.
And the
Like no like
soundtracks are such a nothing inclusion in my opinion.
yeah,
Like I just feel like I never once made use of the fact that they had them separate. Like I wish that
no,
they added other bonus content like behind the scenes like development
yeah,
rough development drafts or whatever. Or
yeah.
like, I don't know, like just something more than that. But
That would have been cool.
I still
Unfortunately,
really
Nintendo's really bad about doing that. Like adding like or like they're really bad about like documenting like the development of their games for some reason.
well, the only one that I know that they did a good job with was like the Kirby's Dream Collection on Wii, which I never got,
Mm.
but I heard that they did a good job with that one. But so like I feel like they could. I don't know. I don't
They're
know.
weird about it.
They're a little weird. Um, but yeah.
Whoa, dude. Whoa, whoa. Are you dying? Dude, viewers, did you see that? Some black sludge just came out of Antonio's fucking throat. I think he has venom inside of him.
Dude.
Oh my god. Oh my poor boy. My poor boy. Are you okay? He's consuming the black sludge again.
Okay, I think I'm fine. Sorry,
Bro, I told you, you gotta stop consuming that
I
sludge, man.
can't
It's
stop. I
bad
can't
for you.
stop. No, you know why I started coughing is because I started thinking about Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. So that's the next game on the dock for now. So I don't think I've ever talked to you about this game, Donovan. What do you think about this game? Or this?
Maybe one of the only Switch games that we've never said a word to each other about.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
breaking the ice right now. It's happening. Um,
Um,
this is this I think the last time that I thought about this was like the month it came out.
yeah,
Um, and I
same
don't know,
here.
man. It's not even as much of a game as it is like a toy, I feel like, right?
Yeah, it's like you set up like a little thing on your living room floor for
Yeah.
your dog to like to be like, haha, look, the dog is facing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool, right? I'll give it like it's neat. You
Yeah,
can like you see the view of the car on the Switch, right?
yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I
Um
I I don't know, man. I don't really have a lot to say about
is
this
it a
one.
hundred dollars cool though?
It's 100. Oh, I didn't even see that. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, judging by like the manufacturing cost and like the
Yeah.
technology that they had to put into that little car,
Yeah.
I
It's
feel like the $100 was probably necessary, right?
yeah, probably. I think one of my issues with this is like I feel like it's another one of those cases where like it's like Labo where like you play it
Hmm.
once and you like are like, "Oh wow, that's cool." And then you just put it away and never bring it out again.
Yeah, it's not as timeless as like uh some of Nintendo's other like uh what do I want to say here? Nintendo, like they like to do creative or different stuff or like test the waters with different products sometimes with like Ring Fit Adventure and like Wii Sports and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just not as like applicable or like fun or um, repeatable
Yeah.
as something like Wii Sports. Those games.
Yeah. Yeah. And Wii Sports was free, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know. But like that's the thing that's hard is like it did probably take a lot of money to produce these. So it's like,
Yeah.
they probably could have priced it lower, but at that rate it's like there would not be making a great profit on it.
Yeah.
Um so I'm trying to think. I think I would pay God, I think I would pay like maybe well, I'm not even going to say what I would pay because I feel like I wouldn't, but maybe like
Mhm.
80 or 90. Well,
Okay.
but that at that rate it's like why not just make it 100, I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
It's also not for us at all.
That's
I don't
true.
think. I
We're
think
not
this
the
is
audience.
for kids. So
Yeah.
like,
So
I
in
don't
that
know.
regard,
This
maybe
this one is the hardest one that we've had to say so far.
that's
I'm
true.
gonna say personally, like the the most amount of money that I would pay for is probably like $60.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I wouldn't want to pay 90 for it. I'm just going to do it for the hell of it, but I'm going to say we'll just meet in the middle, man. I
And
don't
even then,
know.
like I'm not buying this thing.
No. No.
Oh,
Oh, wait. Okay.
I lost him.
I'm just putting it at 90 for the hell of it. I'm
Okay.
going to put let's see. I think 74 would be in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't fucking
I
know.
think we keep losing each other again on the call.
Well, that's just how the Mario Kart Live home circuit crumbles.
I guess so.
Thank you. I'll be here all night. Next we got Pikmin 3 Deluxe.
All right.
So what is your experience with Pikmin 3?
Basically, just playing it at your place on the Wii U, like
Oh,
the
okay.
the battle mode.
So you never actually played it. You never like played it through for yourself in any capacity.
No, I played like the demo for it on the Switch when it came out.
Okay. I guess this is
I
like
was
the one
interested.
one of the only games that I could not let you borrow because I don't have. Well, I have 3 Deluxe, but I never got a physical copy of the Wii U version. Um,
Yeah.
but I do. I did play through the entirety of the Wii U version. And I liked it a lot. Um, that being said, and honestly, it's hard because Pikmin is such a interesting franchise because I think it's really fun, but the games are pretty short.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
but part of what makes that cool is that you can replay them so much and try to do better every time. Um,
Yeah, they're very short but sweet.
yeah,
Like the game the time that you have is very fun. They're very fun games.
they
Very
are.
well designed.
Yeah. And they did have all of the bonus content from the Wii U version in this version and more, and they added a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty nice. It is
Here's
still an
what I'm
old game.
thinking. It
What?
has a single player.
Mm-hmm.
It has is it online multiplayer?
I don't think it's online multiplayer now.
Damn. Okay. Well, it has a local multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
And usually if a game has like a single player thing and like
Yeah,
a multiplayer thing, that's like that kind of like constitutes it being full price in my mind.
that's true. Yeah. I think if anything, the
But then
only
again,
thing
it was a remake.
that's the one thing I would say. Like I'm tempted to say maybe $50 because it's an old game. Not that that stopped us from pricing other old games at full price, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
I
I feel
would
like
say
yeah.
40 or 50.
I'm gonna say 50.
Let's go with 50.
Okay. Still really good game. If you ever wanted to borrow it, I would absolutely let you because it's a great game.
I beat one and I want to play them all in order actually.
Okay.
So I own two as well and I need to play through that. But eventually I'll get to it.
I mean, you don't have to play them in order. This game, like this was the
No, I
first
know.
Pikmin game I played, and it was
Mhm.
completely. But I understand your point though.
I want to see the evolution of the series.
Okay, that's fair. It is kind of. I feel like it is kind of jarring to go from 3 back to 2 because 2 is so like it's so GameCube,
Yeah.
for lack of a better way of putting it. But yeah. But what do you know about Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity?
Oh man. I You know how much I love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
but I was kind of interested in this game when it came out. I almost bought it, but
Oh, really?
as
Okay.
it was coming out, it started to get reviews
Yeah.
that the story was kind of a cop out.
Mm-hmm.
And basically the thing with this game is that like yes, like maybe the gameplay is good, like it's a Warriors game, like if you like that type of gameplay then, it's going to be for you.
Mm-hmm.
But the main reason that I wanted this game was because it went back in time from Breath of the Wild and was like basically telling the story of the fall of the Kingdom of Hyrule,
Yeah.
which I thought was really cool. I was like, yeah, I want to like play through that because you don't really get to play through that in Breath of the Wild. You
Mm-hmm.
have to see it in through cutscenes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which isn't really a problem for that game. Like the game was designed to be like that, so it's fine.
Right.
But I always thought while playing the game, like, oh, it'd be so cool to like play through that part of the timeline.
Yeah.
And so when the game came out, basically they were like, oh no way, actually this is like an alternate timeline where like it's like when all that stuff was going on, but instead of the Kingdom of Hyrule falling, um actually like everything is fine and like they defeat Ganon and hooray.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little deflating from what I can tell.
It's a little, yeah, it's just like it feels like a cop out to
Mm-hmm.
me where it's like no, actually I want this to be the one Zelda game where it actually like ends badly. I think that's a really interesting idea.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that and I think that's really really unfortunate and that actually does bring the value of the game down to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of like, I'm not the most well versed in the story of Breath of the Wild, but I do think that from a standpoint, like, if you're not really getting anything out of the story, that's in my mind like one of the main selling points of this game because I feel like the gameplay is like you can get the gameplay of this from just any other Warriors game, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I would have to agree that that does bring the value of this game down.
I'm gonna say $40.
Okay, I'll say 40 for you. I want to see how we priced Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition.
Did
Um,
that come out after Age of
no,
Calamity?
that came out before. Oh, we said full
Oh, we
60 for
already
this one.
talked about that.
Okay, I'm gonna say 50.
Okay.
So we'll meet in the
I'm,
middle.
I'm sure it still does have a substantial amount of content,
Yeah,
like Hyrule Warriors does, but I
yeah,
don't about that. I don't care.
yeah. Fuck this game. Um, okay, let's see. How long have we been going? We've been going for 45 minutes, and we just made it to 2021. All right, awesome. We're on
We
good.
got this.
We're on a
We
good
got
track. Okay. All right.
this.
Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. So
Okay.
this is another case like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where, and I know that sounds like a weird comparison at first, but hear me out. I did not think I needed to get this game because I felt like I already played the Wii U version. And I felt like that was enough. Although I
Mhm.
was interested in the Bowser's Fury content, I was like, is that really worth getting the game again? And then
Yeah.
I got it as a gift, and I and now it's like definitely it's up there for me on my favorite Switch games.
Wow.
So that's what I have to
Yeah,
say about it.
everything that I've heard about, I don't own this game, but
Mm-hmm.
everything that I've heard about this game uh, is extremely positive, and I feel like one of the things that people say the most about it is that it is like definitely worth the price.
Mm-hmm.
Because it not only adds like a full new campaign, but it
Mm-hmm.
also adds like online multiplayer to 3D World, which is really cool.
Which is cool. Like that's yeah, I feel like and that's like an overlooked aspect of this. I feel like I even
Hmm.
forgot that that was a aspect of it,
Yeah.
and therefore I think everyone overlooked it. No, um, no, I feel like 3D World alone already has like so much content. I mean, like it's a Mario game, so it's like you can blow through it fairly quickly, but
Yeah.
it's still like a pretty good amount of like levels. Um,
Yeah, there's a lot. Even in the
and
post game, it has a really substantial post game
hmm
too.
and they're good levels, like um, and then they did improve like a lot about the actual like gameplay, like I mean obviously I think it runs better than it did on the Wii U,
I've
and
heard that it's a lot faster too.
yeah, they for like I don't know, it's so weird that they did this to me, but they like made all the characters slightly faster. Like it's good. Like it's like
Yeah.
actually it's such a good change. Um because it just makes everything more just like flow better in my opinion. But
Mm.
yeah, no, I think it is worth 60. I'm gonna say that. And then the Bowser's Fury mode is really good too.
It's got everything. It's got
Mhm.
single player campaign. It's got uh, a campaign which could be online, local, or single player.
Mhm.
So I think that justifies $60 to me.
Yep. There and that's that.
And it's a damn Mario game.
And
So
it's a
like, come
damn
on.
Mario game. You know what? Every Mario game should be $60.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah,
It should just be $60.
exactly.
As long as it has Luigi in it, that's worth it in my opinion. Well, this next game does not have Luigi in it. New Pokemon Snap, so automatically loses points. This is a game that you got before I did, which is worth noting.
Really, that
Yes.
surprises me.
Yeah, you got this like I think close to launch,
I did. Yeah.
and I did not get this for I got it not that long after launch, but you did play it before. I did see you playing it before I did. What are your did you ever like how much of this game did you play?
I really got caught up in the hype cycle for this game
Hmm.
because I never played the original Pokemon Snap,
Mm-hmm.
but I remember up to this game's release, like I had heard like a lot of YouTubers specifically be like, "Oh, Pokemon Snap on the N64 is such a classic. They
Mm-hmm.
need to make a new one
Yeah.
because that was my childhood." You
Mm-hmm.
know, there was
Yeah.
like kind of that sentiment going around that like there needed to be another Pokemon Snap game.
Yeah.
And so when this game came out, I was convinced. I was like, "Yeah,
Like
fuck yeah, I'm gonna buy it on release." And so I did,
yeah.
and it's just not for me. I just found out that Pokemon Snap is not my thing,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I don't think I played that much of it, to be honest. I probably played
Mm.
like the first two zones,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
which was probably like I don't know 5 hours of gameplay, and I was like, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So I have a hot take about Pokemon Snap that I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say, but you can tell me what you think.
Oh, okay.
Um I think that Pokemon Snap is an example of a game that is like if you played it when you were a kid, it's way better than if you play it for the first time as an adult.
Yeah,
That's my hot take.
that
Um
is the experience that I had. Yes.
yeah, I think like that's why so many people hold it in so well maybe not everybody, but I think that's why a lot of people hold it in high regard is because a lot of people were kids when it first came out. They played it on their N64. They had a really good time because it's like a whole different way to experience Pokemon.
Hmm.
And that's why people were like clamoring for a new one for so long. And I think the new one is good, but it's not
Yeah.
really like groundbreaking in my opinion. And
No,
that's the
it's
thing.
a different type of gameplay experience that I don't think any other game has matched.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Um, but I agree with everything you said there. Yeah.
Hmm. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that about this game in particular, or Pokemon Snap in particular.
And you know what's funny is that now you never hear anybody talk about like,
No,
oh, they
literally
another
never. No, 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 no.
game.
Exactly. That's so true. Like
That was like prevailing, like it was like a vocal minority, I think, that was saying that they needed a new Pokemon Snap,
yeah.
but it was definitely like the prevailing opinion at the time. And then this game
Hmm.
came out and everybody was like, nobody cares about Pokemon Snap anymore.
Well, I remember also wanting it, or I remember like because I heard so many people saying they wanted it, I was like, oh yeah, they should make a new one. And then eventually I played the new one, and I did play the new one quite a bit because I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty fun. But eventually I just kind of got bored of it.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
and
it was kind of frustrating for me too,
hmm
because like some of the things that the game wants you to do,
hmm
uh, like like photograph, like set up certain
oh
shots and
yeah,
like
uh huh,
stuff like that, but you have to go through the entire track every single
yeah,
time, which I
yes,
thought was really
it
annoying
was
because it's like
so
you want to
annoying.
get one shot,
Yeah,
but you have to play like a 5 minute
they
segment and
they
just wait for that one point.
And it would have been so easy for them to put in some kind of fast forward feature. You know what I
I
mean?
know.
Like that's
I
so
know.
true.
I
Yeah,
feel like that would have been such a quality of life thing that would have been so easy for them.
yeah, exactly. But and it's funny cuz they came out with free updates for this game, but all that they did was add
They
new
did?
zones. Yeah, they did. They came out with it.
I actually had no idea that they did
It's probably
that.
cuz you stopped playing by the time that they came out, which I don't blame you.
Yeah,
But when I
I
started
stopped
playing, I
caring.
think the updates had already come out, so that's why I knew about them. But all they did was they added new zones. They didn't do anything to the
Mhm.
actual like core gameplay, which is a little disappointing.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, I think that's the thing. Like, I just feel like it's cool. I'm surprised they didn't do one sooner, to be honest. Like I'm surprised that it took them till the Switch to do a sequel. But
I was gonna say the same thing, and I feel like it would have worked really well on the Wii or the Wii U.
yeah, exactly. I feel like the Wii U was like the console was almost like made for a Pokemon Snap,
Yeah,
you
with the
know?
gamepad,
Yeah, even though
would
I
have
feel
been
like that would
awesome.
have been like hell. I feel like that would have been kind of like awful to play it like that. Like that,
Yeah.
it would have worked. Um, but
I
yeah,
probably would have
no,
liked it more.
yeah. Um, I don't know, but I will say like for a sequel, it pretty much did everything it kind of needed to do in a way. It added new Pokemon, it
Yeah,
added new zones, it added new features. They didn't do the fast forward feature, but whatever.
yeah.
But that being said, the price. I'm tempted to say like 40, but I feel like that's kind of harsh. Like I feel like 50 maybe is probably
Well,
because there
okay,
is
so
a
I never beat the game, but like, how much content does it actually have? Like, how many zones are there?
well, I can't I feel like there's like 10 zones, but each one has like multiple like each one has multiple
Variant?
paths you can make at multiple
Yeah.
times of day, so it adds up to like probably like 20 to 30 zones.
Mm.
um and there's a lot that you can do that's like there's a lot of achievements to work towards and
It's a
Pokemon to
very
look
like
for.
completionist-y style game.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of inclined to say like, and it looks really good. We didn't even really talk about the graphics. Like the graphics are really good.
Yeah.
Really, just pretty to look at. So I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Do you think like what do you think?
Man, I was gonna say 40.
Okay.
And
I
like
I
you're
think
kind of
40 is
swaying me, but
fair.
not really.
No, that's fair. Like I'm not gonna I'm not gonna fight you on that. um,
I think 45 meet in the middle. I think that's pretty fair.
yeah. So yeah. Um, and that disregarding the bonus content. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Anyway, so what do you know about Miitopia? This is another game that I don't think we've ever talked about, like ever.
Mm.
Because like
Yeah.
I don't know what is there to say. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't really know what to say about this game either. I remember when it came out, people were or like I follow a lot of artists on Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a really substantial like character customization in this for some reason.
Oh, right.
You
Yeah.
can basically just make like whatever character's face you want,
Oh, that's right. And you know what? That is the
or
one
walking
time
around with like.
the
Go ahead.
the one time, sorry, I was just going to say the one time that we did talk about this game is when you told me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
But that's basically all that I know about this game.
Mhm.
I really can't tell you if it's worth the $50 or not. I'm actually surprised that they priced it at 50 and not 60.
Apparently even Nintendo has their limits, I guess.
Even they have
um
some standards, I
yeah.
guess.
They it's like they had to hold themselves back from pricing it at 60, I bet.
Why is Clubhouse Games $40, but this one is 50?
I don't know,
That's
man.
my
It's a
question.
it's a it's a 3DS game that they
Yeah.
essentially remade, I feel like. Maybe, well,
I don't even
maybe
really know what the gameplay is in this.
it's
Is it
like
like
an
an
it's an
RPG?
RPG, I think, but like I think it's like the easiest RPG that like you could possibly play, I feel like. Cuz I think the charm of
Yeah.
it is like putting your own characters in the game. Um I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They just need to make another Tomodachi Life. That's
Yeah. And I often hear people say that Miitopia is not nearly as good as Tomodachi Life.
No, it's really not. And I'm just surprised that they I guess this is more of like a it's easier to market this kind of game because it's like, oh, it's like you go in on an adventure and you can put yourself in the game. Whereas Tomodachi Life is like, oh, you're watching people do things, it's like a little bit weirder. Um so maybe that's why that they did this game instead, but I don't know, man. I'm going to say like $30.
Yeah, I could go for that.
I feel like maybe
Maybe, well, I
yeah.
would say 40 because that was what it was originally priced on the
Oh, on the
3DS.
3DS. Okay, actually that's fair. I'll
I
go
think
with
that's
you on
fair.
40 on that one.
And from what I've seen from the game, they updated the graphics
Yeah.
for it. Look pretty nice.
I feel like more people played it on the Switch than they did on the 3DS. So that's
Maybe.
something.
I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
know what
know.
the sales for this look like. I just know that they have a turkey's ass in this game.
Wait, say that again. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Did I
Wait,
lose you?
say that again, Donovan?
Uh, all that I know about this game is that they have a turkey's ass in it.
Oh, okay. Well, then that settles it. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, cool. Moving on. Game Builder Garage. What do you know about Game Builder Garage?
I think I'm looking at the next couple games in this list,
Mm-hmm.
and something about the Switch in 2021, I think I just kind of checked out.
You're gonna say that until the end of the year. I feel like.
I think I am. I think
Yeah.
maybe 20 we haven't done our 2021 or we haven't done our like Nintendo Switch years ranked, but I think
Yeah.
2021 might have been the worst year for the Switch.
Oh wow, that's a bold take, but you know what?
Is
You
that
might
really that controversial?
you
I don't
might. I
know.
mean, you know what? We'll have to see when we get there. But what you don't? Are you telling me that you don't think Game Builder Garage is like Game of the Year material?
I don't fucking know what Game Builder Garage is,
It was
man.
$30. That's gotta be a steal, right? Come on,
It's a
man.
game. I all I know about it is that it's a game where you can make games and that it kind of uses like a coding system, or it's
Mm-hmm.
like supposed to teach people coding, which
Yeah,
is kind of cool. I appreciate that.
that is cool. I think this is essentially like Nintendo repurposing Labo assets into it's a standalone game.
Mm.
From what I come to
Yeah.
understand. And I do remember at the time when this game came out, some people were like making like some pretty elaborate stuff with it.
Do you know what Dreams is on PS4?
Yeah, it was like a game creation game. That
I think what this basically is like a less elaborate version of Dreams.
okay. Yeah, because
More
I did hear
limited.
that Dreams was like pretty good for its purpose, right?
Yeah, you can make some like I remember seeing some crazy stuff in Dreams
Okay.
back in high school.
Okay. Yeah, I can't. I mean, like for the asking price, like I feel like yeah, you're definitely probably not gonna be able to make super crazy stuff with this, but also like you can tinker around with it, you know.
It's I think this game is made for parents who want their kid to learn coding for some reason.
Like the parents have decided like okay, you're going to be into coding. I decided, so I'm gonna buy you this game.
Yeah.
And the kid's like,
Yeah.
no, mom, I want a new Pokemon Snap, and the parents are like, too bad, you're getting Game Builder Garage. Is that what
Yeah.
you envision?
And this is another game that I have not heard people talk about since
Mm-mm.
2021, I don't think.
I don't even remember that many people talking about it in 2021.
No.
um, I don't know, man. Like this is kind of tough because like I don't know. I feel like I really don't know anything about it, so I'm just gonna say that I feel like 30 is pretty reasonable. Maybe 20.
I'm gonna agree with that.
Okay.
I'm gonna say I don't know. Nintendo needs to throw out some freebies sometimes. Like honestly, like why couldn't
Yeah.
they just throw Game Builder Garage on the eShop for like $5 and be like, here's kind of a freebie from us. Like, go ahead, have at it.
Uh, they're a business, Donovan. They can't go. They're not a charity. Okay.
Yeah, but even businesses have to be like, like they have to pretend like they're on the consumer's side sometimes, don't they?
No, dude. Nintendo. For all we know, Nintendo is just sitting in their evil chair, like, wahahaha. Let's price every
Yeah.
game at $60, even half-assed remasters. Um, so I don't know, man. I I think 20 might be more reasonable for this type of thing, maybe. But at that rate, why not just make it 30? I guess I don't know.
I don't care,
I
man.
really
Just
don't
put
care.
your
Let's just
20.
you know what? Just for you, Donovan, I'll put 4.99 as the final price.
I
On
feel like Game
on
Builder Garage is gonna be the type of thing where
eShop.
in 20 years, like YouTubers of the future are gonna be making like retrospectives and they're
Yeah.
gonna be like, this is a hidden gem
Why Game
on the
Builder
screen.
Garage deserved better. Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what it's gonna be.
I'll make that video actually.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All right, what do you know about Mario Golf Super Rush?
What don't I know about Mario Golf?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the real question. Like this is just like, man, pinnacle of gaming potential, I think, right? No, I
Uh,
remember us being legitimately excited for this. Do you remember that?
yeah, we watched. I believe that they revealed this in a direct
Yeah.
that we watched together, and
Mhm.
I think we watched it with a few of our friends. And I
Yeah.
remember all of us at the time were like, "Oh, we should all get that. That actually looks like really
Mhm.
fun. Like it would be fun online."
Yeah.
And like for a while, up until release, I was it was like one of those things where like it came out, and I was like, "Guys, are we still doing this?" And then nobody responded. I was like, "I guess we're not
I
doing
guess we're
it."
not doing it. Yeah, 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 yeah. I remember
Yeah.
that. Well, I don't know, man. From what I heard, it's just nothing. It's just like such a nothing game, as a lot of the Mario sports games are, it seems. But
I've never actually played a Mario Golf game.
I know you've played Mario Spaceball.
Yeah, yeah, because you got it for
I
me on
did.
the Wii.
Um, but what about Mario? Did you play any of the other Mario sports games?
Um, no, you know what?
That's
You
the
know,
only
you
one,
know what? No, I haven't.
and that's the only
Just Mario.
That's the only Mario sports series that's not on the Switch is the baseball one.
I really like Mario Baseball. Mario, was it called Mario Strikers
Mario,
Charge? No, no, sorry,
no,
that's the
Mario Sluggers.
Sluggers. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sluggers is good. I
yeah.
like it.
But I guarantee if they came out with one on the Switch, it would be horrible. It would just
It would
be
probably be half baked.
half-assed. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. I feel like, but like, what did we price the tennis one at?
I don't know.
$30. Oh, you said $40. Okay.
Oh,
Um, I'm just gonna
here's
say
the
the same
thing.
thing. I'm gonna say $30 again.
Uh, and I'm gonna say $40 again. And
Okay.
my reasoning is that, um, again, I don't really know much about this game,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like from what I've heard, it has a decent amount of content, and I know you can play it online, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
But then again, it's just golf.
I
All the modes are just golf.
Well, I would argue that I think at launch it didn't have a lot of content. I think that they added content to it over time.
Oh, it was one of
It was one of
those.
those. Well, pretty much all the Mario sports games on the Switch were like that, unfortunately.
I just
Um,
think all the Mario sports games should be $40.
okay, so when we get to the soccer one, I can just assume that that's
You
your
can just
position.
preemptively. Actually, no, that one's worse.
That one's where okay. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to that one.
Okay.
What do you think about the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD?
Um, that it shouldn't be 60
It shouldn't be
bucks,
$60. Okay, why not?
even because I don't know,
Why not
man. It's
70? Why not 80?
Why are you pressing me so hard right now? You're
Because
making me nervous.
I'm a big Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD defender. You should know this about me.
I bought the original Skyward Sword on the Wii after this came out.
That's right. I
So,
remember I was there for when you did that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think that this is a remake that should be 60 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little outlandish to me. I don't even think that they like updated the graphics that much from what I know.
No, I don't think they did.
But I know that they did make I mean, the original Skyward Sword is notorious for having a bunch of like quality of life things that are just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that it like tells you what the item that you're picking up is like every
Every
single time you
time.
pick up an
Mm-hmm.
item.
Yeah.
And like some of the Wii Remote stuff is
Mm-hmm.
notoriously bad.
Yeah.
And from what I know about the remake, it seems like they changed a lot of that.
Yeah, and another thing was like your partner in the game, Fee or Fi, would like
Yeah.
constantly annoy you, and now they like reduced her involvement, I think,
Yeah.
which was a
I think
good
they made her dialogue optional a lot of the time now.
yeah. Um
So here, I mean, I still don't think it should be $60, but I really do appreciate that they went back into the game and like improved a lot of the complaints that people had about it.
okay. Yeah, that's fair. I was going to say I'm going to say 50 cuz I feel like that's
I
how
was
much they would price it on the Wii at the time.
I was also gonna say 50, yeah.
Okay. Um I think a lot of the complaints that people have with Skyward Sword are more about its core as a game, less so like what they like just like I think it's just an inherently flawed game
Mm,
from like its core, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
the story is kind of well, actually I don't know if the story is that bad, but like the gameplay is kind of whatever cuz you have to do like they force the motion
Hmm.
controls on you kind of it's kind of linear, but that's kind of what makes it Skyward Sword, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
but that being
Now, out
said,
of all of the games that
yeah.
I could have bought for the
Yeah.
Switch in
Yeah.
2021, I decided to buy WarioWare Get It
WarioWare
Together
Get It Together. On September 10th, 2021, I think.
on release date
On release day in
in New York
New
City.
York
Yeah.
City. Yep.
And
That
there's an iconic photo of me that we may have talked about
yeah.
on Chit Chats already, where I'm standing at the top of the Empire State Building holding my copy of WarioWare Get It
Wait,
Together
let me see if I can find it.
that I had just bought
I
like
I might
an
have it.
hour before.
Yeah.
You still
but
have it?
I think so. And you basically played it and beat it that night, right? Or did you not beat it?
I lost you again. Can you hear me
Hello?
now?
Yes. You
Okay.
you basically played it and beat it that night, right? Or did you not beat it?
Yeah, because we were at my uncle's house and we didn't well, okay, no, we did not beat it.
Okay.
But we played through basically like half the game in like an hour.
Yeah. It's literally a
And to be
2 hour game.
fair,
Yeah.
yeah, to be fair, it was really fun to play that with you guys in New York City.
Okay.
And that is a moment that I will always remember about that trip and how absurd it was.
Right.
Um,
It's a core
but
memory for sure.
but the game itself,
Mhm.
um, that's that's another thing because really there's only about like I don't know, maybe like 3 hours of content in this game if we're
Mhm.
being real.
Yeah. But that's
This is
kind of
like
the
a this is
yeah.
like a baby iPad game.
But that's kind of the thing. Well, okay, that's come on, man. This is a little harsh. Come on. I feel like that's kind of the thing about WarioWare as a series. Like I feel like every game in the WarioWare series is kind of pretty much like that. That being said, they should not be $50. They should not be full priced releases, you know?
I don't think any WarioWare game should realistically be full
You,
priced if I'm being
you
honest.
know what's
And that
funny?
is because they are like they're really like games that you replay over and over again to like improve your score
Mhm.
and it's just like recycling the same content over and over again.
I think the one WarioWare game, if you can even call it a WarioWare game, that I have the most playtime in is Game and Wario. Only
Hmm.
because the multiplayer games in that game are like surprisingly pretty fun. Um,
Hmm.
but even then, like it's just because they're like Pictionary is like a classic game. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going on a tangent, but like like the only reason why Nintendo prices these games so high is because they have the name recognition. Like that's in my opinion, I
Yeah.
feel like that's basically it. And I get what you're saying about how they do have replay value, but I just don't like who is like clamoring to play these games that that many times. You know what I mean? Hello?
Oh, we
Who
keep having
what the
connection issues.
fuck?
What the fuck?
Who out there is like clamoring to like replay the micro games over and over? Does anyone care that much? I guess there's people that do. But
There must
I
be.
don't know. I'm not trying to be too much of a hater because I do think because you eventually did give me your copy. Well, you sold me your copy. Um, but I
Hmm.
happily bought it because I wanted to experience WarioWare Get It Together, and I thought it was pretty fun. But it's a 2 hour game.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It's a two
and
hour
I don't
game.
think I have ever put it back in my Switch after I beat it. So that kind of says it all
And
right
it's
there.
not like it's it's fun to play multiplayer in certain situations.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those games where like it's really fun like the night you get it
Hmm.
and maybe the day after and that's about it. It's kind of like I hate to say it, but it's kind of a 1-2 switch situation.
Dude, that might be a hot take, but I don't necessarily think you're wrong.
And maybe other I mean, I know that other WarioWare games are better, I think.
I've heard
I think
Smooth
a
Moves is
lot
pretty
I
good. I
think
want to try Smooth Moves, but yeah.
I just want to play a WarioWare game where it actually has like a substantial amount of content and like uh I don't know, maybe like a better, longer story that ties it all together.
Hmm. I feel like they could do that though. I feel like they could make a game with like a enticing sort of like setup, but still have the micro games, right?
Yeah.
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 So
And like okay, the thing is like how I don't even know how many micro games are in Get It Together. It's probably like 200 or something, right?
oh, I feel like that's more. I feel like that's more than it has, but maybe like
I
I was gonna
still
say like
feel
a
like
hundred, but Probably more than that.
I still feel like um that's not enough. And that sounds absurd because like that's a lot, but like for as short as they are and as for as much as you're replaying them, I
Oh,
feel like there should be like 500 micro games or something in
well,
it.
you know what? You're right. There is 222, but that's the thing is like they're so I don't know. They're like some of them are so samey to me that I forgot that there was that many. I thought that there was less.
Yeah.
So basically, I agree. I think that there should be more. Um,
I don't think it's crazy to say that like they should have like 300 or 400 micro games in it.
well, I they can't like I don't think they take that much time to develop. Well, maybe they do take time to develop each one because I don't know. Like I would think they wouldn't take that much time to develop, but each one, and it probably doesn't. But I guess when you're making 200, that time adds up to be
Mhm.
a lot. Yeah,
The
I
way
don't
I
know,
see
man.
it, these micro games are really just like little side project things that Nintendo employees do in their free time.
Yeah,
Which
pretty
I'm
much.
pretty sure is how the first WarioWare originated, was where it was just like these dumb little games that the employees were making.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And
Well,
for some reason, we're still making WarioWare games to
yeah,
this day.
and I mean, like I don't like. I'm not saying I want them to stop because I think that they're kind of
Yeah.
they're quirky, they're fun, but
I just
they
think
are not
that
$50 games.
I think the series needs to evolve further than it has.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They've been a little bit complacent with where it is. We're having the most civilized discussion about the future of WarioWare games. What would you price it at? Let me just ask you that question.
God, we are ridiculous. I think 30 is reasonable, and I would also say 30
Okay.
because I can see a theoretical guy in my mind right now
Mm-hmm.
who is really into like playing the game for to beat his high score.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe there's also like online leaderboards in the game if I'm not
I think so.
mistaken.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I can see that being enticing for a very specific audience.
Yeah, and yeah, and I feel like Nintendo's mindset with this is like, oh well, WarioWare isn't that like it never sells that well, so we need to price it higher to get more people to buy it. But I feel like if they
Yeah,
priced it lower, more people would buy it. You
I
know?
agree. Yeah,
So
and then there'd be more publicity around the game. But
exactly.
that goes for a lot of games on this list. It's like
Well,
if they just
that's true.
priced it what it's worth, then more
Hmm.
people would buy it.
That's true. But who's to say what it's worth, Donovan? Well, I guess we're to say because that's what we're doing right now. Metroid Dread. Uh,
Dude,
this is probably Nintendo's best game of 2021.
I would say so. I
Yeah.
locked in when this game came
Mm-hmm.
out. I was out of the loop for a while. You
Yeah.
know, I bought WarioWare in New York
You
City, but
you
like
did. Yeah.
I didn't really care. But
Right.
When Metroid Dread came out the next month, I was locked in
You were like, well, this was
again.
a
I
big
was
deal,
once again a Nintendo fan.
right? Yeah. You revoked your Nintendo fan status. Um.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was kind of just a big deal that it even came out. I feel like I don't think anyone really saw this coming.
Uh, yeah, I mean, like, we watched the direct where it was revealed
Yeah,
together, I
dude. Yeah.
remember,
Mm-hmm.
and I like freaked out. I freaked
Yeah.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Because Metroid Dread was like, that was a code name for a canceled DS game,
Mm-hmm.
like, what, 15 years ago
Yeah.
or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so just the fact that it was finally finished and like fully developed
Yeah.
is like I think it's kind of a miracle that the game even ever came out.
Yeah. I would have to agree.
Um, and it's a really good game. It's
Mm-hmm.
fantastic.
Yeah. And I have played a little bit of this. I haven't beaten it. It's pretty much my first Metroid game that I really like tried to sink some time into. And
Hmm.
it's a weird experience. Like such a different experience from what I'm used to. But it's a good experience.
Yeah,
It's fun. It's just a very like polished game, you know?
yeah.
Um
Was this the first like Metroidvania style game that you've played?
Well, no, I actually have played. Before Dread, I played Fusion on the Wii U Virtual
Oh,
Console. Um,
okay.
but I wasn't, and I thought that was fun too. But I didn't get as much into that one. But I did appreciate this game a lot. And I really do want to go back to it one
Yeah.
day.
Fusion
Um,
is kind of like the black sheep of the 2D Metroid games because it's a lot more linear than the others.
oh, okay, interesting. Well, I feel
Yeah.
like it'd be
Still
right up
good.
my alley then in that case.
Yeah. It's
But
still really good, but
mhm,
I appreciate the more open-ended design of the other game.
that's fair. Um, no, I think this is a really good game. And you did beat this game, right?
Yeah, I got it. Uh, I remember I bought it on Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
and then it said it wasn't gonna come for like 2 days after the
Oh God,
game
yeah,
came out.
yeah, yeah.
As because like Amazon is like so inconvenient when it comes to like buying stuff for its release date. Like
Mm-hmm.
they just do that where it's like
Yeah.
you buy it for release date, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
come a couple days after."
Yeah.
Um,
It's awesome.
but I actually ended up canceling that, and I went to Target and just bought the game
Oh yeah.
the night
Mm-hmm.
the night that it came out.
Yeah. And okay, I think this is actually an instance where I think Dean bought this game too, and
Hmm.
this was like an instance where his love of Nintendo got reinvigorated a little bit by this game.
Yeah, a little
Um,
bit. I don't think he beat the game.
Maybe not, but he did. But I remember talking to him about it later, and he said that he thought it was really good from what he played.
Yeah.
I like how I don't know why I keep on returning to Dean's opinions. I think it's because I feel like he's more critical than we are, so I kind of like to hear his opinions on certain things.
Hmm.
Um, but that being said, uh, I don't think he would have anything to say about like 90% of the games on this list. But
He would just be silent.
but
Yeah.
Dread, but okay. But so given that you've beaten the game, because I'm kind of having a hard time deciding how I would price this game. What would you say?
Um, it's it's really well. Okay, I don't, it's really good.
It's really good, but no.
No, I don't have a but. It's really just like I'm thinking about the length of it and like
Mm-hmm.
it's there. It's got meat on it, but
Mm-hmm.
besides the main campaign, like there's nothing else.
Right.
And so I guess if we're going for its value,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of gameplay, even though it's a really good game, I kind of want to put it at 50
That's what I
because
was thinking.
beside, I mean, you could do like I think there's like a new game plus that I never got
Mm.
into,
Okay.
but yeah, it's beside like if you get the game because you want to play the game,
Mm-hmm.
like if you want like it's kind of just one experience is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Right. Right.
It's not like there's like a lot of different options for like how to play the game or anything. So,
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe that brings it down to like $50 for me.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah. That's the thing is it's kind of a slippery slope because I feel like it's like my instinct is to price it lower, but that's only because it's like a 2D game as opposed if it was a 3D game that'd be different. But I feel like
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
like I feel like that's not really fair, right? But at the same time like
Yeah.
I don't know, 50 sounds like a reasonable price for it still, you know.
Yeah, for me it's kind of just the length of it. It's like
Mhm.
it's a little bit shorter than I would want for a full $60 game, I
Right.
think.
That's fair. I think they did do like one free update to this game. I think they added like a boss rush later.
Oh. Yeah.
But
That's
like
kind of
does
that's
that
kind of
add
useless in
$60, you
my
know?
opinion.
Yeah. Or does
So,
that add $10? Yeah. Anyway, all right, 50 I think is still reasonable. Um all right, next up we got Mario Party Superstars, which is I don't know.
okay, we're going back to the same inquiry that we had with Super Mario Party, and that is how many boards does this game have?
This game has 5 boards,
Oh, it has
but
five.
it has
So
5,
cool.
but they're all old boards.
Yeah, wait, what are they?
Yoshi's
there's the
Tropical Island, Peach's
uh-huh,
Birthday Cake, Spaceland,
garbage.
Horrorland,
Good, good,
and Woody Woods.
good. So the first two of those are kind of garbage,
Mm-hmm.
not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. They they should have
Um,
just put. They should have just not had any Mario Party 1 boards.
why did they have Western Land? Western Land is good.
Because they were waiting until Super Mario Party Jamboree to put Western Land. I don't know.
Oh, was Western Land in that game?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's kind of based.
Another reason to
Um,
that I want to get that game. No. um just for Western Land. No. Um no, but I do think that's the thing. I feel like since they're all reused boards, they should have just put like pretty much all of them from the old games. Maybe not all of them. That's a lot, but like
I think that's a reach. That's
yeah.
Nintendo would not do that.
No, Nintendo
for
wouldn't do
you.
that. But they should have at least put like 2 or 3 more, I think.
Mm.
That's my
Yeah, I
opinion.
can agree with that. At
Because
least
yeah,
more, I think.
at least one
Well,
more.
no, two more considering how shit the first two boards are that you
Or
listed.
just omit the first 2 and put in Western Land and Pirate Land. You know?
Dude, actually, I don't think I've ever played Pirate Land. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh dude, Pirate Land is like my nostalgia my like nostalgia brain is like that's my favorite. But that's
Dude, we
only
used to play
because
Space Land all the time, though.
no, but only when I played it with you, I think I would play Spaceland. But whenever I played it with Ellis, for whatever reason, we would always play Pirate Land, and it was awesome. And there's one reason that why we used to play Pirate Land that I don't want to say, or I can't really describe. But
Is it Toad and he used to look like he was humping?
yes,
Does it have to do with that?
yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, never mind. So you do know. Anyway,
No, I know exactly what you're.
no,
what
and
you're
also
talking
I think Pirate Land is a good board. Like that's not the only reason. I think it's a good board. But
about. Is Pirate Land coming back in Jamboree?
no, I think they put no.
L.
Unless they're doing free updates for that game, which I doubt that they are. But I think
I think the Jamboree has like 7 or 8 boards from what I heard.
I think it has 7. I think it has 5 brand new ones and then 2 old ones, which is pretty good.
That's good.
And they look like
That's
they're
correct.
good. Overall, I've heard good opinions of that game. So
Yeah.
like the boards must be pretty good. Anyway, we're
I
getting ahead
heard
of
that
ourselves.
Jamboree is amazing and it is like totally a return to form for Mario Party. So I really want to get it.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I mean, like at the point we're recording this, that's the last Nintendo game that came out, the last big Nintendo game. And I do have that on this list, so we could talk about that a little bit, but it's gonna be a little harder.
Oh, okay.
But Superstars though, so 5 boards,
$50.
You say you're thinking 50?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I think that's what I would say. Because you can you can sink a lot of time into Mario Party games, and this is a good one. As opposed to Super Mario Party, which is dog shit.
$40 for 4 boards, and so I'm gonna say $50 for 5 boards.
Okay, $10 per board. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. You didn't play these, did you?
Oh man, no, but they are in my house because Keaton owns them.
Both of them?
He actually does. He owns both of them.
Holy shit!
And I don't know why. I think he got both of them as gift, and it just so happened that the people that were gifting them to him got him the opposite version. So
did he play both?
No, I think he played through like half of Diamond and then did not. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he was really into them, and for good reasons.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Diamond and Pearl are good games, like the original Diamond and Pearl games, right? I don't think they're the best Pokemon games that ever came out. The originals, I'm still referring to. But they were really good for at the time, you know. Platinum is still the best one. Yeah, you're nostalgic for Pearl.
Yeah, but I admit that I think you're probably right. I don't think that they're like the best in the series.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like these remakes just feel very underwhelming. Um,
Yeah, that was my uh main problem with these games, and especially coming off Sword and Shield. Like we talked about Sword and Shield earlier in this video,
mm-hmm.
and I felt even worse about uh Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl
Mm-hmm.
than I did about those games. I was
It's
like, I
yeah.
cannot support this level of laziness.
No, really. And it's like they're like you can't I refuse to talk to anybody who believes that these are like full $60 experiences. Like I
No.
just
It's not that
no,
I
man, I
don't
don't
think that
know.
there's
Well,
value, because
yeah, that's fair, yeah.
I do think that like you can still have a really good time
Mhm.
playing Diamond and Pearl in their original forms.
Mhm.
Um, it's just like really low effort what they ended up doing, and
Yeah.
like even more low effort than like a lot of other remakes on the Switch, I feel like.
Mhm. Well, and one thing that I don't think people always remember about these games, or maybe they do, is that these games were really buggy at launch. And they had to
Oh,
patch
really?
they had to patch a bunch of stuff over time. Like there was some things that would like basically soft lock you, which was really bad.
Wow.
Um
I didn't know that.
so not yeah, not even taking that into account, I don't think it's worth $60, but taking that into account, it's definitely not worth $60. Um
Yeah, did they even add anything to this that wasn't in the original Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum?
so they added certain Pokemon that weren't in the old games that you could now catch in these games. Um through like how you could go underground in Diamond and Pearl?
Yes, but I never did that as a kid.
Oh, okay. Well, they basically made going underground more worthwhile because you could like catch all of the starters underground that were like
Okay.
in the games up until Gen 4. And more and way more Pokemon than just that. And you could find
Yeah.
rare items, which is cool. So they added that, and then they added like you could go to this place to get like a bunch of legendaries that you couldn't get in the original games, like
Hmm.
Ho-Oh and Lugia and Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, all those. Those were
Hmm.
basically the main additions that they put in the game. But I just don't think that it really it
I think the best way to describe these games is just
yeah.
disappointing,
Yeah.
because like
Mhm.
when you look at all the other remakes, like they were like cutting edge for their systems in terms of like
Yeah.
how they were designed. And
Yeah.
so like when you look at like what the Switch can handle for a
Yeah.
Pokemon game, like uh and Gen 4, like I expected the Gen 4 remakes to like blow me out of the water like
Mhm.
Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire did.
Yeah. Mhm.
Um but they did not at all.
Yeah. Well that's really true because like, Fire Red and Leaf Green feel like they were like up to par with like the current gen Pokemon games. Same with Heart Gold
Hmm.
and Soul Silver. Same with Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. These games are like the first remakes that feel like old games. So I think you're
Yeah.
really right about that.
Yeah.
So what would you price it at? I priced it at 40.
I think pricing them at what they originally went for on the DS is actually pretty reasonable. And I don't know how much that was, but
I think it was 30.
I'm gonna look it up actually.
I think it was either 30 or 35. I think that was like what Pokemon games usually went for on the DS.
Pokemon Pearl original price.
Mm-hmm.
Um, oh wow, I can't even fucking find it.
Maybe 34.
I'm just gonna say 34, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll agree with you on that. Like, they did add some things, but like,
I'm not gonna pretend like they didn't remake the game from the ground up, because they
that's
definitely
true. They
did. Like
did.
you
That's
can't
true.
just like
You know
pull the
what?
assets from the DS.
That
But at the same
yeah.
time, like it's still low effort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. it just feels very it feels low effort and low budget. But it sold really well. So I don't think we
Yeah.
learned anything, or they learned anything.
No.
Um, and
I really hope that for the Gen 5 remakes, I really hope that they don't do that again.
oh god, yeah, I really hope so. I love Gen 5. I don't want them to. I don't want them to besmirch my what could possibly be one of the best if not the best generation of Pokemon. But
Yeah.
that's a
And
story
I
for
need to
another day.
play that generation for the first time.
You,
So I probably will buy the remake of Gen 5
mm-hmm.
regardless of whether or not it is like
Yeah,
in the original style or in the modern style.
yeah, and Lord knows you're not gonna be able to get a copy of the originals without dropping a bag.
That's
So,
so true.
yeah. Um, all right, let's talk about. So, what do you know about Big Brain Academy Brain versus Brain? Because I know a little bit about Big Brain
Well,
Academy Brain versus Brain.
I've played it with you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, twice now. We played it
Um,
not that long ago. We
we
played it
played
over the
it.
summer.
We played it in a car. I remember once, and
Did we play it? Didn't we play it recently when I stayed over at the apartment?
no, I think we played it. We played the Wii one.
Oh, we played the Wii one. That's
Yeah,
right.
which
Yeah.
I actually think the Wii one is a better multiplayer game than this one is. Um,
Okay.
but I know that I might like that's kind of my that's kind of my main talking point regarding that. But like I think this game is fun. I actually played this game I sunk a decent amount of time into it when I first got it because there's a lot of like little games that are just kind of like fun to just play and like kind of while you're winding
Mhm.
down for bed or something.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So or whatever. Um so I don't know. Like I do and the fact that they priced it at $30, I feel like it's like kind of like a little bit of an attractive price point at that point. Um but
I just don't really know like what you would get out of this game other than like because I don't know if it has like a
like a
feels weird to say
campaign.
a campaign,
Yeah.
but
It does not have
does
a
it?
campaign. Well,
Okay.
basically, it's like there's 5 different like types of games, and you can like basically try to see how far you can go, completing all of them as fast as you can for like the best score within the time that you're given. And
Yeah.
the value in doing that is like trying to get as fast of a time. And this is like one of the only games that I actually found like myself trying to get as fast of a time. So it's kind of like WarioWare in that regard.
Yeah.
Um,
I think this game is more enjoyable in a multiplayer sense than WarioWare is to me because I think there's something inherently uh like I enjoy the competitive aspect of like being
mhm.
like even jokingly like, oh, I'm smarter than you, I'm gonna win this
Yeah.
game.
Mhm.
I think
Cuz
that's just kind of like attractive in itself, and
mhm.
so to me there's more value in it than in a WarioWare game,
Mhm.
uh even if they have like a similar amount of content, which I'm not sure if
Well,
they do.
and we decided on $30 for Get It Together. So are you saying you think Big Brain Academy is worth more than 30?
Definitely not, but I'll go with 30.
Come on, man. No,
What, you want me to say, oh yeah, it's worth $60?
no, no. Yeah, I mean it's Big Brain Academy Brain versus Brain. So that says it all right
Brain
there.
for brain.
No, I think
Yeah.
$30 is fair for it. I think the multiplayer is fun ish. I'd have some kind. It gets kind of repetitive, but
They gotta have like they gotta start having more online multiplayer modes for these for these types of games, I think.
they do have online multiplayer for this one though,
Oh, okay.
which is cool. And I did
Yeah,
play it a little
okay, that's
bit.
cool.
Um, so that being said, yeah, I think $30 is a fair asking point. Like we don't need to. It doesn't need to go higher or lower.
Ooh,
All right, we
2022.
are made we made it to 2022. An hour and 40 minutes in. All right, let's go.
Let's keep going. Let's
All
keep
right,
going.
let's
We
keep
got
this
this.
train going. All right, Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Ooh.
So yeah, that's right. I said Arceus. I used to say Arceus, but then I found out it's
Mhm.
actually supposed to be Arceus.
Is it
Um,
actually
it is.
grammatically Arceus?
It is. Yes.
I'm still gonna say Arceus because it
Okay.
just feels more natural to me.
I think one of the reasons why they don't want you to say Arceus is because the word arse is in the name. If you say that, which is kind of funny, and that kind of makes me want to say Arceus, but I'll
The
say
god of
Arceus.
class.
Um, so Pokemon Legends Arceus. I had a lot of fun with this game,
Oh yeah, me
and
too.
would
I
you
love
say
this.
that this is one of your favorite Pokemon games, Donovan?
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I had a fantastic. I wasn't expecting to love this game as much as I did,
Mm-hmm.
but uh I definitely did. And I think that this is like I think the format of the game and how it's designed is
Mm-hmm.
like kind of ideal for like an open world style uh Pokemon game. And
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
actually we'll get to this later, but I actually enjoyed how they did the open world in Arceus way better than how they did it in Scarlet and Violet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I didn't I see I didn't know going into it that it was going to be like, sanctioned areas.
Me
So
neither.
I was a little disappointed when I found out that, but I actually ended up
Mhm.
liking it a lot. I thought
Me too.
it was a good they handled it well.
Yeah. And it's
Um
really I had a lot of fun like with the I feel like there was just like a lot of discourse about this game when it came out and everybody was kind
mhm.
of bonding over it.
I saw a
And that
lot
was
of
really fun to
people
see.
taking video or posting videos on Twitter of this game at the time, and so that was kind of
Yeah.
a fun thing to see. Um and yeah, no, I think this was a really fun game. And I don't and there was a lot of like stuff you could do in it, like even just the normal campaign I think lasted a decent amount of time, but there was a lot of like little side quests that you could do which were fun on their own. um
Yeah. I think the only thing that's annoying about this game to me is that like I really wanted to complete the Pokédex, but to
mhm.
do that,
It's
you have to
yeah,
catch a lot of Pokemon.
it's really tedious. Well, and not only do you have to catch each Pokemon, you have to catch them like multiple times and in
Yeah.
certain ways, and it's really
Yeah.
like it's a little tedious. And I did try to do
Uh-huh.
that, but I just got tired of it. I was just like, I don't have the energy
Yeah.
to do this.
I think I got I definitely didn't get all the Pokemon in the Pokédex, but I
Hmm.
definitely got most of them.
I think I
Um,
yeah, I think I caught all of them, but I didn't like complete each
yeah,
like all of the tasks for each one, you know.
yeah. If they kept making their open world Pokemon games in this style,
Hmm.
but like cleaned up that Pokédex aspect of it and made it a little bit more enjoyable to complete the Pokédex,
Hmm.
then like for what I like about Pokemon, like they would be golden.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, and I mean I'm excited to see what they do with Legends ZA because I feel like that's hopefully gonna happen with that game. Um,
I
but
think I think their Legends kind of I guess you can call it a series now. I think that
yeah.
that Legends kind of uh kind of suggests that they're going to be a little bit more creative and original with the formula for Pokemon,
Hmm.
which I really enjoy. I like that they're experimenting with the formula
Yeah, because
because it really needs that.
that was a big complaint with the main series for a while was that they were not innovating at all, you know. Um, so I'm glad it's really still like a shock to me that that and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl came out so soon after each other. Um,
Mhm.
but if you ask me, I think that they were planning on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl coming out in 2020, but just given the
Mhm.
circumstances, they had to push it a year. So I feel like this was going to be their holiday title for 2021, but they just pushed it because it was like, well, we don't want to have two big Pokemon games on the same month, you know?
Yeah. Oh
Um,
damn. Yeah, I didn't realize they were only 2 months apart. That's
yeah,
crazy.
it was pretty crazy. I mean, as a Pokemon fan, I was quite happy about it, but they
Yeah.
weren't as I guess like especially Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl were not as polished as it could be. I remember there was some like people had some graphical or like some issues with the graphics of Legends
Yeah,
Arceus, which I guess is fair.
I
Um,
think that's fair.
mhm.
It didn't really detract from the experience for me
No, I
personally,
got
though.
yeah, I enjoyed it. Is it worth $60 though?
Yeah, and to the point that you were just making, I do want to say that I feel like it, even though I love the game, I still feel like it could have used a little bit more time in the oven.
Yeah.
Just
Mhm.
like it, even though there's a lot to do in the game and stuff, like they try to have like an aspect of like you're building the town, and it's a little bit it's kind of interactive,
Yeah.
and there's some like decent side quests in there.
Mhm.
But I definitely feel like they could have taken more time and fleshed it out and made it like way better than it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. And I think if they did, I
And
think it
there's
would
like
be
small things like that that I wish that they had spent a little bit more time on. But I still
mhm.
think it's an amazing game, and I'm gonna say $60.
Okay, I said 50, but I think I'm willing to say 60 cuz
Okay.
it did provide me with quite a lot of good times. So,
Yeah.
much like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which I yeah, do you like my segues? I'm a smooth uh seguer. Kirby and the Forgotten Land was quite a pleasant time. Um
Mhm.
when I played it, I think a year and a half ago. Um but I yeah, I really didn't have a lot of problems with this game. Uh
Me neither.
this
I
might
think it
even
was a
be this might even be my favorite Kirby game.
I thought it was a perfect transition for Kirby into 3D, and
Mhm.
it's just a quality experience all the way throughout. There's like it's there's some completionist elements in it, but they're
Mhm.
like actually fun. It's actually
Yeah.
fun to complete the game,
Mhm.
and it's pretty sizable experience. Like it's a
Mhm.
decent length too.
It is. Cuz that, you have your normal worlds, but you also have like those little side missions that you can do to like try to get the best times in, which I thought was pretty cool. And some of them are a little challenging actually, at least
Yeah.
for me. And you're building up the Waddle Dee town, in the background,
Oh
which is so basically
yeah,
Kirby and the Forgotten Land is
which they
basically
did
like
way
Legends
better
Arceus.
than building the town in Legends Arceus,
Yeah,
I just
yeah, exactly. um, that's so weird that two games where you're rebuilding a town came out one after another. Um,
yeah.
and they're both 3D games. But and then you're collecting the little statues, which was kind of neat, right?
Yeah.
Um, oh, I figure this is just a decent time to ask you, but what all Kirby games have you played? I don't think I ever really clarified
Hmm.
that.
Oh man, you want me to go through the list?
Is there a lot? I didn't know how many there would be.
Well, I'm trying to think more of the ones that I haven't played.
Oh wow, I think I've only I've played a couple, but I think I've only ever beat three.
Really? What ones are
I've
those?
only ever beat the original Kirby's Adventure, Kirby
Mm-hmm.
Triple Deluxe, and this game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've played less Kirby than I have.
No, I've played a lot less Kirby
I'm gonna
than I feel like
name
you
the
have.
ones that I haven't played.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
um, I've never played Crystal Shards.
Okay.
I've never played. I guess Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse.
Well,
I
I don't
guess
really
those ones.
count those as like main series
Those are like
Kirby though.
side games, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but in terms of the main games, I've never played Crystal Shards, I've
Hmm.
never played Return to Dreamland, and I've never played Triple Deluxe. But I
Okay.
think I've played all the other ones.
Oh. Oh no,
No,
that's
oh
right.
sorry, I haven't played Amazing Mirror either.
Oh, okay. No, I did actually beat I beat Return to Dreamland Deluxe too.
Okay,
And
okay.
that one's a good one too. But yeah,
I would like
so
to play Return to Dreamland,
I'm
actually.
actually I feel like I'm surprised that you never got the Wii version of that. Um cuz I feel
If
like
I could find that, if I could find the Wii version for like $20, I'd buy it.
mhm. I feel like you could find you could probably find the Switch version for like 30 at the lowest. but that's how much I got my copy for.
I might have to dip into that then.
But you know, we'll talk about that game when we get to it. But Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Oh, and I think I played Dreamland, but that's it. Anyway,
This game was funny for me because
yeah.
I actually Keaton got Kirby and the Forgotten Land digitally, so I played it through him through his account.
Yeah.
But I was such a fan of the game that I wanted the box, so I actually went on eBay and bought just the box.
Just the box and no game.
Yeah, because I just wanted it in my room, you know.
You just look at Kirby going like that. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
No.
anybody got it, it's you. If
Yeah.
anybody would understand that,
Oh yeah.
it would be
Oh
you.
no. I get it. I love this game. I played a little bit of it through I think Keaton's account as well, and then it made me decide I just wanted to own a copy because I liked it. Yeah. Keaton gave us the hookup, you know.
He's always given me the hookup, man.
Oh yeah, man. No, this is a really good game. I'm tempted to say $50 for it though.
Really?
Well, I don't know, man. I feel like it's like kind of easy, and you can kind of blow through it pretty quickly.
You could, but like,
but there
if
is a
you-
lot that you can go back and do. So
I just think like, yeah, the completion experience is like really enjoyable, I think.
that's
And
true.
like, if you were playing this game for the purpose of just blowing through it, then like you're not experiencing it how you should, I don't think.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just trying not to be too biased because this is like this is up there for me.
Fair.
But I'm
Yeah.
willing to. I don't think 60 is too absurd of an asking price.
I'm gonna be controversial and say it is 60.
I'm gonna
It
be
is full
controversial and say
60.
70. I think it's 70. No. Let's go with 55.
Okay.
Why not? All right. So this is one that I don't have much authority to talk about. Nintendo Switch Sports. So I
do.
I put 40 versus 50 because technically I think on the eShop it's 40. But if you buy the box copy it's 50 because it comes with the leg strap. Oh,
Okay.
you know. Yeah, no, I don't know.
What the fuck?
It's a little silly. But
That is silly.
yeah, but so what
I
what
bought
do you
it
think?
physically, and
did?
yeah. So this game has been talked about to death in the Nintendo sphere
Mhm.
of content creators, I
Yep.
feel like.
Mhm.
And I will be clear, I still like this game,
Yeah.
and I had fun with it. It's just like when you compare it to like the Wii games, what it was based off of, what series it's supposed to be a part of,
Yeah.
it just does not hold up. And
Yeah.
like I said earlier, like Wii Sports Resort, those are like such fun games that like the whole family can enjoy, and they're like infinitely replayable.
Yeah.
But for some strange reason, I feel like Nintendo Switch Sports is like almost more geared towards like the online play.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's what I've heard.
and that's how I mostly played it, because like the people in my life that I want to play it with only played it with me like once or twice, and then were like, nah, this isn't that good. Like, let's just play Wii Sports Resort instead
Yeah.
if you really want to play a game like that.
That's the
Which
thing,
I agree with.
is I don't think I've ever played this with you.
Really.
No, I don't think I have. I think every time that you've played it, I don't think I was there.
I think I
And
played it with Cody one time.
the one time that I remember playing it was actually recently, which was through Andrew.
Andrew owns this game?
Andrew owns this game digitally, yeah.
That's really funny.
I remember him telling me he really wanted it, and I was just like, you know, go for it, dude. And he got it.
That's funny.
But I don't know, man. I feel like it's it's cool that they didn't price this at 60 just initially, you know, because
it did not have enough content to be worth $60, because like,
well,
if you think
yeah.
about it, Wii Sports, the original, was free. That
Yeah.
had 5 games.
Mhm.
Wii Sports Resort was like I don't know, whatever a full
Probably,
retail
I'm gonna say
price,
probably 50, right?
probably like $50.
Yeah.
And Nintendo Switch Sports, now it has 8 sports in it, but when it came out, it only had 6.
Wait. 8 sports? What are the 8 sports?
Um, I'm
I
gonna
thought it
have
only,
to
I
look it
thought it
up.
only had 6 now.
No, it had 6 at launch, but the problem was that like 3 of the games were basically the same thing. So hold up,
Oh,
um, it has
golf?
now it has golf and basketball, which
Oh, okay.
um is fucking weird
It
because
didn't have golf at launch?
basket no, it didn't fucking have golf until like a year after launch,
Okay.
and it didn't have basketball until like 3 years after launch.
Yeah, no, they just added basketball like this year, I think,
They
right?
just added
That's
basketball, and
insane. And it came out of nowhere too. I remember they were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to add basketball to Nintendo Switch." I was like, "Okay, who
yeah.
cares?"
So
I don't
when it
know.
launched, it had soccer,
Yeah,
which
okay.
like
Soccer.
kind of mid, but it was fun. Uh, Volleyball,
Okay.
tennis, and badminton are basically the same thing.
Okay.
And then they had bowling
Bowling. Oh, and then the
and
sword fighting.
yeah, the Chambara, which is the sword
Chambara.
fighting.
And then they added golf and basketball.
Yeah, so 8.
Okay, wow. Okay, so that's that's
And
but we're
I'm not
but
gonna lie
at
to you,
launch 6. Yeah. Mhm.
I had a lot of fun with this game when it came out. I'm not gonna lie. They
Mhm.
had um they had this thing where every week you would have to play a certain amount and then you would unlock cosmetics for your characters, which for some reason for like a month or two was like pretty compelling for me.
Okay.
And so I did that, and just like gradually I just kind of fell off of it. But I won't
Okay.
lie, I did have fun with this game,
Right.
so I'm not gonna badmouth it that much.
Okay.
Um, but I'm gonna say that $40 at launch was I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Fair enough. I think it's kind of funny that they decided to just package it with the leg strap. I get that it's for soccer, but like I think that's all it's for.
Yeah,
You
and it's
know?
optional too. It's
Yeah.
optional.
So then it's like really like they just wanted to like make it look like it was a bigger deal than it is, I feel like.
Yeah, they
So,
wanted. I have it over there, but
yeah.
they just want to have it in like a bigger box.
And I have the leg strap because I got Ring Fit Adventure. So I'm just kind of
Yeah,
like I don't need to buy the big box copy. I could just try to get like if I wanted to ever get the game, I could just try to get the
it's
normal
silly.
the normal
It's
box. Well, I don't know. Who knows if I'll add this to my collection? I probably will. Who am I kidding?
of course you will.
Of course I will,
You're
but
collector Antonio.
not quite yet. Mario Strikers Battle League.
Oh man.
This is it. We
Oh,
finally made it here. Um, this is what this whole video has been leading up to. This one game. Um,
yeah.
I don't care about it like really at all. I don't like I don't know. You know what's funny
Uh,
is
yeah.
I almost bought it because it was on sale for $30.
Mm.
And so I got it and then I got it and I got it delivered and it came to me and then I just looked at it and I was like, I'm gonna take this back.
You really?
Yes.
That's awesome, dude.
I
You made
was
the right
I
decision.
was like, I can't justify opening this and playing it, dude. I just can't. There's very few
That's
games
so
that I've
funny.
done that with ever, and that was one of them.
You were just like, I can't do this.
I was just like, I've reached my limit.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
Um, I feel like with all 3 of the Mario sports games on the Switch,
Mm-hmm.
I've been in leading up to its release, I'm like kind of hyped for it, where I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm actually gonna get this one,
Yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
come out and I don't. I just never do.
Yeah, I remember when this game was announced, it looked cool. Like I was like, "Oh, this is kind of neat." But that's how I felt about Mario
And this,
Golf.
okay, this is another Pokemon Snap situation in my mind because it's
Yeah.
like this was another game where like there are some diehard fans who are like, yeah, the one on the GameCube and the Wii, they were so good. They were part of
Yeah.
my childhood. We
Mhm.
need another one.
Mhm.
They came out with another one. It was ass.
Yeah. But
It was
it
ass. That's
it
all that
didn't
needs to be
have to be
said.
ass. It could have been good. You know what I mean? Like it's just like why
Yeah.
couldn't they have just put more work into it? Because it could have actually been something cool. Because you know what? I have the Wii game, and me and Andrew actually kind of sunk some time in the Wii game. We actually kind of liked it. I'm not even joking. This was like a year ago,
Awesome. Dude,
and
I didn't realize that Andrew was all of a sudden like super into like some Nintendo sports games.
dude, he's a sporty guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
Like
is.
so when he sees when he sees like a ball in a game, he's like it's like triggers something in his head. It's like, oh my god, I gotta play that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but then I
In
remember,
his head, he's like, this is actually the same thing as playing the real game.
yeah, exactly. And I remember talking to
Um,
him because he saw that there was Battle League on the Switch, and he was like, dude, should we like is this game good? Should we get it? And I was just kind of like, probably not. We should just play the Wii one. You know?
yeah, yeah.
So.
Well, I've seen a decent amount of gameplay of this game, and
Mhm.
it just seems like watered down from the
Yeah.
Wii version because the
Yeah.
thing that everybody always talks about with the Wii version is how much personality it has,
Yeah.
and this
Like
one just seems like a lot more watered down.
the Wii one feels like it has more like authentic personality, where this game feels like it's like manufactured. Like it's
Yeah,
like,
it's like trying to replicate what the
yeah,
old game had,
exactly. And
so it's like
so
disingenuous.
I just don't think I'm ever really gonna like maybe in like 10 years when literally nobody gives a shit about this game anymore for like
Mhm.
$10 or $5 to $10, maybe it'll never go down that much, but maybe
I
I'll get
doubt
it
it.
just for the collection's sake, but maybe I should just try to have more pride than that. I don't know. I'm gonna say
Nintendo games
40.
never decrease in value. They never do.
No, never. I'm gonna say 20 or 30 because that's what I said for the other two. But you said 40 for the other two.
I'm gonna say 30 for this
Say
one.
30 for this one? Okay.
Yeah, I'm breaking the mold.
Oh
I'm
shit.
being
For Battle
bold.
League. That's just how dog shit Battle League is. Is Don
Yeah.
even Donovan agrees it should not be 40.
And again, they did the same thing after launch where they had like updates where they added
Yeah.
like what new
They added
characters.
Shy Guy. They added Shy Guy to the game. Does that make it worth 60 for you?
Okay, no wait, didn't they? I saw they added Shy Guy, they add Pauline, and they add Diddy Kong.
Holy fuck. That's
And oh no, no wait, no,
insane.
this is crazy. They added Daisy because they didn't have fucking Daisy in the base game.
Why? Why
I
not?
don't know. I don't know.
Call me when they add Prince the flo what's his name?
Prince Florian.
Prince Florian from Wonder. Then I might
Yeah.
care. Then it'll be worth $60. Okay.
Okay, I'm just thinking about Mario Sluggers and how there was literally like 50 characters in that game.
50 characters?
There was a ridiculous amount of characters in that game.
I
You
mean,
could play
and it's
you could
like,
play as like any you could play as any Mario character in the series up until that point essentially.
well, and that's the thing is like why not just do that? You know what I mean? Why not just add like
Yeah.
50 characters? Cuz it's like why not just make them all optional? Like is it really that much development time to make all those characters playable? I don't know. Maybe it is.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I got nothing.
I got nothing
This is
either.
such a niche game, I feel like. It's
Yeah.
it's Fire
Yeah.
Emblem, it's a Warriors game, and it's a sequel to Three Houses.
Yeah. So you would have to be really into Warriors and really into Three Houses specifically.
Yeah, you would have like it's such
'Cause
a specific group of people to get something out of this, I feel like.
I wonder if it sold well. I actually don't know anything
I
about this
feel like
game.
it's like in the top like 50 Switch games. Maybe.
Didn't we? Okay, hold up. There was another Fire Emblem Warriors game that came before this, right?
Yeah, there was the original Fire Emblem Warriors.
Did we talk about that last time?
Yeah, we did. We we didn't really take it seriously.
And I don't
um,
think I'm gonna take this one seriously either. I
no, I'm
don't get it.
not. In fact, I'm gonna say let's see, negative $100. Yeah. I think you
I'm
should.
gonna say it's worth 5 yen.
5 yen. I don't know what the yen symbol is. Well, actually, I think I do.
Just write yen.
5 yen. Is that how it's
Yeah,
spelled? Is it yen?
I think so.
Okay, I'm gonna look so white if that's not actually how it's spelled. Um, and then I'm going to say
69.
5 cents for the final price. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. I don't. I This is
All right.
not to say the quality of the game is bad. I don't know anything else. Um.
Mhm.
Anyway, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Um.
Man, we got 2 3-quels in a row here.
Yeah. No. Three Hopes isn't a threequel. It's just called Three
No, no, no,
Hopes.
no, no. I'm talking about
Oh.
Splatoon. Though.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. I see what you're saying. Oh, I get it. I
Yeah,
get
sorry.
it.
I'm coming up.
I see. Okay. Um. I, what do
Go
you know
ahead.
about this game? Because I know what you know about Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We've discussed that
Mhm.
substantially. But what do you know about 3?
Um, I don't think I know as much, but uh, I know it's considered to be similar in quality and length uh, as the first two Xenoblade games.
Okay.
Although I weirdly I don't think it's as beloved as the first two, and I don't know if that's because it hasn't had the same amount of time
Mm.
to foster that appreciation from its
Yeah,
fans,
it's only been 2 years.
or if it has something to do with like the story's not as good as the first two, because that's a big aspect of why people appreciate these games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's something else, but um, yeah, that's what I know.
I heard that the
What do
DLC
you
was
know?
pretty good. Um,
Okay, but
but
we're
that
not
but that
considering
doesn't mean
DLC.
anything. Yeah, exactly. I pretty much know nothing about this game. I'll be honest. I remember when it first got announced, it was supposed to be like a really big deal. Like I think they saved it for the end of a direct to announce it,
Yeah.
and I really just didn't care that much. Like I mean, I thought it was cool that they were doing it, but I was kind of like, is this worth saving for the end of a direct? But I guess a lot of people like it, so I don't know.
Yeah, my question is just like, are they just gonna keep pumping out Xenoblade? Is there gonna be Xenoblade 4 and 5 and 6?
I mean, probably yeah. They're probably working on 4 right now for the
It's like
next Switch.
I appreciate endings to stories, and
Mm-hmm.
if there is a connected story between the three games, which I know that there is to some capacity,
Mm-hmm.
I think fans would appreciate an ending.
You know what? I'm speaking about this from the standpoint like I don't know much about this series. I feel like they should take the development team that makes these games and try to make a brand new series.
IP. They
Mm-hmm.
did. No,
They
wait,
did.
did they?
I know
Wait, no,
they did.
sorry, they did not.
They did X, which was I guess not considered mainline, but like
Yeah.
I'm talking about like a brand new, like not even
No,
necessarily tied to Xenoblade. You know what I mean?
sorry. For some reason, I thought that you were taught. I thought that they developed Astral Chain, but they did
Oh
not.
no, I don't know who developed Astral Chain.
That was Platinum Games who
Oh
makes
okay.
Bayonetta.
Oh I see. Okay, gotcha. Um, yeah, I don't know, but I mean, like you know what? It's another fully developed RPG. Why not make it $60? You know,
Yeah, I
you're
agree.
you're on board. All right, sure. Splatoon 3. Another one I really don't have much to say about because I don't have this game.
Yeah, I don't have this game either, and I think out of all the games on this list that have been on the Switch, I think this is one of the most disappointing for me personally because I love the first two Splatoon games, but
Mm-hmm.
when this game was coming out, I just like fortunately I just did not give a shit. And like I I thought it looked cool when it was announced, but I was expecting there to be more of a hook
Mm-hmm.
and uh I don't know, it just never got to that point. It was just like more of the same from the
Yeah.
last two games,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
I remember. So I think this is kind of an interesting sort of story. That's I'm just gonna tell it really quick. Basically, like My history of this game has been like, I got Splatoon 2 in November of 2020, and I played it a little bit, and I thought it was good, and then they announced Splatoon 3 like 2 months later. And I was just like,
Yeah.
well, shit. But then what's so weird is that this game took like a year and a half to come out after they announced it. I think that that's so weird.
Yeah. It had a weirdly long
Like
like hype cycle.
lead to release, from announcement to
Yeah.
release. It's just really that's just really weird for this game.
Yeah, and I think that kind of killed some of the hype for it too.
Yeah. I feel like it did. I feel like it totally did. I feel like by the time it came out, I don't even remember that it was going to come out.
Yeah, me neither. It kind of like there was some buzz about it for like the first week or two that it was out, and then it
Yeah.
kind of fizzled out.
And now I feel like, I mean, it probably has an active player base, but I can't imagine it's
Yeah,
that large. I don't
I
know.
I I, I feel like it definitely did not have like not as many people bought it as bought Splatoon 2 for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, I I I I remember criticism that I had was like, why do we need a third one? There's already the second one on Switch. I
Hmm.
kind of get why they decided to do another one because it's like it's been 5 years. Like I guess you know, like they want to try to reinvoke interest in the series by making a brand new entry. But
Yeah.
like you said, like I just don't feel like they really did anything too noteworthy with it.
I have a friend at uh UO that is like a Splatoon super fan,
Hmm.
and they uh they love this game, and even they admit that like there's not that many changes from Splatoon 2.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
like, yeah, I love the game, but they could have done more with
If
it.
you're not a fan, you're probably not going to get much out of it.
Yeah,
Um,
and this was kind of the point where I realized that like I kind of like the concept and the lore of Splatoon more than I like the actual gameplay, and
mm,
so I was okay with sitting this one out,
right.
you know.
For sure. I'm tempted to say $50 because I feel like you could still get a lot out of it,
Mhm.
but I also feel
That's the
like,
thing. It still has a single player campaign. It
yeah.
still has the online and the local multiplayer.
Hmm. So
So
maybe it is worth 60. I don't know.
no, I'm gonna go with 50 as well because just based on the fact that like it's all basically the same as the last game.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Um. All right. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. I'm shocked that this one was 60. When I looked up the going rate for this game and it was 60, I was like, "Are you serious?" Um,
Wild.
because the first one was 40. So why, like, yeah, and I just don't feel like this one is like,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
feel like
true.
this one was like that much bigger of a game than the first one.
Hmm.
Granted, I did not play it yet.
Why did they why did they make two of these games? Like that's kind of funny,
It is kind
honestly.
of funny. Like out of all games to make a sequel to Mario plus Rabbids, it's because it sold well. I think it's because the first one sold pretty well.
Yeah.
Um,
I understand, and I also think that like um I think Ubisoft was really pushing um to keep working on Mario because you know how like some of these companies are like EA and Ubisoft where like
yeah,
they got their hands on this like big IP like
yeah,
Mario. They never
hmm
had that before. They don't
yeah,
have an IP as big as Mario, and so they want to keep their little grubby hands on that
yeah,
IP for as long as they can.
hmm
And so
yeah.
that's probably why they made the second one. It probably had to do a little bit with Ubisoft convincing Nintendo.
But this was another game that took a long time to come out after it was announced. I think it got announced. It got announced in at E3 2021, I think.
Mhm.
And then like I feel like it's like the kind of game that's like you're not gonna want to wait a year and a half for it. Like
Yeah, and also like the the first Mario and Rabbids game was exciting because it I think it also had to do with that it came out so early in the Switch's life.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
so it was like, oh, this is like kind of something to be interested in.
Yeah.
But at this point in the Switch's life, like the Switch was like 5 or 6 years old,
Yeah.
and so it was just kind of like weird to see this game come out, I think,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like who is this for? Who's gonna play this now?
Well, and I remember a big thing about this game's release is like it came out right around the time that all these other big games were coming out. Like I think
Yeah.
Bayonetta 3 came out this month, which was a big deal for a lot of people. All the Persona games came out on Switch this month. Or not all of them, but like Persona 5,
Yeah.
4 and 3 came out on the Switch. Um and then like, Pokemon was coming out the next month. Splatoon had just come out. Like it just came out at such a
Yeah.
weird time, but like, whatever. Like it's just kind of like whatever. It's just like at that point.
Yeah.
Um I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
just
know anybody personally who bought this game.
yeah, me neither. um I'm going to say 40 because the other one was 40.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, sure.
Okay.
I don't I'm just curious like if they added anything that would justify that $60 price tag.
Well, they have a rabid Luma. That is that justify it for you?
I guess we'll never find. Didn't they have? Okay, the one thing that I was interested in
Mm-hmm.
about this game was they came out with DLC
Yeah.
and it had Rayman in it,
Yeah, I did see
and
that. Mm-hmm.
like Ubisoft doesn't do shit with Rayman anymore,
Yeah, I know, but
and
I feel like
so,
that's just the thing is like I'm like, okay, cool, but then why not just make a Rayman game? you know?
dude, I want one so bad. I want a new Rayman game so fucking bad
Well,
someday.
Ubisoft. Um Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Donovan, I'm excited. I wanted to hear you talk about this one because you sounded like you had some stuff to say about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Oh man, dude,
And
man,
I
man, oh
think we did a
man.
whole video. We did a whole chit chats talking about this game with Quentin back when it came out. I remember.
Did we really?
Yeah,
That's
we
funny.
did. And
I vaguely remember that.
because we had some. I remember Quentin was just like, I don't know, man. It just kind of sucks. But no, man. Like
Yeah.
I just want to hear. I want to hear from you first, or should I give my opinion first? What do you think?
I mean, I could go off if you want me to go off.
I feel like you're gonna be harsher than I am, so I feel like maybe I should start.
Go ahead.
And okay, I don't have to. I'm not gonna like make it too long. I'll try to keep it a little bit truncated. Basically, I think that this game was really. I was really impressed by their ambition with this game because Sword and Shield was quite
Fair.
underwhelming. And they definitely stepped up their game with these games. And I am glad that they did that because I'm glad that they're just not like it showed that they're not just like complacent with how the standard of Pokemon. And so that if anything, this game just made me optimistic for the future. Um,
Mm.
that's not to say I didn't have problems with it because I did. I had a lot of fun with it when I was playing it like the first couple weeks it was out. I had a lot of fun with it. Um,
Mhm.
and I still look back on it and you know what? I played through the entirety of the DLC. So if that tells you anything, um, you
Both
know,
of them?
yeah. Uh,
What?
the teal mask and the indigo disc. Yep. Uh, and yeah, I think that there was a lot of cool stuff that they did with these games that they hadn't really done before, but there was still a lot of things that I was like that were not so great. And I feel like
I'm curious if your experience of the DLC like heightened your opinion of the game, or if it lowered it, or if it's like about the
well,
same.
I'm just my comments regarding the original game, or that's what I'm going off of, is
Yeah.
just the original game. But I liked the original game enough to find value in trying out the DLC. And in a nutshell, I'm just gonna say the DLC was mid. It was just all right.
Okay.
But the base game, I enjoyed it. So what do you have to say?
Um, yeah. Where do I start? I agree that
Mm-hmm.
I am impressed by maybe there are moments in the game where I was playing it where I'm like I can see what they were trying to go for here. I
Mm-hmm.
can see like that they wanted to create the biggest Pokemon world that they ever have before,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like in their ambition, they also forgot that they are locked into like these like 2 or 3 year development cycles for Pokemon games.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this game a lot while we were playing it at the same time as it came out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like it was a big deal among the two of us and some of our other friends like Quentin and Dean
Yeah.
when
Mm-hmm.
this game came out
Yeah.
because we all wanted to play it and we were all playing it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I remember having like a conversation with you um, that really like put things into perspective on like how we both feel about Pokemon as a franchise.
Interesting. Okay.
And um, I don't know. Even now when I look back on this game, all I get is like this feeling of like, wow, I put like over 100 hours into this game, and I really wish I didn't. I really wish I could have some of those hours back. Like
Okay.
honestly, that's how I
Mm-hmm.
feel about the game.
Okay.
Because I admit that like at some point I was just playing it out of obligation. Like I was not enjoying it. I
Mm.
thought that the open world was like way too um empty and like not interesting at all to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um and even though I liked a lot of the new Pokemon,
Mm-hmm.
and the characters I thought were like pretty compelling. I like
Mm-hmm.
Nimona as a rival. I
Right.
like a lot of the other characters too.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, don't really give a shit about the rival team in this game, unfortunately.
Oh, the evil,
Um,
like the Team Star or something, or I
yeah,
forget what they're called.
yeah.
Shows you
I
how
think
much
it
I
is
cared about them
Team
too.
Star,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like I sunk too many hours into this game,
Yeah. I think I
um,
sunk a lot
and
too.
maybe I would have enjoyed the game more if I had just played it like Quentin did and beat it in like less than a week.
Right.
I honestly think that I would have a higher opinion of it
Mm-hmm.
if I had just blasted through it.
Yeah.
Um, but based on the experience that I had and what I was
Well,
trying to get out of the game, I did not enjoy it.
how long did it take you to beat it?
I was taking my time.
Okay.
I because I like when I play open world games like that,
Mm-hmm.
I like to not have to go I don't like backtracking, you
Right.
know.
Mm-hmm.
I want to explore an entire area before I move on to the next.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to I don't want to have to backtrack.
But that's the thing
And
is there
so
wasn't a lot to do in the open world, so like it
mm-mm.
it must have not taken you that long between each area, right?
Well, I still wanted to fully explore the area,
Okay.
right? Like
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see if there was anything worthwhile, and for the most part there wasn't.
There wasn't, yeah. Well, and that's one thing about this game is like I really, really do wish that there was more to do in the open world because I was kind of thinking that there would be when I first started when I leading up until the game came out. Um, but I still had a lot to do because in my mind what made up for the lack of stuff to do was all the Pokemon that you could run around and catch, you know. It didn't completely make up for it. I still wish that there was more, but that at least supplemented it a little bit, you know, for me.
Yeah. I just think it was a really clunky and
Well,
unfinished product,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
that their vision may have been uh may have been good, but that
It's
it just did not have the amount of time in the oven to make it a really great game. And
that's true.
honestly, it kind of tainted my outlook on like having fully open world Pokemon games. Like
Okay.
now I want them to like step back from that entirely. Like I want them to be more linear.
Right. That's interesting. I
And
mean,
they can go ahead and prove me wrong. Like
well,
if the next mainline Pokemon game is open world but they do it right,
mhm.
then like fine.
You know
But
what? I'm not necessarily against that opinion because honestly, like I don't necessarily think that they have to evolve the Pokemon series by making every game open world.
mhm,
Like I think they can evolve in other ways. I think if they want to make more open-ended games for the sake of making them more complex, I think that that's fair. But I would be okay if they still made like just kind of more standard Pokemon games as long as they had more interesting things to do. Well, I feel like that's kind of the case with
mhm,
like the opinion with Zelda games, right? Right now,
mm,
like I'm seeing that sort of
yeah,
parallel. Like obviously Zelda did it a lot
yeah,
better, so I don't mean to compare them in that way, um,
yeah,
but yeah, no, at least in terms of like the style of how the game is handled, like I can see value in making them more contained.
yeah.
Um,
I think it's mostly just like the clunkiness of it all. It's
yeah,
just
because
like
it was very clunky. Yeah,
I don't think the game was well designed at all. Like there's tons of glitches.
yeah,
I really don't think that like the overall design of the world is very interesting. Like
it's pretty
you can
forgettable.
explore
I
a
can
lot
even
of
admit that.
different areas.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of different areas, but none of them are very interesting.
yeah, it,
And so like
yeah,
the I like I I remember at a certain point when I was doing like the sixth or seventh gym,
yeah,
there was a point where I was fighting. I don't think it was the gym leader. I think I was fighting like an NPC that leads up to one of the gym leaders,
mm-hmm,
and an NPC walked straight through my character, straight through my Pokemon, and then straight through the Pokemon that I was battling and that trainer.
mm-hmm.
And I just thought to I remember having an epiphany moment where I'm just like, what am I doing? Like, I'm wasting my time right now. I do not like this game. And
Yeah,
so, yes, up to that point, I had been taking my time, but I did rush through those last like two gyms and the champion and the Elite Four and stuff. Because at that point, I was just like, I want it to be over. I want it to be over so bad.
I you know I think it kind of just shows how just kind of diehard of a Pokemon fan I am because I found myself just willing to put up with a lot of that shit, even though I agreed that it was just absolutely absurd that it was a full $60 release that was having those issues. I was just like, you know what? It's Pokemon. I love Pokemon. I'll put up with it.
Yeah, and like if you look at like the things that make Pokemon amazing, like
Mm-hmm.
the Pokemon themselves and like the characters, that's
And
all still great. I
yeah,
still all the new Pokemon, and I still like the characters and the
yeah,
story that they're going for. I think all that is like super memorable and great.
yeah.
I want it in a condensed package.
I want
I
it
don't want the open
either
world anymore.
a condensed package or a more well polished package, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I can agree with that. I'm like I enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, but I'm not like a defender of it. Like I still think everything that people complain about the game is pretty valid.
yeah.
That being said, I think 50
Uh,
is fair for it. What do you think?
yeah. Um,
I wish it like I wish it was more
yeah,
polished. It would be more worth 50, but still given the scope of the game, like I'm like I feel like 50 50 is fair.
yeah. Again, like just the state the Pokemon franchise is in right now,
Yeah.
where like they do not put the development time and resources into the games like they
Mhm.
should,
No. But they are
is really unfortunate.
they seem like they're taking their time with ZA at least. So I'm happy with that. Fire
Nice.
Emblem Engage. I don't have anything to say about this. It's probably worth 60.
Is it a full new Fire Emblem
It's
game?
a full new
or is
Fire
it...
Emblem game. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
like
I
3
don't have
houses.
anything to say about it either.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go with 60 because I literally don't know dog shit
I heard
about
it.
it.
I heard it was good, but I just heard the story was kind of bad. But if
So
you,
worse than Three Houses?
no, I still think it's probably fine. I don't know, man.
Okay.
Let's just move on.
I
I
don't
feel
know.
like okay, Metroid Prime Remastered. This is
I
kind of insane
I-
that this game exists.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still kind of want to buy this game.
Dude, you
Even though
should.
it's like almost 2 years old now, which is
Yeah,
wild to think about.
it's
Um,
yeah, it's $40. I think that's kind of a steal.
I think that's kind of a steal too.
Yeah.
The original Metroid Prime is a really great game.
Mm-hmm.
I think not enough people know about it, know how great it is. But
Yeah.
yeah, they did some crazy like work on this game. Like it
Mm-hmm.
looks fantastic. I think it honestly, for my money, I feel like this is the best looking Switch game.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of
Besides
bizarre.
maybe
Like, yeah.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe looks better, but I really can't think of many Switch games that look that great.
I think Metroid Prime. I'm almost hesitant. I'm almost wanting to say I feel like Prime Remastered is like more polished than Mario Kart, even though
Mm.
maybe that's kind of a like maybe that's not really true. Like it just feels more like fully developed almost, you know.
Yeah.
But cuz I do own this and I have played a little bit of it and I think I can see why I can say like I just wanted to make sure that I could like sit down and commit the time that I needed to commit to it to beat it. But because this is like this is like, you know, a Nintendo fan's like, you know, just like a classic like a staple of Nintendo fandom, you know.
Yeah.
So
I feel like Metroid Prime is not the type of game that comes around very often as a Nintendo fan,
mhm.
and like it's really it really should be appreciated for what it is because it it's a crazy game. It's really good.
I'm guessing you're going to say 40 is a pretty fair asking price then.
Yeah. Yeah, if they just re-release the game without like updating the graphics or anything,
Mhm.
then I'd say more like 30,
Yeah.
maybe even 20.
Mhm.
But I think for the work that they did on it, I think 40 is pretty reasonable.
I think the fact that you were able to get all 3 games on the Wii U for $20 is like that's the most insane deal that I think Nintendo's ever handed out.
Yeah.
But this is still I think a worthy. I hope they remaster the other 2 and potentially and that the 4th one's good. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's I honestly I think that they'll probably release 4 and then do remasters of 2 and 3. That's what I
Hopefully, yeah.
hope they do.
Mm-hmm. That would be insane if they like shadow dropped 2 and 3 remastered on like leading up until the 5th game because that's what they did with Pikmin. Well, they didn't remaster Pikmin, but still.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's probably like a you know wishful thinking, but anyway.
They could literally just like re-release 2 and 3 in a pack,
Yeah.
but not remastered,
Mhm.
and people would still eat that up.
Oh yeah. Who knows? We'll see. Return to Dreamland Deluxe. So you again pretty surprised that you have not played this game or the original.
Yeah.
Although, and what's funny about this is like now that I've played it, I've kind of like come to realize like it's kind of like in the same way that like you know Star Allies was seen as like kind of a really basic Kirby game. Like this game is almost like the beginning of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like it kind of feels like it's more justified in being basic. But even then, I feel like this game is like more creative than Star Allies. Like that, like that's just I don't know. Like that, I like just from playing it, especially the deluxe version. I feel like the deluxe
Well,
version is just like a great game in general.
at the time, I think it was like kind of a, I don't know if return to form is the right word, but it was kind
Mm,
of like they were trying to
sure.
refocus like the core of the Kirby franchise, I
Yeah,
think.
I think you're right.
Or like they were trying to establish like a
It
consistent
it wasn't a
identity.
return to
Like,
form, it was a return to Dreamland.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna slap you through the screen for that one.
Anyway, sorry.
But no, I think they were trying to like new Super Mario Bros.ify Kirby
Yeah.
with this one,
Yeah, probably.
but in like a less obnoxious way,
Yeah, no,
if that makes sense.
absolutely. Mhm.
But yeah, it like you said, uh, I've never played it, but um, and I don't
I did
really
say that.
know what changes they made
Well,
to this game.
they added like an entire hub area where you can play all these like little mini games. It's like called like
Mhm.
Magoland or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
Um
I do remember seeing
yeah,
that.
and
Yeah.
and the little mini games they have are kind of fun. They're like fun little like time wasters in between playing the regular levels. And
Hmm.
they added a whole like epilogue with Magalore too, which I don't think I've played that yet,
Oh,
but
yeah,
apparently it's a pretty like cool little thing that they added.
yeah,
Um
that is pretty cool. Okay.
yeah, so I think I would have to say I think this is like a $50 package.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like it kind of reminds me of like Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, where it's like the original four-player multiplayer game
Oh yeah,
plus
I
a
guess that's
new
true,
single
huh?
player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we did price that game at 60. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
But I
But
feel like this is a
again,
little less involved than that.
yeah, and the only reason that I want to agree with you there is unfortunately because it is like another 2D game
Yeah, it's just not like
and it's a remake.
I think this is another case where it's like I feel like you can blow through this pretty quickly and there's not as much inherent like value in try like it's not even really that hard to 100%. Like Kirby like Forgotten Land is a little bit more involved with that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, what do you think for your price?
Yeah, I think 50 makes sense.
Okay. It's still really good. I still think it's well worth. I think 50 is fair, but like I got it for 30. I think 30 is a pretty is like a steal for that game.
I'm realizing while we're doing this list that I
Mhm.
have a lot of Switch games that I still want to buy. I still want to pick them up.
Hey, in these next couple of years they might go down a little bit because of the new one coming out. You never know.
Hope so.
But anyway, so this is this next one, another game that I don't think I've ever talked to you about. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp. Um,
This one was weird because this was
this is a
supposed to
little weird.
release in 2022, I think.
This was supposed to release in 2021. It was originally
2020.
it was slated for December of 2021 originally. Then it got
Damn.
pushed back. Oh, speaking of that game actually, get this.
What?
I was playing it
What's
recently.
that?
Um
Of course you were.
well,
That's funny.
so this game was originally supposed to come out, so I actually can hold up a prop to the camera this time. This game was going to come out in 2021. Then they pushed it back to, I believe, March of 2022. Then, or no, April of 2022, because of some
Mhm.
real world events that were happening at the time.
Yeah,
That
the Ukraine stuff, yeah.
yeah, they delayed it indefinitely. And then they finally came out with it last year in April because I think they just were like, just get it. We just want it out of our lives. You know what I mean? Um, but and I don't think it sold that well, but it's kind of sad because from the bit that I've played of this, it's actually pretty fun. I enjoy
Okay.
this game a lot.
Yeah, it's like turn-based strategy, right?
Yeah, it's like it's set up kind of like in like, a Fire Emblem sort of way. But I actually
Yeah.
kind of find this more accessible than Fire Emblem because they actually like walk you through every aspect of it more
Yeah.
so than Fire Emblem does. And so I honestly like if you're someone who wants to get into turn-based RPGs and needs like an entry point, I think this is actually a pretty good game for that.
Okay.
That being said, it's a GBA remake, so it's a decently.
But it's 2 in 1.
It is 2 games, yeah, which you could argue means it is worth 60 because GBA
Like
games were probably
$30
30
for both.
each. I'm gonna say 50 is probably more worth it. Maybe even 40. No, I'm gonna say 50. It's still
Yeah.
like a fully developed turn-based RPG. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Well, I'll I'll piggyback you
You'll
since I don't know much about this game.
Okay. Well, I'm actually gonna encourage you, if you ever wanted to borrow this game from me or try it out for yourself. I would, if you're interested, because it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I am kind of interested in it, honestly.
And if it's
Like,
not your cup of
I
tea, then I get it. But you know. All right. Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo's first $70 game.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
hmm I'm inclined to
Okay.
say right off the bat, definitely worth
hmm
$70. If any game was going to be worth $70, I feel like this game is.
Yeah, okay, right off the bat, since you gave your opinion, I'll give
hmm
my opinion, and that is
Yep.
that I'm honestly really struggling between 60 and $70. Because here's the thing. Here's
Okay.
the thing about Tears of the Kingdom
Yep.
is that
hmm
um it is still a fully original game,
hmm
you know.
Yeah.
Like it has a lot of content that was not in Breath of the Wild,
hmm
that and just the gameplay loop and the mechanics that they added in the game
hmm
really make the gameplay feel a lot different
hmm
than the first game, despite that you are exploring essentially the same world.
hmm
But they did change that world to like it has a lot of different things in it than the first one. Like
hmm
everything that you explore in the first one, like it feels familiar, but at the same time completely different
Yeah.
because they just changed so much about it.
Yeah.
Um, but the fact is that it is still very much built off Breath of the Wild, right? Its engine, and despite all these great things I'm saying about it, it yeah, I really struggle with this game because um, unlike with Scarlet and Violet, I spent 300 hours in this game, so I spent a long time in this game, and I do
hmm
not regret that amount of time that
hmm
I spent in it
Yeah,
because
and
I
that's the
loved
thing
every moment of it.
is like not only did you spend that amount of time, but you enjoyed it that entire amount of time.
Yeah,
So it's like,
but I don't know if that's just me because I'm such a massive Zelda fan,
no, I feel
or
like a lot of people had a similar experience.
okay. Yeah, I think why I'm struggling is just because um of that it was based off Breath of the Wild, and
hmm
that is very obvious, you know.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
fair.
another like and like Breath of the Wild was more innovative at the time and
hmm
had more to offer in terms of like, oh, this is a new experience, you know,
Yeah,
like
that's true.
Tears of the
hmm
Kingdom feels less like a new experience and more of like a remix of an old experience.
hmm
And
That's
so
fair.
I'm
A
I'm
really
inclined to
well
say
made remix, but yeah,
yeah, but I'm more inclined to say $60 honestly.
that's
And that
fair.
is I think that's because Breath of the Wild was $60 as well.
hmm I mean, I guess the only defense I would have for it being $70 is like I feel like it's just they refined Breath of the Wild and added more to it, which I feel like kind of justifies. Like I feel like 60 is
Yeah.
still a fair price for it, but I feel like 70 is like if they had to price it at that much, like cuz this could be another case where it's like because of how big the game is, they would actually be losing money if they priced it lower. But we don't necessarily know, and that's not necessarily what we're going off
Yeah.
of. But I feel like it is still a $70 experience. But honestly, I'm okay with saying 60. I think the reasons you gave were fair for that.
Yeah, and honestly, I might be a little bit biased
Mm-hmm.
because I am such a Zelda fan.
Right.
I think and I had so many expectations going into the game.
Okay.
I think I was disappointed by some aspects where like I thought that some things would be more changed than they
Mm-hmm.
ended up being.
Okay.
And so I'm not gonna say that I was disappointed in the game,
Mm-hmm.
but I definitely had like higher hopes
Mm.
in some areas than I think the developers were going for.
Right.
And
That's
so
fair.
I think that also biases me towards pushing it down to $60, but I
Okay.
think I'm still comfortable with that.
No, that's fair. Would you say that this is Nintendo's best game of the year, of that year? Well, maybe we could say that at the end, whether or not you think that.
Um, yeah, we'll get to that at the end.
Okay, yeah, we'll briefly touch upon it at the end. Okay,
Okay.
Pikmin 1+2. So this was retailed. I think you could get each game individually for 30, but then both of them
Mhm.
together for 50. Um,
Yeah.
I'm inclined to say this is a $40 experience collectively.
Yeah, I bought this pack and
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad I did because it kind of got me into Pikmin as a franchise
Yeah,
when I had been meaning to get into Pikmin for a really long time.
right. Sorry, I'm kind of
Um,
just jumping
and
in right into my opinion without really backing it up. um,
oh, that's okay.
but but anyway, go ahead. Yeah, continue.
Um, yeah, but I played through the entirety of the first game,
Mm-hmm.
100% of it.
Yeah.
Really loved it. It's
Mm-hmm.
like these games are like so fucking addicting.
I know, and they're just
You're like,
really, the concept is just so good. You know.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're super well made. And so I want to play the second one and then, like
Mm-hmm.
I said, keep playing through all the games.
Even
Um,
yeah.
but
Even
I have to agree that I think it's $40.
even going back, well, and I think the only reason why I want to say 40 is because they really didn't update them in any way. Like they they made them run better, but they still look old. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
really old. And that's fine. Like it doesn't really, like I'm not really like someone who cares too much about like, oh my god,
Yeah.
they look like, oh, these graphics are terrible. But like, you know,
I th- I think for Pikmin, the first two Pikmin games though,
uh-huh.
um, I don't know, and this might sound weird,
Mhm.
but I almost like that they kept the original graphics, um, and
Okay.
soundtrack and everything, and did
Mhm.
not fully remake the game
Yeah.
because I like that the game kind of captures that GameCube feel,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
specifically, and it's like it's such a vibe that
If
I'm so down for that.
I don't know, that's actually true. Like if honestly, if any game, if I want any game to feel like, if any game makes me feel like the GameCube era, I feel like it's these, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
Like,
like Pikmin and Luigi's Mansion. Like I want those to stay
yeah.
like purely like GameCube feel.
I don't think I would mind if they remade Luigi's Mansion like to look better. But I kind of get
Yeah.
what you mean. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. No, I think that you're right. I'm glad that they I think I don't think they should have like spent time remaking these. I think that
Mm.
that's just like the part of their charm is how they look. And but I think
Yeah.
$40 would have been a more reasonable asking price. I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
say that.
agree. I still bought it for
Still,
50 though.
definitely, I'm really glad that they ported these to the Switch. Like
Yeah.
the whole series is on the Switch besides Hey Pikmin, but whatever. Um, no, it's really cool. It's really cool to see that. Um, everybody won to Switch.
Yeah. What do I
So
say?
what do you know about this game, Donovan? Just give me a little brief
Mm,
synopsis.
okay. When did they just release this on a day? They were just like, by the way,
They announced
I'm
it
trying
like a month beforehand. They were like, "Hey, everybody want to Switch, and everyone was like, why?
I think the
You
only
know?
thing that I know about this game is that it is very made fun of, and I
Yeah.
remember seeing a video from Nintendo where they were advertising that this game works like Jackbox,
Yeah.
where you play with your phone and
Mm-hmm.
you can have up to 100 people play
Yeah.
at the same time. And so I remember seeing a little promotional video where uh, they actually had 100 people in a room playing the game, and I just thinking to myself like, when would that ever happen?
When, not even when would that happen? Why would I want that to happen? You know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah. But yeah, you can in fact do that with this game, which is something. I remember there was a thing that came out, like even Nintendo themselves, like people from Nintendo didn't like this game. Like, I think they just released it because it was like, well, we spent time making it. We might as well just
yeah.
put it out there.
It was
And
sitting on the shelf.
well, and it's like, thank God it wasn't a full $50, $60 game, because like
Mhm.
no one would buy it. Absolutely nobody. I do own this. I don't
Weird
own the first
time
one to
to,
Switch,
yeah.
but I do own this one. I got it for $10.
You got for
Um,
$10.
I did. I got it at the Portland Retro
Wow.
Gaming Expo last year for $10.
Did you? I don't remember
Brand
that.
new, yeah. Because someone was selling them, and I was like, "Are you selling?" Like, I thought it was a mistake. I was like, "There's no way they're selling them for $10." And I asked the guy, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, $10." And I was just like, "Okay,
I'm
yeah, I'll
not gonna
take it,
lie.
sure."
I'm not gonna lie. I would buy it for $10 too, for
It's kind of
sure.
just like, I mean, I was just kind of like, that's probably the most I would want to pay for it anyway, you
Yeah,
know?
I
So
agree.
I do own it. And you know what? I did play it once with Dean and Aiden. I wish you were there because I feel like it would have
Was
been
it
so
good?
fun. No, it was not fun. Um,
I think you didn't you I think you said to me this summer that you wouldn't mind playing it again if
I
I wanted to.
I think it would be fun to just play, to just like, so that way like we could just laugh about how fucking
Yeah.
stupid it is. Like I think that that's like the value in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
but yeah, no, I just feel like it's just kind of like, and you know what? I did see like a couple Smosh videos where they played this, and that's what kind of
Mm,
actually made me think like, oh, maybe it's actually kind of fun. And then I found out no, it's really not. You have to just like
yeah.
be with a group of people that you can laugh with to enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you know what? I'm just going to say $10. Yeah. Yeah, why
I
not?
could go
You're going to say
um
more?
yeah, I think I could go as high as 15, so let's meet in the
Fif-
middle and go
fif-
12.50.
15 whole dollars, Donovan?
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
that's what I'm spending my money on.
You could spend that on, what could you spend that on? You could spend that on an entire meal at Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're gonna
Okay.
have to do 12.49 to meet in
Wow.
the middle.
That's just okay. Well, one man's trash is another
I
man's
just,
treasure,
you know,
you know?
something about the horse head
The
guy
horse
and
head
the
guy, yeah.
marketing
Mhm.
got me paying that $5 extra for
Yeah.
it.
If they didn't have the horse head, no deal. But with the horse head guy, yeah. I have to agree. If only Pikmin 4 had the horse head guy, right? Right?
Dude, he's in there as an Easter egg.
You can
Trust me.
collect the horse head as a treasure. That would actually be awesome
Yeah.
if they did that. Um, I think this is my favorite game of 2023. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm
That's
not
fair.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna claim that it's the best, but I might claim that it's the best. No.
Um,
No, Pikmin
it's
4 is
it's
really good.
definitely between um Tears of the Kingdom, Pikmin 4, and Mario Wonder for like
Yeah.
Nintendo's Game of the
Well,
Year.
just the fact that we got those three games in the same year, 6 years into the Switch's life, that's
Mm.
just like, I still find that
Oh yeah.
insane. Absolutely crazy.
No, it last year was a great time to be a Nintendo fan, and
Oh yeah.
this year is too,
This
honestly.
year has not been bad. Yeah, I've been pretty like, and if you asked me how I would feel about this year at the beginning of this year, I would tell you like not as good.
No hope.
But even
Yeah.
then, well, but even then, even Paper Mario was coming out. But anyway, um,
Mm.
This game is absolutely wonderful. I remember being really excited for this. I remember like the more that time passed, the more excited I got for it because like it
Hmm.
just more and more stuff just kept coming out about it. Um, and I don't know. I got it on release. I played through it for like the next couple weeks. It was just like that's like one aspect of last summer that I'll always remember is like playing through that game in between doing schoolwork for my summer classes. That
Yeah.
was so cool. Um,
Yeah.
there's so much to do in it. And there's so much like new sort of like mechanics that they added or refined. It's a beautiful game. Um, there's a bunch of like little areas to explore. It's great. You haven't played this yet, right?
Um, no, I just played the demo,
The demo. Okay. Yeah.
but I really like even just from the demo, uh I was like I could become um problematically addicted to this game
Yeah.
if I ever bought it.
No, it's great. Yeah. And I hope that you're able to make it to this one eventually when you
Hmm.
are
Oh, it's
completed
gonna
done with 2
happen.
and
I'm
3.
definitely gonna play all four Pikmin game. It's just a
Hey,
matter of time.
by the time you get to 4, the 5th one might be coming, you know? Who knows?
Maybe.
No. But still, I still think it's worth uh taking a look at. I'm going to try to go unbiased with this. I think it is worth 60.
Yeah. I haven't played it, but just hearing everything about how wonderful it is,
Mhm.
I'll agree with you.
I
Yeah.
don't even think I'm done with it yet. There's still a couple challenges I haven't finished.
Is it would you say it's like longer than the other Pikmin games?
Yes.
About the same.
I would say it's absolutely longer.
Okay.
I think it's the longest one. Which I mean, I kind of expected that it would be, but after playing it, I can say for sure it is, I think.
Yeah, because Pikmin 3 I don't feel like was super long,
No,
right? Like
Pikmin
it's
3 is honestly a fairly short game. I still think it's really good, but and I guess I will criticize this about Pikmin 4. There's not a lot of great multiplayer content. In fact, there's really not any at all, which is really
yeah, and
disappointing.
it's weird that it is like that because Pikmin 3 had a lot of really great multiplayer content. Like
Yeah,
Bingo Battle is so fun.
and I thought that they would at least update the game later on to add that stuff, but they never did. But even then it's like it's just kind of disappointing. But the
I
single
guess
player
what Pikmin 3 lacks in the length of its single player mode, it makes
mhm.
up for in its multiplayer content.
Yeah, that's how I see it. And there still is a lot of like mission modes that you can do in this game, and like there's
Hmm.
a whole like shorter multiplayer, or sorry, not multiplayer. There's a whole like shorter single player campaign with Olimar. That might be a spoiler, but
I kind of figured as much.
they have that. It's really good. Either way, I still think it's worth 60.
And you can do can't you can do Dandori
And you can do
multiplayer,
Dandori. That is true. Yes, you can do Dandori multiplayer, and it's pretty
but it's
fun.
not as good as Bingo Battle.
No, it's not as good as Bingo Battle. It will never
Yeah.
be Bingo Battle. I'm sorry. Um,
Bring back Bingo Battle.
okay, I have nothing to say about this next one. I have not played it, nor do I really care about it.
The only thing that I have to say about it is it's very, very strange that it came out that late in the Switch's life
I
when
know.
the original Detective Pikachu came out in like what, 2018?
Yeah, 2018 for the 3DS, and then I think that this game was rumored for like four
For 5
years,
years.
4 or 5
Yeah.
years, and then it comes out, and like I basically heard no one talk about it.
Why didn't they just release them simultaneously? I don't get it.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like,
Like
because if Detective Pikachu, the first one came out in like 2017 or 2018, why didn't they just release it at the same time, you know?
release the sequel?
It's it's not a sequel.
No, this one is a sequel.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure it's a sequel. Yeah.
I gotta
It's
look this up.
returns.
I
It has Pokemon that weren't in the first one.
what?
It has Sword and Shield Pokemon, and the first one came out before Sword and Shield. I'm like 99% sure this is legitimately a sequel.
What?
But it's just nothing. Like that's the thing is you didn't even know that because of how
What the
fucking
fuck?
like just nothing it is. Like you might as well just play the original.
Dude, that is news to me. I actually thought it was a remake.
You thought this was a remake? No, if it was a remake, well, no. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't really blame you in some ways. I
The
don't know, man.
returns I thought was just like, I don't know, the IP is coming back. I don't know.
It came back all right. I don't
So are
know,
they
man.
making Detective Pikachu 2 the movie now, or Detective
That did
Pikachu
supposedly
Returns the
get
movie?
leaked in the Game Freak leak. Um, that Detective
Really?
Pikachu apparently was in the works, but I don't know. You know,
I don't think that movie made enough money for them to justify a
that's
sequel,
that's what I'm
unfortunately.
saying. Yeah, exactly. I think that Pokemon was thinking that was going to be like a $1 billion hit, and it just wasn't.
Yeah. And it still did well, but not that well.
Yeah. Um, but hope I would love to see them make another theatrical Pokemon movie. I think it would be really cool. Um,
Hmm.
but either way, this game I'm gonna say 30.
Yeah, like
I don't know, man.
I don't have enough information about
Well, okay.
what this game
I
is.
think the
I
original was
Isn't it
40,
kind
so
of
I'll
like
say
Professor
40.
Layton?
I'm sorry. What?
Isn't this game kind of like Professor Layton?
It's like baby Professor Layton.
Okay.
And I feel like Professor Layton is already like you could be young and play it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just nothing.
Yeah.
This is like the
By the way, check
one
to see if you're recording still.
Oh, I am. We are.
Okay.
But thank you
Good.
for checking in.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so what's your price? Just based on vibes, I guess.
Based on vibes, I'll go. I'm Man, I'm just gonna agree with you. I don't care. Let's go 40.
Donovan thinks he has free will, but he doesn't. I'm
Probably would have
controlling.
said 30 or 40.
I'm only saying 40 because I feel like the original was probably 40. Um, I'm not
Yeah.
necessarily saying that we could do this again with 3DS games sometime. No, I don't know. No. Okay, let's do this. Let's talk about Mario Wonder.
Mhm.
Another really great game.
Let's.
Another fantastic 2023 Nintendo game.
Hmm.
Um,
And that's worth $60.
do you think it's worth $60?
Yeah, because going into the game, I was kind of worried that like it was gonna be kind of a short game.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the new Super Mario Bros. Games are like
Yeah.
kind of short. But and here's the thing about Wonder is I still haven't beat it
Oh, really?
because because me and my sister and my brother started it, and I'm going to make sure that we finish it together
Okay,
because we're more than halfway through the game. We just need to find time to play it. But like,
that's fair.
I have been pleasantly surprised by um, the entire experience. It is
Mm-hmm.
a great game.
It's such a great like just breath of fresh air for 2D Mario.
Yeah, I really don't have any complaints so far up
I
to the
have
point that
one
I am
complaint
in.
with the game that I might not even tell you because I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, no, it's still really good. I did beat this 100%. Um
Mhm.
and I'm playing through it again, I think. And yeah, I am. I don't know why. Recently I started playing it again because I haven't
Yeah.
in a like a couple weeks, but it uh it is still just as fun the second time around.
Hmm.
Um
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Well, there's like the levels are, well, I guess that goes for any Mario game, but just like I don't know, there's so much like variety in level concepts, and
Mhm.
they introduce like mechanics in 2D Mario and ideas that um were not in the old games.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like you said, it's just like everything about it feels like a breath of fresh air. I remember when they had the first trailer for it, I was just like
Yeah.
obsessed with it because I was just
Yeah.
like, oh my god,
I
this is like
remember
everything that I've wanted from a new 2D Mario game.
Yeah, the day that the direct came out with this when this game was announced, you were texting me like the new 2D Mario game looks so good. I could tell
Yeah.
you were excited about it. And yeah, and it's just
Yeah,
it's also
this
crazy that
game,
this game came out 4 months after it was announced.
yeah.
Like that's
Yeah,
pretty
this
insane.
game really speaks to my inner child for
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah. It's like yeah, it's just so every level has like a different sort of like enemy or power up or concept, and then there's like the Wonder Flower ability. It's just so good. Um,
Yeah.
I think
I
it's
definitely say $60
yeah,
for
I think
me.
60. I think if any 2D Mario game is 60, I think it's probably this one. Um,
Yeah, and also like this is personal, but uh I get the same I I feel like playing this game in just by myself
mhm.
and playing it uh with my brother and sister is like two different experiences, you know?
Mhm.
Because I what I've been doing is like I'll play I'll play up to a certain point with them and then I'll catch up
Mm,
in my single player
I see. Okay.
and um it's I don't know. It just has like a lot of replay value to me in that
Yeah.
sense. It's like it's such a different experience playing multiplayer.
Oh yeah. And I haven't really experienced the multiplayer, so I can't speak on that too much, but I think it's probably just as fun, if not probably more fun.
Dude, they should have done I don't understand why they didn't do like an online multiplayer. I think that would have been a really good
Well,
idea for something like that.
they kind of have online multiplayer, but not really. Like you can play online with people, but
Yeah.
it's like you can't interact with them.
Yeah. I think if we played together, like we'd be like ghosts on each other's
Yeah.
screen or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Actually, I did do that with Parker, I'm remembering. And cuz
Mm.
I convinced him to play this game, and I think he played through the first couple worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And we did try that out, and it was kind of it was all right, you know.
Yeah.
Um
It's just like if you can already like see each other in game
yeah.
as you're playing the same level, like why can't you just play together?
It probably would have been more like it probably would have been taken more like sort of oomph to
Oh yeah,
be able to interact with each other, but
better connection.
I
Yeah,
don't know. Like I feel like it would have been worth it,
not
but
any
whatever.
latency.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, have you played Super Mario Maker 2 multiplayer?
Oh
That
my
shit's
god, dude,
that
it's so
shit's just
bad.
absolutely terrible. But yeah, we're not talking about that. But yeah. Let's move on to WarioWare Move It. Um, so
That's
you have not
wild. That 50?
yeah, just like Get It
Well,
Together.
okay, well, I don't know anything about this game, so try to justify that to me.
Okay, no, I will not try to justify it because I frankly I can't. Like I said about Get It Together, I think WarioWare is like a $30 experience pretty much every time. I think that this game is I personally I found this game more fun than Get It Together. Um
Okay.
because it's more geared towards like a more traditional sort of WarioWare experience, you know? Like
Mhm.
I love Get It Together, but it's a little clunky sometimes to play that game. Um, this game, you could argue it's clunky because you're still having to do these awkward movements, but I just find that more novel. Um,
Yeah, and it uses the motion controls,
it does,
unlike
and
Get It
for the
Together.
most part, it was pretty fun using them. Like they did some pretty creative stuff with it. They used the fucking what is it called? The fucking camera in the Switch, like the what is it like the AR camera or
IR
whatever?
camera.
IR camera, yeah.
IR.
Which is like crazy because like no other games really used it.
Hey, one
um
two switch.
1-2 Switch and now this game. And honestly, this
Yeah.
game has some 1-2 Switch vibes a little, but it's
Yeah.
so much more like it's so much more charming of an experience. And
Hmm.
it's another game that's going to run you like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. But it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
They have some
it's more
game that I could see myself like convincing my family to play with me, whereas Get It Together is more like it's just like you're playing it with the controller, but like
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said about the fact that you're like doing motion controls and
It
like
yeah.
that as a my family grew up around the Wii era, and so like
Mhm.
they appreciate that, they like
Oh
the
yeah.
motion control.
Yeah. And this one, I think if anything, this one has more, for lack of a better term, obnoxious motion controls than the Wii one did. So, you know,
Okay.
if you want the motion controls, this one's got you covered. But still, regardless of anything nice I have to say about it, it's $30 max,
Yeah.
which is what I paid for it.
I wonder how many micro games it has.
I think it has at least 200, probably more. What would you
Is
say?
there like online leaderboards and stuff?
I honestly don't know. There's some online component, but I don't know what it really does. I didn't really look at that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has about the same amount of micro games as Get It Together.
Okay. Um, yeah, I think I'd probably say 30 too.
Okay. Oops, not 40. Um, yeah, definitely better than Get It Together in my opinion, but not that much better. Super Mario RPG, the remake.
Super Mario ORPG.
RPG. Oh my god, I remember that video. Holy shit. Um, yeah, my one complaint with this game is that wasn't the credits song. um, this is still kind of shocking to me that this came out. Like, out of
Mhm.
all of the 3 Mario RPGs that have come out in the last year, this is the only one that I'm like, how is this a thing? You know what I mean? Well,
I
Thousand Year
I mean,
Door.
I honestly didn't really think Thousand Year Door would ever happen anytime soon either.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. Actually, maybe that one even more so. But RPG, like I don't know. I just didn't really think Nintendo would
Mm.
really care to remake this. You know?
Me neither, and and they had to work with Square Enix too, and
I
so
yeah.
like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was a tall order for
Now
sure.
I know that you are not the biggest fan of the original Mario RPG.
Yeah, I played it in middle school, and it just like pissed me off and left a
Okay.
bad taste in my mouth. There were aspects of it that I enjoyed, but like in general, like I admit I don't have uh the same amount of love for this game as a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
But I was very like it warmed my heart to see that it existed because I
Right.
know how much it means to people. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, there was one reaction video in specific that I saw where this woman had she had made like she had made her own plush of one of the characters from the game,
Mm-hmm.
and she was holding it during the direct hoping that like
Oh wow.
I don't even think that she thought that like that would ever happen, but
Mm-hmm.
when they revealed it, like she starts crying and stuff, and
Oh
it
my
was like
gosh.
I watched her reaction like a couple days after they revealed the game, and like it made me cry just because of like how strong her reaction was. Like I could just tell like how much it means to people. And so I think
That's.
that's really cool, but like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, on a personal level, I don't know. I don't really care that much.
Well, that's fair. I remember PBG was really. I saw a reaction from him that he really like. He really like was happy that they were remaking this game. Um,
I
and
think I saw his reaction too.
yeah, he was like, "Oh, Gino." um, um,
It's Mallow.
it's Mallow. Yeah,
Adventure. Yeah.
yeah. And then he said, "Adventure."
Yeah.
Um, uh, no, I definitely I'm more biased towards the people that really love this game more than I'm not. because I played this when I also played this. I think I played this when I was in elementary school. Um,
Mhm.
so I might have played it a little bit before you did, and I just remember. I think for some reason specifically because of the like around that time, it was just such a like blissful time that playing this game reminds me of such like a of like just like such great memories, childhood memories. Same with the original Paper Mario. But
Yeah. Okay.
and I will admit that this game is it's very it's it's odd. It's like very like kind of you know, a little I don't know. Like
It
it's
has an
odd.
old school vibe to it.
It does, yeah. And even the remake, you can tell it's an old game that they remade. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a
Yeah.
2023 brand new game. But I think I was just so happy because I'll remind you, this was the first like Mario RPG like that they announced of the three that have come out
Yeah.
now. So I think it was
Yeah.
so heartwarming, like kind of like you said, it was so heartwarming to see that it was being made that like I mean even regardless of my own nostalgia for the game, I thought it was so great. I
Yeah.
yeah, I never beat the original.
I definitely can't.
So
Me
yeah.
neither.
Mhm.
I definitely can't think of another game during the Switch era that has been as surprising to be revealed.
Right. Right.
Um,
Like
so yeah,
I think if I think that's why I'm willing to say it's more surprising than Thousand Year Door because Thousand Year Door was announced after this one. So we already knew that this one was
Mhm.
coming out. So when
Yeah,
this one came out, I was like, "Oh my god, another one!" And then when Brothership got
yeah.
announced, it was like, "Oh my god, another one!" So it was like, it
And
was
it's
just,
new.
it was just so, it's just so great. I'm so glad that they're doing this with Mario RPGs again. And that
Yeah.
being said, I'm gonna say that this game is probably like I did end up beating the remake, and
Mhm.
I do really think it's a great experience if you're willing to stick through it. I think they did clean up some of the more bullshit aspects of the original in this one.
There's yeah, it's really just like I cannot stand the grinding.
I didn't have to
The
grind at all in
grinding.
this one,
Yeah,
which
but
was
the
great.
original you have to
You
grind.
do, and that's what deterred me from beating it. I remember.
Yeah, me too.
So, but I will give this version credit. I'm kind of it's definitely not worth $60. Um I'm just going to put that out there. I think it's too like I don't know, like it's not modern enough to be that price.
Yeah.
Um I think 40 or 50 is pretty good. I guess I'll say 50 cuz they did remake it.
I think
Um
50 is reasonable. Yeah,
okay.
because you can tell that they treated the game with the respect that it deserves.
They did. That's very true.
And so yeah, I think that alone is worth it.
But you could probably still find it for cheaper than that now. But I think 50
Yeah.
would have been a more reasonable asking price. Okay, we have 15 minutes to get through 2024. Let's do this.
No, it's fine. We could take a little longer than that. It's
Okay.
fine.
Well, it might not be that long because I don't have much to say about the majority of these games.
Okay, but fucking the first one, like, what the fuck? Okay, I
You
know what it is. Why is it $60?
because it's two games. It's
Oh,
it's
okay. Well, I
two
didn't know that.
it's two remakes, one of a DS game, one of a Wii game. I don't even
Yeah.
think the Wii game came out in America.
Man,
Um,
when did the Famicom Detective are those on this list?
yeah, that one came out. Oh, are you talking about the MEO? The Smiley Man is on here, but are
Yeah,
you?
but they had the other two that came
Oh,
out
I
as
didn't
well.
put I
Remember?
didn't put those on there because they didn't get physical
Physical.
releases.
Oh, okay.
But
Gotcha.
yeah, but this one did get a physical
They just
release.
like at the end of the Switch's life now, like they're
hmm
just releasing some oddball franchises
I
out of the
know,
blue.
I know.
Like another code.
An endless
fucking
ocean.
yeah, endless ocean.
Yeah,
Like, who would ever think of that anymore?
I know. Yeah,
Like,
it's
are there
strange. It's like
fans of those series? For real?
evidently,
Like, are there
evidently,
fans?
at least for Endless Ocean, there is. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I saw some people like
I think
happy
they're.
to
Do you
see.
think they're just trying to make new fans?
I think partially, yeah, because the Switch already has such a large install base that
Mm.
like they can get away with doing some franchises that aren't so well known. Like I think, like that's why I don't know, they did like F-Zero 99. They were like, fuck it. you know.
I kind of love that for them. Like,
No, I think it's great.
the
It's
Switch has
awesome.
lasted so long that like the fans of these niche franchises, like, they deserve it.
No, I agree. And so yeah, and I mean like yeah, if they want to do them, if they want to put in the development time and assets to do
Man,
them,
you know what? At this point, fuck it. Like, remake F-Zero GX for those guys. Like, just
do
throw
it.
them a bone.
Yeah. No, I think they
Like,
should.
re-release like Star Fox Assault and all that shit too. Like, probably a year ago, I would have said no, they're wasting development time on that and shit. But
Yeah.
like, I don't care anymore. Like, give it to them.
I think they would still be wasting development time with those, but yeah. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
sure.
I think GX is, from what I heard, is legitimately good. But we're talking about another Code Recollection, Donovan. What do you know about this game? Because I don't. This is another one. I don't think I've ever talked to you about it ever, other than right now.
Well, that's because I really don't know what it is.
Um, it's a series of visual novels. I think they only did these two. I think maybe, yeah, I think this is the only two. Like I
Mhm.
read up about it a little bit. Um, but basically like yeah, it's a series of visual novels. The first one came out on the DS and apparently it's a little like hard to get a copy of that. And then the
Uh-huh.
Wii one was only in Japan and Europe. And then
Mhm.
they just decided to remake both games, like they're basically like fully remade, and and they just have both games on here. And
Mhm.
I played the demo and it's pretty,
Okay.
like I thought it was fairly interesting, you know.
Okay.
So because I'm not a
I don't
big
know,
visual
man.
novel guy, but
Yeah.
I can see the value in them, you know.
I don't think you could ever make me care about playing a visual novel
Okay.
because I would rather just watch somebody else play it on YouTube and listen to it in the background.
That's fair. I mean, like that is kind of the thing with them, is like they're kind of just like they're they're like you're like watching a movie but
Yeah.
doing some interactive elements. Um
Yeah.
and to be fair, you get to walk around in these games and like, explore a world and
Mm.
stuff, but it's pretty, it's linear, but whatever. Um I think these are probably worth 50.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
I don't know.
Well, because it's two games in one, so
It is
that
two
makes
games
sense.
in one, yeah. So 25 each. I think that that's fair. I mean, they're remade, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I
And
don't know,
I
man.
think I have seen like the graphics for these games, and
Uh-huh.
they're not anything crazy, but they at
No.
least look nice enough.
Yeah, they look decent. But yeah, Mario versus Donkey Kong.
Okay, I'm convinced that this game is the reason why you wanted to do this video. Because there's no reason why this game should be $50.
This isn't the only game that I wanted to do this video for.
Okay.
There's another one coming up. Uh, so yeah, this is a fun game. I do have this. I have beaten it.
Oh,
Um,
I literally see the one that you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
yeah. And that one we I know we'll both have stuff to say about it. Um,
Yeah.
so this is a fully remade Game Boy Advance game
Mm-hmm.
with extra content and
Yep.
a multiplayer mode that they added. Um,
With extra content and a fully. Okay.
yeah,
I did not know the multiplayer thing.
yeah, that you can play as Mario and Toad. Um,
So tell me, like, what is that like?
What, the multiplayer mode? I don't know. I didn't play it.
Okay.
We could, me and you could try it out. Might be fun.
I think that would be fun.
It might be fun to try out. Maybe for a video.
So, okay, let me speak.
Okay.
The thing about like Mario versus Donkey Kong is like
Mm-hmm.
it. Sure, it's what was it originally on the original Game
The
Boy?
Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, this was Game Boy Advance.
Well, the original, so
My
they
bad.
they did Donkey Kong 94 on the Game Boy, and that was kind of the
Yeah.
precursor to this one.
Right, that's the one that I've played. I've played Donkey Kong 94.
Okay, I also played that one.
But I never played Mario vs. Donkey Kong on GBA. But like, based on my experience with Donkey Kong 94, like, really, how much content could there be in these games to justify that price tag? Like, I'm gonna say it right now. I think this should be like a $30 game.
Okay, so I'm not gonna argue that this should be a $50 game because I don't think it should be. I'm just gonna say that right off the bat. I did pay $50 for it. Probably regret that. That being said, I did enjoy, like, when I got it. So I remember specifically when I got it. Yeah. You're so funny with your L on your forehead. Ha ha ha. So when this game came out, I was like sick as a dog. I remember.
Okay.
Like I pre-ordered it. It got delivered to my house. I felt like absolute shit. It was in the middle
Did this
of
game heal you?
no, what?
Did this game heal you?
Honestly, a little bit. I was in a pretty absolutely low, like really just like shitty feeling when this game came out because I had just got sick. I was like, I had to postpone a bunch of my midterms. I was stressed out of my mind. And then this game got delivered to my door and I played it in bed, all curled up, all cozy on my Switch, and I had a really good time. And
That's kind of heartwarming.
I thought it was really fun, and there was all these people online that were like, "Oh God, it's $50, fuck Nintendo!" Blah, 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 blah. And the whole time I was just like, "Hee hee, Mario," you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
So
like, I get it.
I was like, but, and you know, so that I do think that made my opinion on it a little biased. I'm
Dude,
still able to recognize it's not really a $50 game.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had a special connection with Mario vs. Donkey Kong.
It's fine,
I
man.
take back everything I said.
Yeah, you should. You know, my feelings go before everything else right now, okay? So, no, I just think that this game is, I think it's going to be like, I think it was unfairly criticized to the point that it got. Like I feel like for what it is, it's a pretty good experience. So I'm going to
Yeah,
go out.
I don't doubt that, but it's
Yeah.
like it's a pretty like basic little puzzle game that like sure. It like I'm not saying that like that's a bad thing. It's just
Mhm.
like I really don't think that constitutes the amount of money that they're asking for that game because
Yeah.
I feel like this is that like they had Mario versus Donkey Kong games like on the eShop in like the 3DS and Wii U days that were like $20, right?
That is true, yeah.
And I feel like this is a
But
similar experience to those.
I would argue that I like the gameplay of these games way more than I do the other ones. I think the other ones are fine. Like I think they're still fun, but I think like the other ones are like, oh, build a pathway for the little
Yeah.
toys, right? I think this one you're actually like playing as Mario, walking around trying to figure out how to, you know, get all the stuff and then get to the top or whatever. I think that there's just way more like it's more engaging, and I had a really fun time like trying to get the best time on all the levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like I actually like beat the entire game. There's like 8 worlds. Of like 6 levels each, and there's like bosses, and then I went back through each and every level to get better times.
Wow.
And it was some of them were really challenging, but it was like really satisfying to get them.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally get if people don't find a lot of value in this game, but I got out of it a lot more than I think a lot of people did. So I'm gonna say $40. But
$40. Okay.
I think 30 is totally respectable to some degree.
Can I share my screen for a second?
Yeah, you can share your screen. I'm
Let me
curious
share
what you're
my
gonna pull up right now.
let me share my screen for a second.
Okay.
All right, you see?
Wow. Um, that's quite a work of art you got there. Um, well, yeah. So go ahead and say you think it's worth $10, Donovan. Go ahead. I know that's what you're thinking. Go ahead and say it.
No, I'm not gonna say that because I don't think that. My honest opinion is that it is a $25 game.
$25.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going down from my
You
30.
said 30, and then I tried to talk it up, and then then it went down for you.
Yeah,
All right.
this is a big disagreement of the video.
So then we gotta meet in the middle and say 32.49, I think.
Yep,
Okay.
3240.
That's the perfect price for this game, apparently, according to us.
Yeah. If you
Okay.
polled everybody in the world, I think that's the price that they would all agree on.
Well, let me see what the average going rate for it is on this little price charting um
Oh yeah,
app I
the
have
the
here.
website that you Oh, there's an
Yeah.
app?
Yeah, there's an app.
I thought it was a website.
It's a website and they have an app.
Okay.
It's going for complete inbox 36.25 is the average.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
you know,
I would consider buying that. Wait, what is the app called? I kind of want to get it.
it's called price charting.
Okay. I'll have to download
It's
that after the.
it's a pretty handy little tool. Um Princess Peach Showtime.
Okay, I actually do have stuff to say about this
Okay,
game.
do tell. I'm
Um,
curious to hear.
because this game upset me because when it was first revealed, it sounds silly, but it did.
Yeah.
When it was first revealed, I had high hopes for it
Mhm.
because I was like, wow, okay, they're actually making a Peach game?
I
Like,
think I think this was first revealed in the same direct as like Mario Wonder and Mario
yeah,
RPG, right? Yeah.
yeah, it was. That was the
Mhm.
Mario Direct.
Yeah.
But so I just feel like they did not have a focus for this game other than like that they really wanted to appeal to like 5-year-old girls. And that's really unfortunate because I think that Peach as a character and with the legacy that character has deserves better. Like Luigi is kind of on a similar tier, I feel like, but he gets like this like focused, really detailed game, but like I played the demo for Princess Peach Showtime when it came out and it
Mhm.
literally
Same.
I played the demo to gauge whether or not I wanted to buy the full game, and it completely like shut down every hope that I had for the game because it literally
Yeah.
feels like you're playing like an iPad game.
Mhm. Mhm.
And it's so unfortunate because like I understand that they wanted to like have all these like gameplay variety and different styles of gameplay so that like
Yeah.
kids could decide what appealed to them most and then like look at other games in those genres. I understand that that was what they were going for. I just like I don't I wanted something more than that. Like,
Yeah.
bro, I admit it, I'm a fully grown adult who wants to play a good Peach game. But
Yeah.
like, come on, man. You know what
You,
I'm saying,
you
right?
know, I had a similar experience um with like the my impression of the game as you. Like I
Mhm.
thought it looked really promising from the first like little trailer that they showed. And I remember when pre-orders opened, I pre-ordered it
Mm,
because I had that much faith in it. I was like, this is going to be a really good game.
yeah.
And then, just like you, I played the demo. And then, literally after I played the demo, I canceled my pre-order. So, yeah,
It's bad.
I really just it's just really disappointing. Like, because I feel like this game could have been something really cool, and
Yeah.
it just doesn't feel that way. Granted, both of us haven't played the whole game, so you know what do we
Based
know?
on based on like the 2 worlds that they let you play in the demo, I really don't think that it would have evolved very much further past
Yeah.
that.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I don't even think if I played the whole game, I guarantee you it's not a $60 game. Like there's
No.
no way in hell.
There's no way.
Like I feel like $40 again is what I would say. Like I don't want to let my deflated impression of this game make me go any lower than 40 because it looks like at least a significant amount of effort was put into it.
Yeah.
So I'll give it that. But I really can't justify any more than 40. And even then, I don't think I'd want to buy it even if it was 40. You know?
No, me neither. Not even for my collection because
No. Because I wouldn't even be proud to have it in my collection. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So what are you gonna say? Are you gonna say 30?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say 40 like you.
Okay.
I just yeah,
I
I
just
don't
really
know. And
can't do any
I
more than that, man.
I'd rather play Super Princess Peach if I'm looking for like a focused Princess Peach game, and I know that
Yeah.
that game is problematic because it like represents like her primary form of attack
Oh,
is like women's emotions
women
or
be
whatever.
women be emotional. Yeah.
Like that's stupid, but like at least the game is more enjoyable and not made for fucking 5-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know I know that like there's probably one guy who's watching this video that's like, isn't every Nintendo game made for 5-year-olds? But like also that guy is not watching up to this point in the video, so I don't
No.
fucking care to say it.
That
I wanted a better Princess Peach game.
that guy probably said it from the moment we talked about fucking Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
No way that's $60. It's a baby game. Yeah. Um yeah. Not worth, definitely disappointing.
Yeah.
So Endless Ocean Luminous.
I've heard things about this game for sure.
I've also heard things about this game that were definitely things.
I've heard things from Scott the Woz about this game. I'm gonna assume you got them from the same source.
I've heard them from multiple sources. Scott the Woz being one of them. Because I do, whenever these new Nintendo games come out, I do sometimes just like watch reviews on them, even if I plan on getting them.
Yeah.
Because I'm just kind of curious what the community sort of generally thinks about it. And from what I heard, like, so Endless Ocean was like, a Wii series. And it had a couple of games on the Wii, and I think that they were like generally kind of liked. I think the second one was pretty like well liked by people that played it. But I don't really think anyone was like really clamoring for the series to come back. Like I think it was like something where it was like people liked it back then, but it was kind of like people kind of just forgot about it.
Yeah.
But when they saw that it was coming back, I saw people express interest in it. Like, oh my gosh, because I'll remind you, this was like the big thing that Nintendo revealed at the end of their like or like it was like their partner showcase direct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is, I guess, considered a Nintendo series. But after it came out, I just heard people saying it was just really just kind of like mediocre.
Yeah, from what I heard, like in the old games, everything was like uh like they created the world by hand, but I think in this one it's more procedurally generated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that to me is never a good thing.
No. I feel like
unless we're talking about Minecraft or like Terraria.
Yeah, I feel like they use that as a selling point, but I feel like it's like more so like a deterring point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To me it definitely would be.
Yeah, and I almost considered getting this because I thought it looked interesting and I thought it was going to be kind of like a niche, like hidden gem. But then I just kind of decided not to because I was just kind of like, I don't really care about Endless Ocean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe one day for the collection, but I don't even think $50 is like worth it.
No, I don't know enough about it to say definitively, but I don't want to say like 40 or 30.
I was gonna say 30.
I could go 30.
Because I feel like the fact that it's procedurally generated means it. I feel like it's like less like inherently impressive. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So are you gonna say 30 or 40?
I'm gonna say 60.
I'm gonna
No,
say
I'll say 30 as well.
okay. All right, we're in the final stretch. We don't even necessarily have to talk about the last couple games because they
Mm.
haven't really been out,
No,
but
I think we should.
we
We
can
should.
touch upon them briefly.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, there's one more I want to add.
Okay. Oh, I think I know which one.
I think it's coming out on. I think. Uh, oh no, I think
I think
it's
I know which
16th.
one you're adding. Are you adding Donkey Kong?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we can touch upon that one briefly. So what do you? So next we have the big boy, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door.
Mm-hmm.
This might be the most at the time this was the most anticipated game of 2024 for Nintendo.
This was kind of like this and Luigi's Mansion were like the only two that we really knew were coming out in 2024 until like halfway through the year when they released all these other or they revealed all these other games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 2024 was looking to be kind of a shit year.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Until June, I
but
think. Yeah.
but Thousand Year Door was definitely our shining light
Oh
in the
yeah.
darkness because like
Mm-hmm.
this game from when it was revealed all the way up until it released like looked fantastic and
Mm-hmm.
like I don't really think that they changed the game all that much besides the
Mm-mm.
visuals, but
Yeah.
they didn't really
Oh,
need to.
the frame rate they decreased from 60 to 30. That was a big talking point, I
Oh,
remember.
wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And honestly, it doesn't bother me, but I never played the original, but I've seen footage of the original. Um,
Hmm.
but I didn't really mind that it was 30. It still looked great to me.
Yeah, frame rate is very rarely like a concern for me at
Mm-hmm.
all. So,
Well, I mean, like certain games I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see that
oh,
run at 30. You know what I mean? But
basically the only game that I can think of off the top of my head right now where I care is Mario Kart because it becomes noticeable and annoying when you're
yeah.
playing with more than two players and
Mm-hmm.
then it drops to 30 frames.
I feel like Mario Wonder would be kind of a not a great experience at 30, but I don't know. That's the only other one I can
Yeah.
think of. But anyway, um yeah, no, I was really excited I was just excited that this game was being made, let alone excited to play
Mm-hmm.
it, you know what I mean? Um
Yeah, this is definitely another one where like there are some diehard fans out there and like when the game was revealed, like that fan base just blew up
mhm. Cuz I don't
and it
cuz like
was really nice to see.
even after Mario RPG, I don't think anyone expected this to happen, you know? Um
No.
because like I don't know, people just I don't think anyone knew what the future of Paper Mario was going to be. Um or people just assumed it was going to be like, oh, just they're just going to do another like shitty gimmicky Paper Mario like Origami King. Um
Yeah,
and
and I think it sets a really great precedent that Nintendo is like finally listening to their fans and what we
mhm.
want,
Yeah.
because uh, and I don't know if that's just because we're at the end of the Switch's life, and so they're like, oh well, why don't we only have a couple things left to do, like why don't we do these things that the fans are always talking about?
Mhm.
But I don't think it is that. I think it
No.
is that like they're actually making a more concerted effort to like go in the direction that the diehard fans want them to go and not just try to always appeal to like the mass, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, no, I I would like to think that it's kind of a combination of both. I think that they're kind of trying to take in feedback, but also try to not necessarily like try to find ways to keep things fresh,
Yeah.
because that's definitely what it seems like with this last couple years at least they've been doing. Um,
Hmm.
I think it was really smart that they decided to remake to like instead of try to make a Paper Mario like the originals to just remake an original one, you know?
Yeah. And
Because
I don't think they've ever re-released Thousand Year Door up
no.
since the GameCube.
No, the
So
Thousand Year Door was going for like absurd prices on GameCube up until the remake came out. And now I think it dropped, but like, you know, that's just because, you know, arguably the remake is a better, probably the better, it's just like an improved experience.
yeah.
But I get like I haven't beat this game, but I played enough of it to see why it's so beloved. I feel like it's just it's such a charming game. Like it's just so like I don't know. There's just so much that they did with it that's makes it stand out, you know?
For
And
sure.
especially in the grand scheme of Mario.
Yeah, it's very unique. It has
Hmm.
a unique identity and vibe to it
Yeah.
that I don't even really think that other Paper Mario games have, you know?
No, like even the original Paper Mario I feel like is still kind of a little bit more, you know,
Vanilla.
yeah. But I still
Yeah.
love the original Paper Mario, but I feel
And
like
then Super Paper Mario is like the weirdest of them all.
yeah,
That
oh
one is
yeah.
insanely
That
weird,
that
and to
one's just
where it
like
doesn't even feel like a Mario game
I know, yeah,
anymore.
that one just went off the deep end. I wonder if they're ever going to remake that game. I'm like kind of curious about that.
Man, if they
Um
ever remake that game, like that that would feel so weird to me because like that was the first Paper Mario game that I played, but
mhm.
that's a separate conversation.
Right. We can do another video that's just looking back at every Paper Mario game. I don't know. But anyway, you know, the thing that's hard about this is like, to some degree, I remember saying to myself, like, I think this is worth $60 because just the fact that they're doing it. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
that they're finally doing something that like people have wanted for years. Like, I feel like they're justified in pricing it at 60. That
Yeah.
being said, I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, well, it sounds like you weren't gonna do 60.
Well,
I'm definitely gonna say 60.
okay.
And that's because like
Oh fuck.
I really can't think of like how they would have done it any better, you know, other than like whatever the frame
No.
problem, but like it looks a lot better. It's a full-fledged RPG that will take you many hours. Um,
I
and yeah,
I
I
was
don't
gonna
know.
just say sorry if you had anything else to say.
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay, I was just gonna say because it is. I mean, I will say this: it's not even because it's an old game. Part of me is like, is it really worth the price of a brand new game? Because they don't really add anything to it. But at the same
Yeah.
time, man, you're like, it is. I don't know. It's still just really good, and it's like it's not like you can play anything like this like that's really like this kind of Paper Mario game in modern day, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll say
I think
60.
I think I don't think it's always warranted to price a remake as much as um, a fully new game,
Mhm.
but I do think that this is a situation where it is.
Okay. Then I'll hop on that. I'll hop on that train. Um
I can see how you could think 50 though.
Fair enough.
What did we price? What did we do Mario RPG at? I forget.
We
I
did
know it was just
50.
like not that long ago.
We did
Okay,
50. Yeah.
I think the Thousand Year Door is worth more in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, Thousand Year Door also has not been really playable in any capacity since the GameCube, whereas Mario RPG
Mhm.
has been playable in multiple capacities. Um
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. This is the
Mhm.
other game that I wanted to make this video because of.
Yeah.
Um
Mhm.
and I think this might be like the most like appalled I've been at the price of a Nintendo game in
Yeah.
recent memory.
Yeah, same.
Um
Um,
yeah.
full price for that is just
So,
ridiculous.
okay, let's talk about the original for a second. What did you think of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon?
Mm. Yeah, weird that they changed the name to 2 to be like Europe, or I mean, it makes more sense with the naming scheme that they established with Luigi's Mansion 3, I suppose, but
Yeah.
I still wish that they called it Dark Moon HD. And that's
Yeah.
probably just my nostalgia for the game speaking, but
Well, I always
um
I thought 2HD was like a temporary title, but then I was like, why would it be
me
a
too.
temporary title? Because they already had a subtitle. But then, yeah, um, yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird. I agree,
Yeah.
but I remember Dark
Yeah,
Moon was
so
yeah. Mm-hmm. Go
no,
ahead.
wait, you go ahead. Say what you think about Dark Moon.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I remember both of us being really excited for Dark Moon when it was coming out for the
Hmm.
3DS because, it was like the first Luigi's Mansion game we had ever got. We had, well, that me and you really had a chance to play for one. And also
Hmm.
the first one that was coming out since the GameCube one. Um so it was I think it was a pretty big deal overall. Um
Yeah, the first Dark Moon came out at the time where like I was just discovering like the online um Nintendo like community and like
mhm.
Nintendo YouTubers, and like I was had just found out like what Nintendo Directs were and stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was the first time that I was like getting news about these video games that I was really excited for. But like in the past, like the only way that I would get information about video games was like through TV commercials or like
Yeah.
seeing them in the store.
Mhm.
But now it was like, oh shit, like I can actually find out about these games like months and months before they're even released.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. And so Luigi's Mansion was like something I was so freaking hyped for when it originally released, because like it
Mhm.
was the first game it was one of the first games that I followed from announcement to release.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I love that game. It's a good game,
Mhm.
and I know that people have problems with it, and like specifically the structure, the level structure of it. But none of those ever really stood out as being problematic or hindered my enjoyment of the game.
Mhm.
So that's kind of where I'm coming from. At the same time, like, why are you adding $20 extra to the price of the game?
They didn't do anything to the game. Like they polished the graphics, sure, but they still look like a 3DS game. Like
Yeah,
you can tell it's an old game. Like it doesn't have the same like polish as Luigi's Mansion 3,
I don't
you
really
know?
think that like up-res 3DS games look very good in HD.
No, I don't think they do it. I mean, what other 3DS games have they done that have they upres any other ones that you can recall? I feel like this is like
Uh,
kind of the only one I can think
yeah,
of.
I guess this is
But
the only one I could think
but
of,
this
but it
is
sets a bad precedent for it for
yeah.
sure.
This is but oh, I guess Miitopia. But even that game
Mm,
looked better, you know,
yeah.
in my opinion. But this
Well, that
game,
game had like simpler graphics as well, so
yeah.
it
Well,
was easier for them to make it look good.
like I also really like Dark Moon, and I don't like. I'm not gonna say it wasn't worthy of getting a remaster, but I just think it's just so. It's just kind of just like it gives off this vibe of like, oh my god, we have nothing else. Just push out a game, you know.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is, it's not like that. This year has been relatively decent. Well, the last couple months of the year have
Yeah.
been decent. You could say more or less for the first couple months, but like they've had content on the Switch in these last couple years. Like if they were gonna do this, they should have made it more worthwhile. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. It's
it just really pisses me off that
it's
this is
just like
$60,
it's
man.
like corporate greed, and like
Yeah.
we need to make this game $60 because we spent the time up-resing it, but
No.
like
How
it's
much
just a
time?
quick
What?
buck.
Like 10
It's
minutes?
just a yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a quick buck for them. And
Yeah.
like I think that I heard like a recommendation when this game was revealed by somebody, I can't remember who it was, but like they were like, I would have paid $60 for like a pack of like the first two Luigi's Mansion
Yes.
game, and that would have been
Yes.
reasonable. But
I agree.
asking $60 for just one of them is insane.
And that's the thing is like I think it's really weird that they didn't just do both because they already put the original on the 3DS.
Yeah.
And if they
Yeah.
are so like if they're so insistent on trying to make like lineage sense between 2 and 3, why not have all 3 on there, you know?
Yeah, and now like forever there's gonna be no way to play one on the Switch unless for some reason they decide to release that too at
I
$60.
I have a theory that they might do the first one next year just to kind of like round things out, but I
Yeah.
feel like if they didn't do it by now, why would they do it? you know? Um
I think it'd be cool if they did. This is kind of off topic, but I think
mhm.
it'd be cool if they did like a full HD remake of the original Luigi's Mansion for for the next console, for the Switch too.
That would be cool. Yeah, no, I think that would be awesome. I think they need to because the original Luigi's Mansion is only playable on the GameCube and 3DS, and that's a crime,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, but like at this point, like even if they did that, even if they had a full HD remake of the original Luigi's Mansion,
Mhm.
that game is still not long enough for them to
N-
justify it being $60 in my mind.
no.
Like that's like a $50 game in
They
my mind.
fully remastered Metroid Prime, which was also a GameCube game, and that was only
Yeah,
$40.
yeah,
Why?
there is just no consistency in their
It
pricing.
doesn't make any sense. I'm going to say $40.
Yeah,
That's I mean
I
like
agree.
I think that that's well worth it. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker was $40. And that was and that was like a Wii U game, you know?
Yeah,
With new levels. This has no new levels. Yeah, this is absolutely
you're pissed.
ridiculous. Like I said.
I'm gonna need you to take it from here, bring it down here.
Sorry, I'm trying to like I've been waiting the entire like time that we've been recording this video to talk about this one. That's why I got to ham it up a little, you know? Um but I got it out. I got it out of my system. We're fine, you know.
Are you
Um
still gonna be mad about it tomorrow?
yeah. I'm going to wake up seething with anger.
Make sure
Um
that you tweet about it.
okay, I will. I'm going to yeah. No, I will actually. Now that you said that, I'm going to do that. Um Anyway, okay, I think the last what, 6 games we have? I think the last 6 games will go relatively smoothly. Well, maybe not the last one, but
Okay.
we'll see. Okay. Nintendo World Championships NES edition. So,
Mhm.
this was another one where they had two essentially different price structures for this game. Like they had the regular base game for $30, and then they had the deluxe set which came with the game, a set of like art cards, a pin set, and a replica cartridge
Mhm.
that was like gold plated, um, and a little like acrylic stand for it for $60.
Yeah.
Which I did end up getting because my little Nintendo fan brain was like, "Ooh, that looks cool." And you know what? They are really high quality little collectible little collectibles.
Is it worth the 40 extra dollars that you paid? No, wait.
30 extra
30
dollars.
extra dollars.
Um well, that's not even necessarily commenting on what I think the value of the actual game itself is.
Yeah. But I'm just saying like for the physical things that you got, is it worth
You
$30?
know what? Given the quality of them, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
And I
That's
think
good.
that it was cool of them that they offered the game alone for just a flat 30. Um
Hmm.
because some people might not care about the extra stuff. Um
Yeah.
but I think that having the extra stuff kind of adds to the charm of the game itself. That being said,
Agreed.
I think that the actual game is worth $20.
Yeah, I understand what the game is. It's basically like speed running. It's like kind of like NES Remix, but like
Mm-hmm.
not as it's like more focused on the speed running aspect of it,
Yeah,
from what I
it's
understand.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty
And
much.
there are online leaderboards from what I've heard.
There
Is
is,
that true as
yes.
well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get it. This is for like um the old heads, the old NES fans like my dad and
Mm-hmm.
my uncle.
Yeah.
Um and I know my uncle bought it and he was super into it. Um
Oh, he did?
so
That's
it's
cool.
yeah, so I think it's for like specific audiences.
Mm-hmm.
That, some of those audiences overlap, some of them
Yeah.
don't. Um but yeah, I think $20 for the base game is pretty reasonable considering that like NES Remix 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure were both also $20.
Yeah, I think
Am
they
I right
were.
about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did like those games, but I liked those games more than this one.
Mm-hmm.
Um but, it's still I can't deny that it's still like a quality made little game,
Yeah. Do they have like how many games do they have in it that
I
you
think they
can
have
practice those
I
speedruns
think they
for?
have like 10 or maybe 12 games represented. Um I can't name them all. Mario 2, Mario the Lost Levels, Kirby, Legend of Zelda, Adventure
Mario
of
3?
Link. I don't think they had. Oh no, they did have Mario 3.
They
Metroid,
gotta have 3.
Ice Climbers, Balloon Fight, and I think they had maybe a couple more, but that's the only ones I can think of.
Bro, I'm
Anyway,
sorry, nobody is fucking speedrunning Ice Climbers.
no. No one's regular running Ice Climbers. um
That's true.
anyway, yeah. So no, I think how they priced it, I was still willing to pay for it, but I would have liked maybe $10 less. Um,
Nintendo, please give me $10 back.
yeah, Nintendo, please
It's
please give
not
me ten
worth
dollars
it.
back. Yeah. Anyway, Emio
How
the
much did you
Smiling
actually
Man.
play the game itself?
Not much. I did go through a decent amount of the challenges, but eventually I kind of was just like, this is just kind of
Yeah,
this is more for people that like really want to get into speedrunning. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But anyway.
But Emio.
Emio the Smiling Man Famicom Detective Club. Do you remember when the like original like trailer for this
Mhm.
game came out, or like
Yeah, I
that weird
do.
video that came out about it?
Yeah, and it was really like eerie
Yeah, it was really
and
ominous.
very uncharacteristic of Nintendo. And at the time,
Yeah.
I I thought it was like a third party thing that Nintendo was
Mm-hmm.
just promoting.
Yeah.
But no, it turns out it was like a first party thing that they developed.
Yeah. And it's pretty wild that they decided to do this.
Yeah, because it's basically like a murder mystery horror
Yeah.
thing.
It's a completely brand new because like I really didn't know much about the Famicom Detective Club games.
Either.
Even like when the remakes came out for the originals, like I was kind of just like, oh, that's cool, but I really wasn't that like um you know interested in looking at them. um
Hmm.
but I will say I was interested in this one because I thought it was just really cool that they felt inspired to make another one, you know because it
Yeah.
looked like such a just a different type of game from what Nintendo usually does, kind of like you said.
Yeah.
And like, so I remember some people were disappointed that it wasn't like, a more traditional like horror game. Um, because these are at the end of the day, these are visual novels. Um,
Yeah.
but
I do wish that Nintendo would branch out more and try some like more adult genres of games. Like I'm
mhm.
pretty sure they still own the Eternal Darkness franchise.
Oh really?
I don't know how much you know about. I think they do. I might be wrong about
I've
that.
heard of it, but I didn't know that they owned it.
Yeah, it's like it's like totally just like a straight up horror franchise.
Oh wow.
And like I'm pretty sure the Eternal Darkness game on the GameCube, I'm pretty sure is rated M.
Didn't it originally come out on
I,
the N64, or did it come out on the
yeah, but
GameCube?
they have one. There's two games, and the second one is on GameCube.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's
Requiem.
Requiem. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you know?
Yeah, that game is crazy because they have effects in it where like you'll be like exploring and then
Oh,
they'll have effects like it's supposed to look like your TV is
oh,
like
oh, that's
turning
that
off
game.
and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember
So
that,
it's
but
like a psychological horror.
I didn't know that, or I forgot that that was Eternal Darkness. I thought that was some other horror game.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. You know, and hey, you never know if they're willing to do all this other shit. Who knows if they're gonna do Eternal Darkness again? Um.
Yeah. I don't know if they will because it was those games were originally developed by Rare. It's just that
Oh,
Nintendo owned the IP, I'm
I
pretty
see.
sure.
Oh,
So,
that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wasn't it the same with
but
Perfect
it'd
Dark?
be cool. Mm,
I think Rare made the first Perfect Dark. I don't really know much about that game, but I'm pretty sure they made Perfect Dark, and then
I gotta look this all up now.
they might have done another one on a Xbox console.
Yeah, yeah. Perfect Dark was developed by Rare. They're actually making a new Perfect Dark game, but
Oh,
it's for Xbox.
right. Um, well, regardless, I think it's really cool that they just like it just feels really like I said, like inspired. It feels very like Nintendo had this idea, or some, you know, some people at Nintendo had the idea. I'm pretty sure the developer of this game, or like one of the head developers, was the same person that headed Metroid Dread,
Yeah,
because I saw
that is true.
a developer interview with him. Um,
Yeah, it's the same guy who does Metroid. Yeah.
and I think that that's really cool that they just were like, well, we have this idea to do it. Let's just do it, because like, you know, it's
Mhm.
a niche series, so it's like you're kind of, you know, taking a little bit of a risk by making one, because you don't, you know, who no one knows what it is, you know, or basically no one really knows what it is, unless you're like a diehard fan. Um,
Yeah.
so I thought it was cool. That's why I wanted to get it. Um, and I've played a little bit of it. It's interesting. It's very like, you know, it's very just unlike any Nintendo game that I've ever played.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'd
But
be interested in
yeah.
playing it too, just
Hmm.
because I like the idea of it, that it's a more mature Nintendo game.
Yeah. I think it's really funny to me to get Switch games that have the rated M symbol on them. Like, that's just inherently funny to
Yeah.
me.
You
Um
should play Doom, man. Doom is
yeah.
it doesn't really seem like the type of game that you would like, but I
Hmm.
think you would be pleasantly surprised by it because the gameplay loop is insane and it's like
Hmm.
so fast paced and crazy.
That's what I've heard. That I think you and Dean have told me that before. Um
Yeah.
well, I'm going to really quickly, like, what do you think you would price this game at, based on what you know about it?
Wow. Oh, I just realized that we were talking about a $50 game.
Yeah. Hmm.
Wow. Okay. That does not seem right at all. I mean, for a visual, it's a visual novel.
I mean, and it's, you know, we set another code to be 50, but that was two games.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
So I was gonna say I don't think it should be 50, but I'm looking at what they priced the original remakes, because I think they
mhm.
priced the original remakes at like 30 each.
Mm, yeah.
And I was gonna say the reason why I'm gonna say 40 for this one, because it's a brand new one.
Yeah. Okay. That seems fair.
Oops.
I'm still, I still kind of want to say 30.
I
Call
wouldn't
me a
blame you if
visual
you said
novel hater.
okay.
I think I'm still gonna say 30.
Okay. That's fair. So we'll say 35.
Yeah, and I did hear that this game was actually really well received.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that like it got really good reviews, and the people that played it were super into
We're
it.
happy
So
with it. Yeah. It's a niche sort of, just its whole existence is niche. But anyway,
yeah,
all right, last couple games. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
yeah. So now we're getting so these next three games are games that are like on my radar right now that
Mm-hmm.
like I really want to play.
Yeah.
I just
It's holding
don't
out a
have the
little bit.
time for
Mm-hmm.
it, and I need the money as well. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, Echoes of Wisdom, um, fire from what I've
I,
heard.
I, I, I was immediately intrigued by the concept when it was announced.
hmm
Um,
Yeah. First game
it's
where you
yeah.
get to play as Zelda
Mm-hmm.
herself. It's awesome.
Pretty big deal. Yeah.
And also, they took a lot of the mechanics from Tears of the Kingdom and made them into the 2D Zelda formula,
Oh right,
which is
yeah, that's what
also
I've
really
heard. Yeah.
cool.
Hold on, you keep
Yeah.
talking. I'm just gonna check what we priced Link's Awakening at.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask the same because I'm curious.
Okay, I said 40. You said 60. So we met in the middle
I
and said
said full
50.
60.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah. Um, yeah, I really want to play this. Like
Mhm.
I'm holding out for a little bit, but I really am interested in this. And even before I saw that reviews were coming out that were good, I was like, this just is just such an interesting concept. Like I feel like it's worth checking out.
Yeah.
Um, it's the first like fully, well, can you call this fully original? You kind of can, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it is. So yeah, I mean the engine is based off of Link's Awakening, I think, but
Yeah.
there's basically enough tweaks to it that like it's basically a full new game, I think.
Yeah, like I think it's fair to say like it's more of a full new game than Link's A Link Between Worlds is, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So if
And
you're
that's really the only thing that holds me back from saying it's a full $60 game is because it is so similar in style and you can tell that they took a lot of assets from Link's Awakening.
Mhm.
And I don't think that's a bad thing,
No,
but
I think it's really smart actually.
I like that I like when Zelda switches up its art style, and I won't
Yeah.
lie, I do find it a little disappointing that
Mhm.
it doesn't have its own original art style.
Yeah, from a
Um,
novelty perspective it is kind of disappointing, yeah.
yeah, it's not a huge deal because obviously I'd rather them just like get a new Zelda game out
Mhm.
than try and fuss about making new assets for everything.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think I kind of is it okay for me to say like $55?
$55. Well, I was going to say 50
Mm.
because
Yeah,
I
I'll go 50.
well, you can no, you can still say 55 if you want. I'm just going to say
No, yeah,
50
I'll say 55.
because I thought that Link's Awakening was 40, but
Mm-hmm.
that was a remake. This is an original game, which makes me want to say it's worth more because they just have done like it's just more unique, you know?
Yeah.
Um but yeah, I think we'll meet in the middle and say so 50, so we'll meet in the middle and say
55.
52 49.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? That's fair.
And after I play the game, it could be 50, it could be
Right.
60. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll
Hmm.
see.
From what I heard, it's pretty good. So yeah, we'll see. Um, Super Mario Party Jamboree. So
We're getting down to
do
it.
you remember when we got on a call and watched the direct that day? That this
Mm-hmm.
was announced. I was like skeptical about this, like immediately off the bat.
I don't remember I don't really remember your reaction to this game specifically, no.
Well, that's fair. I mean, we were on a call. The connection was kind of like inconsistent. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'll just say right off the bat, like when this game was announced, I was really skeptical about it. Maybe only because it was tied to Super Mario Party,
Yeah, that's fair.
which I get why it
And I know
is.
how you feel about that game.
Well, yeah, I just like it's just such a whatever. Like Mario,
Yeah.
it's just like it's better than I think the other Mario parties probably were, but like it's just still like really deflating.
Hmm.
But I get why that they wanted to have that tie to the original because the original sold so well. Um, but they really did, from what I can tell, like they really did step up there. Like they like really like tried to make this a good game, you know.
Hmm.
And from what I can tell, I think they
Yeah.
succeeded.
It just came out like a week ago,
Yeah.
so
Mm-hmm.
um, but I did watch a review of it, and from what I heard in that review, and from the other review scores that are coming out, and everything that I've heard about it on social media,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like it's really just like a positive return to form and a really good direction for the series to go in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I feel like everybody's been waiting for Mario Party for like the
Yeah.
past more than 10 years at this point. Like
Yeah.
really since Mario Party 9 came out,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, they really had not had a traditional Mario Party until from 9 to Superstars, which was like 9 years. And it's funny
Hmm.
because they had so many Mario parties come out that were just garbage. um, like I don't think a single Mario Party was even remotely good until Superstars came out. Like Island Tour was
Yeah.
not good. I have weird nostalgia for that, but it was bad.
No, that's okay because I have weird nostalgia for Mario Party 9 too. I kind of appreciate that
Okay.
game even though I know it's not that great
Okay,
deep
fair enough.
down.
Um, but they had that one. They had Mario Party 10, which apparently was really bad. Mario Party Star Rush, which was bad. Mario Party The Top 100, which was bad,
Which was really
which
bad.
was really bad, probably the worst one. Super Mario
Yeah.
Party, which was a little bit better but still bad, and now Mario Party Superstars was like, okay, this is really good, but this is all old.
Yeah.
And now Mario Party Jamboree, and I think it's like pretty much all new except for like two boards. And
Yeah.
maybe did they? Do you know if they brought back any old mini games or if that's all
I
new?
don't. I don't know.
From what I can tell, it's all new, but I'm not even going to say if they brought back old minigames that would be a bad thing because assuming that they're
Yeah.
good old minigames. But anyway, I think that this is worth $60.
Yeah.
My instinct wants to say 60 because I feel like
I,
what's up?
I'm doing the boards logic again, and the fact that it has 7 boards
Yeah,
is like, yeah,
$70.
we're so back.
We are so back.
Yeah, this is Nintendo's second $70
Second
game.
$70 game, Super Mario Party Jamboree. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm waiting for it to go down, kind of, because just I
Yeah.
can't buy every $60 Nintendo release. Um,
God,
However, I do really want to play this. Okay,
me too.
Mario and
I
Luigi
want to
Brothership.
own the game.
This is the
And I want to play. Wait, I just want to
oh
say
yeah,
I
go ahead.
want to play Jamboree online with you. I think
That'll
it'll be
happen.
fun.
We'll make that happen.
Yeah.
Um,
Once we both have it.
yeah. Uh, Mario and Luigi Brothership. This one is the first one that's not out yet. So
Yeah, so this is the only game I think on this whole list that is like I don't even know if I can say a price yet
yeah, maybe we should just
because
yeah. Mm-hmm.
like I feel like I can say it for Donkey Kong Country Returns because I've played that.
Yeah.
I know what
Mm-hmm.
that game's worth.
Yeah.
Um, but with Brothership, it's like that's not a game I've ever played before, and like even though I know it looks really promising and I'm really excited for it, I
Mm-hmm.
actually like don't know what the game is going to be like at all. You know,
Yeah, you know what?
I can only interpolate from previous Mario and Luigi games.
Yeah, and I mean, those were all 40. Well, no, they I think they were like 30 to 40, right? But they were on less powerful consoles. Um, and this is the first like fully fledged console Mario and Luigi game, which is pretty cool.
Mm.
Um, I'm gonna be bold here, and I'm actually going to assign this game a value before playing it,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see if I agree with this preemptive um, designation when I actually do play it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 50,
Oh, okay.
which might
Nice.
sound harsh. I think my
Okay.
reasoning for this is that I think that from what I've seen, so I want to say from what I've seen, it looks really good. I'm really excited. This is like honestly, I think the most excited I've been for a game this year for Nintendo overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm willing to
Yeah.
say that.
Fair.
Even more than Thousand Year Door, only because Thousand Year Door is technically a remake.
Yeah.
Um, that being said, I feel like they probably didn't do enough to the Mario and Luigi formula to make it that much more different. They probably refined it,
Mm.
but from what I've seen,
Yeah.
it feels more just like a
It's a
refined,
return to
just return to
form.
form rather than like a completely innovative experience. That's why I'm going to say 50. I could be proven wrong though. So,
Yeah, I mean they have what did you see like the Luigi logic thing?
yeah, do you think Luigi Logic is worth the extra $20?
I think that's like their silly mechanic.
Yeah.
And I've seen they put out a trailer recently that showed how that factors into like the fighting system,
Mhm.
which I think looks really cool.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm like completely fine with it being a return to form. I actually don't
No,
really
I'm
want
fine
them
with
to
that
have
too.
like a gimmick for it,
Yeah,
like how
that's
they like
yeah.
the Luigi's Dreams or playing as Bowser or the babies.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
I would rather it just be the two brothers.
Yeah.
And so that's fine. What I'm more worried about is that like sure they have like all these new characters and stuff,
Mhm.
but I want them to be really bold with the story,
Yeah.
like how cuz I love Dream Team, but it feels slightly watered down in its scope and like
Mhm.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it
Where it's
doesn't
like I don't think they were as bold with like the story they were trying to
I
tell.
think the problem for me at least is that Bowser's Inside Story was so good
Yeah.
and Dream Team just feels like not as it doesn't feel any better, you know?
It doesn't hit those highs, yeah.
No.
And Bowser, yeah, that is true. Bowser's Inside Story is a really hard it's hard to get up to that level again.
Mhm. This
But
this game could be
I,
the new peak though if it's handled
yeah,
well.
I think what I'm worried about is we'll get something more attuned to Dream Team
Mhm.
than Bowser's Inside Story.
Yeah.
And even if it was like more like Dream Team, I would still be happy with it.
Oh yeah.
It's just that like my my expectations want me to believe that I'm gonna get everything that I want.
Yeah. And I think that's why I'm going to say 50. I'm going to say like
Like,
that's like me
oh my
setting my
God.
expectations a little lower.
If they had like if they had like Fawful return and like all those
Hey, you never
characters
know.
return,
Yeah.
like I would literally like I would cum my pants, dude.
Well they do have Starlo.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the in the most recent trailer they showed Starlo and
Mhm.
that gave me hope because I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, at the end of Bowser's Inside Story, they teased that Fawful could return.
Yeah. Mhm.
It might all be coming true. I don't know. I don't want to like put
Don't
any like false expectations,
yeah,
but
just, keep your expectations in check. That's what I'm going to try to do. I think
yeah.
regardless we're still going to enjoy the game, you know.
Yeah, even if they just had a little Fawful cameo, bro, like
Yeah. Just
I
a
don't know.
little, just a
I
little
love
taste.
Fawful Land.
Yeah. No,
It's
and
just
you have
so good.
every reason to love Fawful because he's amazing. Um,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm thinking of Mario and Luigi songs now, like music from that game. I love
Yeah.
that game. Anyway, so what are you gonna say? Are you gonna say 60?
Um, yeah, like I was saying, it's a 50 if it's more like Dream Team. It's a 60 if it's more like Bowser's
Bowser's
Inside
Inside
Story.
Story. What if it's like Paper
But
Jam?
then, oh Lord, then it's more like a 40.
Oh God.
Or like a 30
Hey, I
actually.
almost beat that game in its
Yeah,
entirety.
are you
I'm at the
are
final
you
boss.
bragging about that?
I I'm just bringing it up.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to add
Happy
to
for you.
it. Anyway,
Um,
yeah, no, definitely very excited for this one.
okay.
Okay, last one really quick. I just wanted to bring this up because I think it's the last oh, well, there's Metroid Prime 4, but like I don't think we can comment about that one. Um I This is just another Luigi's Mansion 2 HD situation.
Um, yeah. And this is a very anticlimactic one to end on, but you're right.
It is. And I would almost argue this is worse. I know this is anticlimactic, but I do think we should talk about it. Maybe we should have saved Brothership for last, but oh well, too late now.
That's
Um, I would argue this is almost worse than Luigi's Mansion 2 HD because this is a remake of a game that was out on two consoles beforehand. So
yeah,
this is
it
a
already got remade.
yeah, it already got remade. Well, it got demade,
Demade. Yeah.
and now it's
But then
actually
3D.
I can't I can't deny that this is probably going to be the definitive version of this game, but at the same time, it's an old ass game, man. I already have it on two other consoles.
Yeah,
And
hold
you're
up.
pricing it at $60.
I gotta look up what this game
It
looks
looks
like.
like a Wii game. Like I remember watching that trailer in that last direct and just feeling so like this is gonna be $60. Like I was just like I can
Yeah.
tell this is low effort, it's low cost, but it's gonna be $60 because it's Donkey Kong.
Something about it looks bad too, and I think it's the lighting engine. I think that the
Yeah,
whatever lighting engine they used in the Wii version did not age that well.
no, it didn't.
But
It's just
yeah, it
really,
looked bad. I'm like literally looking at the screenshot. It looks so bad.
dude. The the lineage of Donkey Kong games since 2010 has been Donkey Kong Country Returns, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze on the Wii U, Donkey Kong
Yeah.
Country Tropical Freeze on the Switch, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD on the Switch.
Yeah, they
That's
really gotta. This has to be the last time that they can release this game.
it's I'm just like I just can't, man. It's just like
What happened with Retro Studios after Tropical Freeze though, for real though? Because like now they're working on Metroid Prime, but what were they working on for like 10 years?
well
Or like I guess it was more like 6 or
well that's
7
a
years, but
good
still.
that's a good question because I forgot that they only got added to Metroid Prime 4 like in like 2019,
Yeah,
right?
like after they had already scrapped development.
Well, okay, so they came out with Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze originally in 2014,
Yeah.
and then they didn't get added to, and then I don't think they did anything
And I think
until,
it was like early 2014 too.
yeah, it was. I think they actually finished the game by 2013, but then they like pushed it to 2014. So you could
hmm
argue from 2013 to 2019, there was just nothing new that Metro Studios was working on.
I w- I mean, there's got to be theories out there, but they were probably working on something that got canceled.
Well, yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I remember hearing there was rumors of a 3D Donkey Kong game. Um,
Yeah.
but I don't even
But I
necessarily.
thought I think that rumor was that uh the Mario Odyssey developers were
Oh yeah,
working on
that's
that.
right. That's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so
Um,
I remember there was a thing when this is getting really into some conspiracy theory shit,
okay.
but I remember
Yeah.
there was this thing when Reggie retired where
Yeah.
he received an illustrated card
Mhm.
from Retro Studios that was in one of his Instagram posts.
Okay.
It
Mhm.
sounds so ridiculous, but it had a robot character
Yeah.
that had never been seen anywhere before, and he partially like tried to cover it up with his mug or with
Okay.
something.
Okay.
Here,
And
hold up.
so
I'm gonna look this up and show you.
okay, so people were theorizing that Retro Studios was working on some robot game, um, and that game probably got canceled. That's what I'm
Yeah,
getting.
yeah.
Um, okay. Well, hopefully we see
Hold
that
up.
come to light someday.
Yeah,
um,
yeah. Hold up. Check this out.
okay.
I'm gonna share my screen again.
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. I'll get off of this for a sec.
Um,
This is really important. I need to see
can
this.
you see?
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, so he had this
Oh.
Mario trophy, and you see the hand there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was covering something up.
Okay. Wait a minute. I
And
feel like
this was in 2019.
huh. Wow, people a lot of people were really trying to figure out. Oh my god, even Game Explain did something
I
with it.
remember watching this video in 2019 and being
Holy
like, "Dude,
shit.
that's what they're working on."
That's what they're working on. Holy shit. Okay. Well,
Isn't that yeah?
I mean, I'll give you this. I have no idea what that could be. It doesn't look like anything I can recognize.
Yeah, yeah, me
So,
neither.
but who knows? But regardless, like for all we know, all they're doing like that whatever that was got scrapped and they're just doing Metroid Prime. Um
Yeah.
and and I guess they had time on the sides to do this remaster. Um
I guess
I
so.
don't know, man. It's just like it's not $60. I don't care. I don't care that the game hasn't come out yet. I don't care that maybe they'll add things to this. But regardless, I'm gonna say 40.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say 40.
I will also say 40.
And frankly, even if this game went to like 30, I don't think I'd get it. Cause I'm just like I don't care.
Yeah.
Maybe for the
Out of all
like
the
I don't know,
games
man.
that they could have chosen to remake or
Yeah.
HDFI, why this one?
Why not?
Probably because probably
Yeah.
because it was easiest, and
It
that's the
probably
unfortunate.
was. Yeah. I mean, they've already done a, you know, like I don't know. Yeah, but at that rate, like I think that they should have just done Luigi's Mansion 1. They should have
Yeah.
not made Luigi Mansion 2 HD $60 and then did both and then made that anyway. I hate
They're
Nintendo.
getting after our 6-hour discussion, you can really come to the conclusion that you hate Nintendo.
Yep, I think this video made me realize that I hate Nintendo. So,
Good job.
um yeah, we just did a 6-hour discussion in total about repricing Nintendo Switch games. So what
Are we
is
sure that it wasn't more like 7 hours?
it probably was around seven.
So,
I think it was more around closer to 7 hours. Yeah.
so what did we learn?
What did we learn? We learned that you know what overall there were a lot more games that I think held their value than I thought there would be.
Um,
Does that make sense?
yeah,
Or
yeah, that makes sense to my 3 a.m. brain.
okay, cool. Don't discuss Nintendo prices at 3 a.m. No. That's what I'm going to title this video.
Whatever you do.
Yeah, whatever you do.
It's like saying Bloody Mary in the mirror.
Yeah. No, I think this was an interesting it was interesting discussing the Nintendo Switch's lineage from this angle rather than just purely like how
Well,
fun the
yeah,
game is, you know?
it has been like a major topic of discussion. I think this this generation,
Yeah.
since games are generally priced at $60 now, you
Mhm.
know, and so, but a lot of the stuff that Nintendo releases is not worth that much.
No, and I mean that I will say like most of the games that we talked about, we did, you know, say they should have been
Mhm.
lower. So, you know.
Well, yeah, and like, so the fact of the matter is the Switch is a hybrid system, and like it's a
Mhm.
hybrid of a system. Sorry, I just heard my brother. I'm surprised he's still awake. Um, was that him? Okay, never mind. Um, the fact of the matter is that it's a hybrid of a system where the games were running for $40 and a system where the games were running for $60.
Mhm.
And so, like realistically, all of the games that they develop for the Switch should be within those two numbers, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
So,
Well, and
um,
I don't know. It must be hard for Nintendo because they kind of like, you know, they had their consoles and their handhelds and now they kind of combine them into one, so it's like, you know, they got to kind of balance out their big budget games with their lower budget games, but they're kind of like, well, it still is for this console, so should we price it high, you know? I don't know.
but they also recognize that crazy people like you and I will still pay $60
Yep.
for a lot of their crap.
Mhm. Yeah, so if anything, we're the problem. And I think that's the
Exactly.
takeaway.
I think that
Is
is the
that we're the
takeaway.
problem. Yeah. Well,
I'm never, the one thing is for certain.
mm-hmm.
I am never paying $50 for Mario versus Donkey Kong.
Okay, if that's the one takeaway that I can get from Donovan, that's what. Well, then I'm never paying $60 for, I don't know, Mario Strikers Battle League. So there, Donovan.
Touche.
Like you were going to. Um, Well, anyway, Donovan, thank you for joining me on this long journey. This was by far, I did not think this was going to be the longest chit chats we've ever done. I thought this was just going to be like 2 hours max. So I underestimated our ability to yap about
How
Nintendo.
how long was the longest chit chats up to this
I
point?
think the longest one was like 2.5 hours, and that was when we did the Smash Brothers ranking with Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
this is I don't think any future chit chats is going to beat this, man. I think this is just going to take the cake
I don't know.
forever.
Unless we do something similar to this,
Yeah.
in the future,
Uh huh.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well,
But honestly, I could see us doing something similar to this in the future.
yeah. That's yep. Pretty much. I mean, there's a lot of games on the Nintendo Switch. Like a lot of other Nintendo consoles. I don't think there's as many games to talk about as there is for the Switch, which is kind of funny. But
Yeah.
we'll see. Only time will tell. Okay, I'm about to pass out. Let's call it a night. Thanks again for joining me, Donovan. Thank you to anyone who may have watched this long ass video. I'm just
It'll
gonna.
be me. I'm not even joking. It'll be me because
Okay.
these chit chats, I listen to them in the background while I'm
Uh huh.
doing shit like all the fucking time. So
I'm.
I know Donovan in like I don't know when you're gonna upload this, but like 6 months from now or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hello,
that
hi
sounds about right.
Donovan.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Donovan from the future. Let us
Yeah.
know how Brothership is in the comments because you've probably played it by now.
Hmm.
Um, and let us know if it is actually worth $60. Um,
Yeah.
and to everyone
Oh,
else,
and tell us how the Switch 2 looks. Does it
yeah,
look cool?
because and if it hasn't been announced, then just um consider killing me. Yeah, you weren't
Okay.
expecting me to say that, right? I'm tired. I can't be funny anymore. So thank you for watching, and we will see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace.
Thanks for having a chit chat.
Oh my gosh, I'm so tired.
Wait, we chit chat stance though.
Oh fuck, the Chit Chat stands. Ah!
Yeah.
What?